the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the Good Time Gang, and we thank you for being here. Got a lot to do today. We have got the golden ticket seats going to be here in a couple of hours. If you are part of that group today, the Elite Great 8 or however many end up filling the seats, we look forward to seeing you drive safely getting here. We have got the Beth Mowens game to sound the alarm on, unless I talk Rick out of it, which I don't think is going to happen. Also, we'll talk to you about RBU this week, another great podcast you don't want to miss. But first, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's happening? What's happening?
If you didn't talk him out of it last week, you're not going to talk him out of it this week.
I
Do you want to,
know.
you and I, like, go to the parking lot?
We
and
could.
just
Yeah.
stare at the sky or something?
Yeah, and just
during
act
that
like
segment?
it's not even happening. Because it's almost like if you don't hear it, did it happen?
I know.
You know?
I know.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
but
know you got a big heart for her now, and I leaned your way on that whole ordeal.
Right.
So
Well, she was just so sweet.
I'm here for you if you need me.
Just so
Just
sweet.
let you know that.
Just so nice.
Yeah.
Just
But
so
throughout
nice.
the day, if you just,
Right.
I'm not going as far to hug you, but if you need me, just let me know.
Well, there was some concern that I had just because of the way things look. Every week,
You thought you were going to deal with it again.
Yeah, around Tuesday night to early Wednesday morning, they released the announcing schedule for college football and the NFL. And that's how I do the searching and figure out, okay, what game does she have? And I thought, oh, boy, ESPN2, she's on there a lot. UAB, 11 a.m.
Blazers.
Yeah, Memphis Tigers, all that. I'm like, oh, no, she's back. And I'm glad y'all did tell me I didn't have to go back up there. But then I thought, man, she's going to call for me.
Yeah.
I'm going to go up there to the principal's office or something.
No,
Or-
we gave you. You did your job.
Yeah.
Nothing else is required from this point forward.
But she doesn't have the UAB game.
Okay.
And we'll announce which game she does have. It's a 2:30 start, but it is on ESPN2. And so that's
you
my
close.
concern was legit.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll talk about that
I wish
today.
she was and she called you up.
Bring
that guy.
Hey,
back.
all the two-way. I have a couple of interns that stay with me throughout the game, and they do a great job. But they've got the two-way on and the headset, and everybody's communicating in the booth and everywhere else to let me know. Okay, when they pitch to you, they got a read or they got a spot that runs, and then it's you. And we're always, hey, we're getting moved up. We're doing this. My nightmare was, do what now? Okay. Hey, Speedy, Beth Mowens wants you upstairs. She wants to see you.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Somebody said something about Twitter.
Yeah.
She saw something.
What? No.
I wonder if she's even. Nah.
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I know that when I talked to her, she didn't seem as though she did. She just seemed like she was a very nice lady, and she gave us a couple of liners that we've played and we've discussed.
And you're glad.
Oh yeah. This being the first one.
Hey, this is Beth Mowens, and you guys are listening to Rick and Bubba.
And then I was like, okay, that's great. And she said, hey, I got another one.
Hey, this is Beth Mowens. I'm not sure why, but you guys are still listening to Rick and Bubba.
and everybody was like, oh, she knows. That's why she. I don't think she didn't. She was just being. She was just being
a good
sweet.
time and want to be creative.
Yeah.
Very nice. And I feel what you're saying. I mean, I would. You wish you'd have been a jerk to you. So
Yeah, right. So
I
they
wish
go,
you'd have
yeah, that's
slammed
right. Keep doing it,
I wish
Rick.
you'd slammed the door in your face.
Right. Dadgummit.
Doggone, she's nice.
me.
And now you hear games, you go, well, she ain't that bad.
So last night, you can be proud of me, Helmsy. I'm not looking at Greg right now, but I saw the Amazon Prime original movie that's out called Burial.
The Burial.
And
Everybody's seen it.
And I know I asked Rick to give us one more day. Yesterday morning we asked, or I did. And so I've seen it. Greg, have you?
No. When was I going to watch it?
Well, I don't know. I watched it last night. I just squeezed it in. I went to bed a little bit late, and Terry I started playing it, and she said, "Is that movie you've been talking about?" Before I knew it, she was sitting down beside me, and she was all in it. I mean, she was like all about it. It was a really good movie.
It is.
And thank you for
Y'all
the
calm
recommendation.
down about it.
Oh, here we go.
I'll
Here
try to
we
watch
go.
it this weekend.
Well, too late now. Your brother's going to come in talking about it today.
I won't remember it. That's the good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't see, because of that, I didn't see the Jaguars and the Saints play NFL Amazon Prime
I
game.
don't blame you for that.
Apparently, the Jags won at 31-24.
Saw where the receiver for New Orleans dropped a touchdown pass that would have won the game.
That hurts.
Yeah.
The Astros blew out the Rangers 10-3, so that series is
2-2.
tied. And then
It was close for a while.
Yeah.
When I came in, I saw maybe an inning and a half. Seager hit a home run, pulled it within 1 or 2, and then I guess it got out of hand.
it did. I think I saw. I did see. Unless I didn't have the volume up, it was on, and I thought I saw a grand slam because it was tied 3-3.
Yeah, that's when
And then all of a sudden, I looked up and it's 7-3.
Wow.
So I'm like, oh wow, and that kind of got out of hand. And then the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the ninth score to beat the Phillies 2-1. So the Phillies are still winning that series 2-1, the NLCS, but at least the Diamondbacks won that one. So those are your MLB games.
The Braves messed me up. I hadn't watched one since.
I know. And if
It messed me up.
a lot of people wished you wouldn't have watched that one.
I told Dad, because he asked about the Phillies game, if I said I'm kind of still mad at the Phillies. I'm kind
I'm
of
pulling
hurt
for the Colt 45.
yeah. If you care anything about it and you're listening live today, we got an early start, Astros and Phillies, 4:07 Central, FS1. And then on TBS tonight, it's the Phillies and Diamondbacks around a 7 o'clock Central time start. That's just a little FYI for y'all.
I'll probably get into a little bit of that baseball today.
Yeah?
We're going to have an early practice. I'll be home at a decent hour.
There you go.
Not looking forward to what I have in front of me tomorrow morning, but I'll explain that next segment or the next segment.
You did say you had a project, right, that you were going to tackle?
I do.
Huh.
Yeah. Y'all aren't ready for it.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
But I'm going to go into this thing with a good attitude.
Oh.
I've made that my mind.
You're not
up on
cutting
that.
down trees again, are you?
No.
Are we painting?
No.
Okay, not painting.
Quit guessing.
Not painting. Well,
No,
I
just
didn't know.
just stop because it'll.
And
You won't be shocked by it, but it will kind of go, wow, okay, I thought you were past that.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
you're gonna say, I think.
Also, if you're listening live and it's Friday the 20th, Mr. Greg Burgess will be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, Highway
right.
31. If you want to have lunch with him, come on by. Got some Papa Murphy's, Kevin and the crew.
Pizza and meatballs.
He's very thankful you reminded him of
Right, yeah, because he definitely didn't remind us.
He completely forgot.
No, I
And-
didn't. We've been
buddy,
talking about it all week.
we're not going there.
He
And-
just said we've talked about it all
Yeah.
week.
We have.
Yeah. And I also see that he's got his game day outfit on.
noticed that.
So the Thompson Warriors play tonight.
Well, you got mojo. You gotta watch it.
Huh?
I mean, if you've worn a
Oh,
shirt,
you got to
and
you
they
got to
win,
keep one. Yeah.
you know.
I understand. So you got that tonight.
We should have had that kind of mindset with Atlanta. But
I
that's
know.
fine.
I kind of went reckless in on all that.
You meeting
really did.
little lead coming over and meeting you
no,
again? Oh, not sure.
You okay?
I don't remember.
Being secretive.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You got your remote, and then you'll hang out and go to the game.
All right then.
No, well, I'm just saying. Huh?
Yeah.
Thompson
There you go.
Warriors. Who they got tonight?
Tuscaloosa County.
Ooh, T
Well,
County.
That'll be
E
tough.
County. E County.
You know what that's going? Do you know what that's going to be? A complete.
I know.
No, see, there you go.
No, okay, I'm sorry.
That's what I.
On
That's why I
paper.
said.
On
that's
paper.
going to be good.
You
Like
never
I was
know.
being
On paper.
facetious.
Hey, look, let me tell you something.
You talking about a runaway train?
Two County's got a good. I mean, they got a history of being
They
really
do.
good though.
Don't
And you
know that
never
they
know.
are this year.
I
but
don't either. I
but
don't even know their.
I really don't.
I don't even know their record. Could be totally wrong.
I don't even think it's going to matter.
Well,
Sorry, Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah.
Prove
And-
me wrong,
yeah.
This
TC.
is y'all
Prove
talking.
me
It's not
wrong.
me.
that's right. I'm just saying on paper. If you're just looking at
You
it.
don't
Yeah.
know. No.
And I know college football on Friday night's a big deal to Greg. And
Oh, who is
SMU and Temple are playing tonight.
Seems like SMU plays always 7 Fridays.
Right. Well, I know that's a big deal for you. You love it.
Yeah, I hate it. Won't watch it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We were updating you a little bit on sports and MLB last night. I did want to tell you, and then we got to get to what Helmsy's got tomorrow. My dad threw me a trivia question last night. Another one.
Baseball?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
he said, Ted Williams, the Hall of Famer who hit 406 in 1941, also flew a bomber in World War II and the Korean War, and also managed a baseball team after he retired from active playing. What team did he manage, and what was their name? They're still around, he says.
Were they in? So were they a big league team? Or
is that not amazing?
Was it a minor league team?
No, it's MLB. Is this not amazing that Ted Williams could do what he did, went, served for the country, came back, played again? And then when he retired, he managed.
You think any athletes today would do that?
Golly.
I'm going to go with.
Did you Google it?
No.
Be honest.
I am. I'm going to go with. I don't know the answer. I'm going to go with that it was one of the teams playing last night, one of the 4 teams playing last night. That's why he brought this up.
I'm going with Cleveland Indians.
But I don't know.
It was who's the Washington Nationals now, but they were the Washington Senators.
Yeah.
That's crazy that he was able to come back and after he retired, active playing, he managed a team.
I thought Washington was
the Expos.
I did too.
But I think what it means is there was a team called Washington Senators at the time. Then they went away. And then when the Nationals came is when Montreal left and moved to Washington.
But at the time, so maybe it's not technically the same, but it was.
Washington had a team then. And
the Senators.
Yeah, they were Senators. I guess they just did away with it.
Yeah. All right. So there's another trivia. He'll do that.
I'm going to read this because this clears this up.
I like baseball trivia.
The Senators moved and were replaced with the expansion Senators team in '61. The old Washington Senators became the new Minnesota Twins. The expansion Senators would become the Texas Rangers.
Wow.
And baseball would not return to the city until 2005 when the former Montreal Expos became the Nationals.
How about that?
A lot of moving parts.
Good night.
Lord.
Hello.
All
right, so what you got, little man? What's going on tomorrow at the house?
So we have, as parents, all your kids, they're, they find things they enjoy doing, and then they back out of it, and then they go, well, you know what? I want to try this, and I want to try that. And with Maddie, she's 11. Braden and Caroline have kind of done their thing. We've invested in that, and they're nearly grown up, all that good stuff. But Maddie's still sitting out there, and we're like, Maddie, what do you really want to do? Like, we can't just sit at home all day. This has been an ongoing battle for.
What's your interest?
Exactly. And so she dabbled in when Brady and Caroline were playing golf before they went full blown tennis, and she was real young. She dabbled in golf, and then as she got a little older, she dabbled in tennis, and she even had a run before the pandemic of half a season of soccer. And so we've just been trying to figure out, Maddie, what are you going to do? And that doesn't have to be a sport. That can be play an instrument, or that can be whatever. Go into acting. I don't care. But we're not going to sit on phones and iPads all day. That's just a rule I have. And I'm not going to back off of that. So after school, we need an activity to do. Well, about, 2 or 3 months ago, she started asking, and she's been to some gymnastics classes and did some tumbling and stuff like that, even when she was younger. And she said, I think I want to get back into the tumbling and gymnastics.
Oh.
And I said, I thought I'd dodge that bullet.
Been there.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't even want her to be in that world, but I also know it's not, it's not about me. So I'm like, okay, so what does that mean? So she's been doing some tumbling lessons and gymnastics lessons, and, a couple days a week. And so I asked her the other day, I said, Amanda was like, we got to turn this up. If she's wanting to do the things that she wants to do, she got to practice more and all this. And I said, that's fine. I said, but, it takes a level of commitment and, and hey, Michael, but have you seen the prices of what, this? And I said, well, I hear you. Don't like that. That's a big investment, but we invested in the other two, got to invest in her too.
That's right. Yeah.
And so I said, what do we need to do? And she said, well, you don't want to hear this.
Uh-oh.
But she's convinced if we had a trampoline.
Again?
That
Not another trampoline.
Again?
That she would be able to really practice when we're not going to these lessons.
Again?
For the tumbling and all that. And I said, I don't know what hit me. I think I was just on the way to Jacksonville. I was excited about tennis practice.
You already had it.
I said, you know what? I said, if that's what it's going to take for her to figure out if she truly wants to do this, let's do it. Just buy one. I'll put it together. I said, now we can't put it over there where the fire pit is because that's where the tree fell.
I was going to ask you about that.
But she's not taking trampoline lessons. She's doing gymnastics.
She's doing tumbling and she's doing all the things, you flipping and all that.
Yeah, but don't you on the ground doing that?
Well, some of it's on those jumping and flipping.
I guess
things.
just controlling your body, flipping
exactly.
and moving.
Getting used to doing
that would
all
help
that.
her.
Yep. And so,
have you picked you a spot out and all that?
I was trying to get you just one pads. I was trying to help.
Yeah.
No, we got.
That's good.
We've got one of those
mats.
Two of those.
Oh, I've owned many mats. I've owned. This world. I've been in this world.
Yeah.
That was
Are these worlds? Are they like track meets where these gymnastic meets last all day long? Like when you go.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I'll be sure and schedule it when I'm.
It was geared towards cheerleading, so we really didn't compete in gymnastics as much as we just took lessons so we could do all them flips.
Okay. What'd you say? You do what now?
No, that I don't want to say that. That sounded
I think
harsh.
I know what you were going to say. I'll be sure it's scheduled when I'm not here. I think that's what you were going to say.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So I told Amanda, I said, listen, I don't think she's into this as much as she thinks she's into it. I think she's got some friends that have pulled her into it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it costs me a $500-$600 trampoline and a couple hours of putting it together,
that's the key.
For her to realize she don't really like it, I don't really care.
How long did you have that last trampoline? How long was it?
Oh, it wasn't long. Remember, a tree fell on it.
Yeah, tree took that one out.
I forgot about that.
Now, I kind of have an idea where you need to put it, but have you already figured it out?
Well, I'd like to hear your idea. Yes, I have a thought of where I'm putting it, and can't believe I have committed to this, and I actually brought it up. But
well, they're real fun to put together.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's supposed to be windy in the morning, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
all right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Oh, looky here, Gregory. This part of the show is brought to you by helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Helix.
If you are thinking, I might be in the market for a new mattress. Hey, Terry Wilburn will not stop talking about we need a new mattress. And I probably need to talk to myself here and do what I'm about to tell y'all about. Unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And you can save 20%. And it's a premium mattress brand too. It's affordable, which I love. Provides tailored mattresses based on your unique sleep preferences. It's got a lineup of about 14 mattresses, including a collection of luxury models for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. So you need to check it out. What they'll do is they'll ask you to simply take a sleep quiz and find your perfect mattress in under about 2 minutes. And Greg, you've talked about this because they can personalize a mattress based on your answers to their questions so they'll know your sleep preferences.
That's right. They ask you sleep on your stomach, back, side.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like soft mattress, hard mattress, medium?
They ask you how many times you
give
get
them that info,
and
it's that quick. And then they go, oh, well, this one here is for you.
All right.
It fits those needs.
And then it's shipped straight to your house, right to your front door, free of charge.
Mm-hmm.
And as you mentioned just a second ago, you have a 100-night risk-free trial. Nothing to lose. 100 nights. And if you just go, you know what, I don't like it, they'll even pick it up and return it for a full refund, no questions asked. But we don't think you're going to do that because we think you're going to like it. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save 20% today and get your new mattress shipped right to your door, 100-night, risk-free, and free of charge. All right, so as we move on, you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. Helmsy, when I mentioned your mattress, when I mentioned your mattress, when I'm just sitting here thinking of a mattress. When I mentioned,
no, he's going trampoline.
When I mentioned your trampoline and you having to get another,
I
one
wish
for Maddie.
Helix did trampolines. That's where I'd buy it.
What if you put a mattress on a trampoline?
Yeah.
There you go.
And you ever taken a nap on a trampoline?
Yeah.
Back when you were little?
Yeah. Oh, so we had one. We used to play knee football on it. We used to do full contact boxing on it. Of course, you fall off.
How about when your leg would go through the side?
Oh, all the time.
Hold on, wait.
But it is fun to sleep
on. But when you live on the side of a hill like you, trying to find a flat spot is probably most of the problem. If you can't find a flat spot, then you're having to build up one side.
Which I had to do. I had to do that with the other one.
One thing I was going to ask you is when you come down your driveway, that steep driveway, and you get to the base where the basketball goal is and all that in the garage, and it's got that little turnaround spot. Yeah. Just to the right of that, where the thin pines are or whatever, I haven't been there, but it's kind of wooded a little bit. How much of that do you own? Is it?
I could put it down there, but I'm not.
Could you clear a spot?
Yeah.
I mean, not down there, but like to the right.
There's not enough. It's too hilly.
It is. See, I couldn't remember because I didn't know if where the turnaround was, if it was flat on both sides of that.
There's an area down to where it could go, but it would take a lot of work to get it leveled out in order to do it.
So you're just gonna put it right behind the house?
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. That's the only spot it can go, right by the back porch.
Yeah.
Have you seen these people dig a hole in the ground, stick it down in it?
Yes.
Level.
I actually thought about that, but
a lot of digging.
Yeah, in the ground. So there's so much rock.
I mean, you need a piece of equipment. You couldn't.
No, I couldn't be able to do that.
I'm talking about serious business.
I think this is one of those things that it's a 2-year max. And so I'm willing to throw it in the backyard. Heck, I never see it anyway because I'm never there, but to go to bed and get back up. So I'm like,
you're not going to jump on it?
You know what? I'm going to, I told Amanda, I said,
father daughter jumping?
There's only one place it can go. That's where it's going. I'm not worried about killing the grass or anything right there. Who cares at this point?
Right.
Like, we're probably not going to be in this house for another couple years anyway.
Oh.
And so,
got a plan.
Well, I mean, Braden and Caroline, guys, Braden and Caroline are just about. Braden graduates, Caroline will be next, and then we'll have Maddie. So we'll probably won't stay in that house.
What does the ghost man say?
I don't know. I haven't had any conversations with him, but it's funny because
don't you leave me.
Maddie,
I love you.
Maddie's disdain for tennis is pretty funny. Like, she does not want to have anything. Like, she enjoys watching it and hanging out and all that. But she doesn't want to play it. Like, she's very upfront about it.
Well, you got to.
And I have told her tennis is my thing, okay? And it's Braden's thing. And it kind of Caroline's thing. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be your thing. So, but we got to find something.
We got to find a thing.
She's been tumbling her way to trying to figure out. Yeah. Hey, and so I think this will do one of two things. Yep. It's either going to throw me into a world that I truly do not want to be in.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Right. And if that makes her happy, I'll be good with that for a few years.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not trying for the Olympics. So it's trying to get her associated with a group of girls and hanging out and going through high school and all that. So that's the plan.
Yeah.
I honestly think it'll be a 2-year deal where she's like, okay, I found out I really don't like this as much as I thought I did. And that's fine too. But we're about to find out. And so tomorrow morning,
oh no,
golly, whenever.
Gosh, have y'all already gotten it?
It showed up. I saw it in the garage last night. It was delivered either yesterday or the day before.
It's a big box, isn't it?
It was 2 boxes.
Spring here, spring here.
And I remember.
But at least you know how you did it, right?
And I remember last time I put that one together, that wasn't a big deal putting it together. Mm-hmm. It was the preliminary work I had to do with leveling the ground.
It out. But if you got that figured out.
So I don't have to worry about that this time. Mm-hmm. But I don't remember how hard or easy it was, simply because once I leveled everything out, I thought everything at this point was going to be easy moving forward. Which it was. I didn't have to have a shovel in my hand.
Right.
True.
So this may be more difficult than I remember, but we're going to find out bright and early in the morning.
You are. Yes,
So my plan is
to get started.
My plan is to, if I can get home today before dark, I need to move some leaves around and kind of get that area cleaned up a little bit.
Right.
And if I can get that done today, so I'm not having to crank a blower in the morning early, I mean, there's a chance that I'll probably projects like this. Y'all laugh. I've got a TV in the garage that's easily movable.
Mm-hmm.
And I will move it to that area and fire up College Game Day.
Yeah.
And I'll have that while I'm putting together the trampoline.
Well,
and so that way, if it takes me half a day or all day, I've got football to watch while I'm doing it.
Yeah, right. You about 4 beers deep.
And we no, Greg.
Always goes back to beer, doesn't it, buddy?
College Game Day.
And it is the first weekend I've had off as far as tennis at Jacksonville State for wow, it's been 2 months I think since I've had a Saturday. And so, not going to be a whole lot of fun for me that I'm taking this Saturday and putting a trampoline together.
But you're making her happy, and that's all that matters.
That's it. That's at least what I'm telling myself.
Let me give you this heads up because I know that that you'll want to know this. I mean, if she starts really getting into gymnastics, you've got somebody that's really close to this show that you could use if you needed to. That I'm talking about a one-on-one.
What are you talking
anything about? You want Reg and Johnette. He teaches gymnastics in Starkville and is the director of gymnastics for the state of Mississippi.
Okay. Can Reg do the rings?
Huh?
You know,
he might could. Just hold it. I like when they start shaking.
The iron cross or whatever.
They start shaking. But I'm just saying.
How about that pommel horse?
saying you got you a ringer really close to the show.
You think Reg hit that pommel horse?
Well, I'm not sure if he still can, but he is.
You have to be very strong.
And travels the country judging it. There's a ringer judge comes in and he's like the man.
You have to be really strong to do it.
You really
what's
do.
funny is when they do it and it looks effortless. Like the same thing with those people that do the where they jump and climb with their fingertip.
Yeah.
They don't even shake like they're.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
Golly, the strength.
Yeah.
I think this is more about hanging out with my friends than anything. And that's fine, too. I think that's why she doesn't really want to do the tennis thing because she doesn't really have any friends that do it.
Yeah,
I think that's what this goes back
I get
to.
it. Yeah, I get it.
And
I really wanted to take it to an elite level.
Now, if I need to call Reg, I certainly appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're there yet. I think this is hey, I'm going to continue to go to a couple of lessons every couple days, and then I'll go outside instead of hanging out in the house and doing nothing and flip.
Okay.
Something about Speedy, I'd like to see him on the rings with them long pants that their feet are tucked under.
Oh yeah.
Or the pommel horse.
How about this?
Picture on the pommel horse.
The strength, straight up. The strength, not only when they go arms out, but then they bring their legs up and they're just straight as an arrow.
That's what I want to see.
And then they go and now they're doing a handstand.
That's crazy.
And then they do a handstand into splitting out with their arms.
God,
I don't see how they do it.
I don't either. I'd like to see you do it.
I'd like to see you. Well, I won't tell you what I want to see you do. Well, good luck with that, Helmsy. Maybe every now and then send me an update, just like a snap picture.
I'll give you a snap.
Yeah.
By the way, I need to.
Have y'all been getting the stuff I'm sending y'all on Instagram? Have you seen some of the stuff I sent you yesterday?
That guy with them trains.
You love
what a
that?
weirdo.
Well, I tell you, we've talked about him before.
I like the guy that did the weather sirens.
Do you like the guy that thinks he's really cool and dresses?
No.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We'd like to invite you to experience the future of television for a fraction of the cost of cable. Unlike cable, Philo has no contracts, no hidden fees, and you won't wake up one day to find out that your bill has doubled. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their monthly price go up in over 5 years. Here at Philo, we think TV should just work. But anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in less than a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Over 90% of the people who call us rate our support 5 stars. So sit back and enjoy our over 70 live channels, record as much as you want for a year with our unlimited DVR, and relax by thinking about all the things you could buy with the money you're saving. Signing up takes seconds, so start a 7-day free trial today at philo.com/Andrew. That's PHILO.com/Andrew.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now? 22. 2022.
Wonky work-from-home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's all full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know, my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
For over a decade, SimpliSafe has revolutionized home security, and our latest advancement is here, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? Yep, I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
All right, it is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being here with us. So today we've been jumping around a little bit. We got a lot happening, and we're excited to have you here with us. If you're part of the Golden Ticket Seats, drive safely, and we'll see you here in a second. We every Friday when we have the Golden Ticket Seats come in, there's no telling what food they're going to bring because it's just absolutely delicious. And for the last couple of Fridays, Helmsy, I know you haven't been here. There's been a run of sausage balls, and they've just
sausage balls.
Yes. I did notice that the protein balls were gone in the fridge. Somebody's been tearing them up.
Ate them up.
Yeah. I had.
That's why we should have put names on.
I had four. I had four yesterday, and I really wanted They were number 5 and 6 were sitting there staring at me, and I couldn't bring myself to be the guy that got the last.
I saw you holding
especially
2.
since you had 4.
That's why I said I had 4. That's not that many, Greg.
It is.
Throughout a course of a morning, it's not that many.
I saw you,
especially when that's all I had other than the fruit.
They're good.
Right.
The blueberry. See, I don't even eat the strawberries anymore. I eat blueberries and grapes.
Are you scared of strawberries?
Well, Tom Brady says they're not good for inflammation.
You got inflammation?
I love good strawberries.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love strawberries.
Who don't love strawberries?
Sometimes I've stopped eating those.
Okay.
So I had blueberries, grapes, and 4 protein balls, and it got me till about 12:45, 1 o'clock.
There you go.
Well, if it makes you
those things were good.
They were good.
But I couldn't bring myself to get the last 2, even though I wanted the last 2.
Yeah. Speaking of Tom Brady, did you see where his deal to be part owner of the Raiders is held up? I guess on the price because of his Fox Sports analyst role, or what? I guess they're trying to figure out what
conflict of interest.
Yeah, I don't know
somehow,
but I think it's. As the Colts owner says, if 10% is $520 million, you can't pay $175 million. I don't know. This is a weird headline here, but I'll look more into it. But it's just the story. The headline is the deal has been held up. So you mentioned Tom Brady, and that jumped out at me. Yeah. There's some other stuff here. Britney Spears stays in the news, doesn't she, Greg?
Well, this book she's got coming out, there's a new headline every day.
There is. And Justin Timberlake's been pulled in.
I'm sure he wished it would go away.
Right.
From the headline I read.
He says he's really trying to do good on not, trying to bash her and stay high road
and
here.
They're getting ready to release the book, but you got to tease everybody. But she's
sure.
Yeah, there's certain people are probably nervous.
Yeah, very nervous. This one here is funny because whenever Tyler and Jacksonville State baseball went down and opened up the season at FIU, we'd go down to Miami and kind of spend a weekend down there because normally it was a 3-game series, so you would go down, on a Thursday or Friday, stay there, come back on a Sunday, and it was always really cool. Get a rental car, drive around, go down to South Beach, and kind of hang out. Dan Le Batard and the ESPN studio was there and all that. It was kind of cool. But I was really amazed with the amount of homeless people that were down there at South Beach, like amongst all the beautiful, historic scenery that's down there. And then you just have homeless people everywhere. And you walking around and they're talking to you, asking for anyway. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful weather. Yeah, I see here where Miami Beach has now passed a new law that the cops can arrest the homeless people if they refuse to be placed in a shelter. They're like, okay, this is it.
So they're tired of it.
Yeah, well,
we got people laying everywhere. We're done with it. It's a tourist area, and you're killing us.
If you've got more homeless people than you do tourists walking around, and the tourists that spend a lot of money on shops and eating and all that, and they can't take 10 steps without being asked for something, it's hurting.
Like San Francisco's they say it's just gone. It's just no. I mean, they've taken the whole place over.
And
so these big cities are struggling with this, and the ones like say Miami, they big time tourist attraction where people come. Well, you don't have to step over a bunch of people while you're trying to check out the scene down at South Beach.
No, you don't. And it's not the easiest place to get in and out of. Sometimes you go and you ride that little South Beach strip and whatever. But if you want to go, hey, let's get out of the car and let's walk around. And we did. Went out to the beach and walked up and down, and then came back and took my shirt off. Kind of felt like, and actually worked out at a little outside gym they got there.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. But I was really amazed with the amount of that have just taken over that very popular
strip. They hit you up for a donation?
Oh man, they just it's hey sir, all this kind of stuff, and then not only that, but it just looked like a sea of just sleeping bags everywhere, right there, and of where you're thinking on South Beach, right there.
Yeah.
And they said no more.
Done.
Now we're going to put you in a shelter. We're going to take care of you, but we can't stay out here and you keep turning us down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because at some point you go,
they offer you a shelter, and if you say no, they take you to the pokey.
Yep. So there's that. I just jumped out at me here. Also,
Have you
for
ever wanted to
you when
spend
you're
the night
doing
out there and just see what it was like?
kind of, not really, but kind of.
Yeah.
Helmsy, when you're putting your trampoline up, College Game Day is going to be at the Penn State Ohio State game.
What time is that game? Is that
it's
at
an 11 a.m.?
Oh, really? It's early.
It's 11 a.m. Central.
Okay.
And I will be at Protective for UAB hosting Memphis. That's an 11 a.m. start. On ESPN, Mississippi State and Arkansas, they're at Arkansas. That's an 11 a.m. start. Penn State at Ohio State. It's on Fox, so you're going to have game day there, and the Fox game day is going to be there too, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a 2:30. We have the Beth announcement today. South Carolina, Missouri, the SEC Network. That's a 2:30 Central Time start. All these are Central Times. Tennessee at Alabama, 2:30 CBS.
Oh,
wow, big day.
Ole Miss at Auburn, 6 p.m. ESPN.
Look out, Ole Miss.
When's the last time this was a big game? Duke at Florida State. That's
Duke
a 6:30 ABC. I don't know, Greg.
Yeah, they've done okay without him.
Was he the one that got hurt last play? Or was
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the update on that.
Exactly. That's it. Yeah, last play of the game.
And then on Fox at 7 p.m. it's Utah at USC. And so those are some of your games. Just
and let me
some
ask you
highlights
this.
of some of the games. There's more, but those are jumped out at me.
Is
there.
the Utah quarterback ever going to play? You know, they acted like, well, he may play week 1. Well, it's week 2, week 3. Well, he's still standing on the sidelines with that mullet.
I don't want to.
I don't know, Greg.
I don't want to deal with the email the rest of the day. Strawberries are fine, Greg. I was thinking about tomatoes.
Oh, well, you ain't got to worry about me eating tomato.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
But
But the strawberries are actually good for arthritis.
I wouldn't eat a tomato. I like people go, you eat ketchup. That's not a tomato. I know they make it out of tomato.
By the way, have y'all seen how much sugar is in ketchup? Have y'all seen?
I saw the breakdown
of it.
Yeah,
crazy. Scary.
It is.
It's a lot.
Makes you not want to have ketchup.
That's a lot of sugar.
I don't overdo it on ketchup.
I don't either.
I don't put it on a lot of things. I dabble it on a burger.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather dip my fries in barbecue sauce, which I know is no better.
It's probably got a ton of sugar in it too.
Oh, yeah, it has to.
But that display of how much sugar is in ketchup is crazy.
It's quite the breakdown. All right, we'll take a break.
Good.
We'll be right back. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show. We think Bubba will.
We think,
yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're a Democrat, take bizarre-looking Trump out and make that Barack Obama, and he's walking and talking, and he's saying, hey, we need to try to find a way to work this out other than going to war. Would you think that was a wonderful thing? And if the answer is yes, then you should celebrate this. There should be no bias in this.
Rick, I'll take it a step further. Let's say President Trump does not win. This has happened. He doesn't win the re-election, and Joe Biden or whoever, Kamala Harris wins, whoever.
Yeah, they're after Joe pretty good.
And she goes or he goes and meets with him. They'll celebrate it then.
Yeah.
They'll act like this never even take place.
Right.
Trump didn't do anything. He didn't get this started.
Yeah. Now I don't want Trump showing consistency on our side. I don't want Trump to be a chump with North Korea like Clinton and Carter were in the past.
Right.
And that is to believe that an evil dictator is going to stick by his word. But if there's a way to get them enjoying money coming in versus dropping bombs on people, then that's fine. But, you certainly don't want to do what Clinton and Carter did in the past either.
We'll go up there and make a deal that you can't verify and get suckered on it.
Right.
They take the money and then they do what they want to do anyway.
Right.
And that's a mistake. We should not keep trying to buy our way out of stuff like that. It never works. It never has worked. History never says that works.
I said it again the other day about Iran. I thought the Democrats were all about let's try exhaust every diplomatic option before we start going to war with people. But so when Obama did that, they celebrated it. But if Trump does it, they're against it. And say that's now we're just into bias. We're not really into a principle.
Well, and we don't know why Trump called that attack off. We don't know. Now, he said it was because 150 people was going to be killed. I don't think that's the truth. I think there was something else going on behind the scenes, and we won't know what it is. But I think that it would be a huge mistake for one of their little speedboat guys to put some explosive next to U.S. something. I think that would really be bad for them.
Right.
Because I don't think they'll back down next time.
So we'll see what happens on this, or whether it'll amount to anything, or when you're dealing with evil dictators, it is a bumpy ride. But we'll see.
By the way, Piers Morgan fired back at Notorious AOC with a picture of a little kid sitting on a barrel and said, "This is me, age 2, sitting on a beer barrel in my parents' pub. Bartending is in my blood." That's a funny one.
If you leave us, have a good day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, we mentioned a little bit. Joe Biden is having a difficult time at his age trying to be a candidate in the environment, the political environment, that the party that he belongs to has created, and he's having a very difficult time with it. A couple of things we did not mention until we get to the Joe Biden story coming up next, but a couple of things that happened. The new White House press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, said she was roughed up by North Korean security guards when our president, for the first time in history, stepped in from the DMZ into North Korea to shake hands with Kim Jong. And she says that the security guards, maybe, hey, I'm not Sarah Sanders. We don't recognize you. Who are you? And she said she got bruised up.
They were blocking the White House press corps from like documenting the meeting, and so she was trying to make way for them, and then they were trying to block. So she starts just trying to force her way. And then you can see here she's pushing them back to try to make a way for the reporters to get by.
Yeah, I see.
So at one point she's in this shoving match with some type of security.
I don't know if y'all know this.
Mixed it up. But she did mix it up.
But NOCO might not just let the press corps come in there and wander around, say what they want to say. See, they do it a little different there.
See, I wanted to ask y'all this. When you're going into a communist country and where there is no freedom of the press, and you're the press secretary for our president, can you just block his security and let our press in?
Not without getting roughed up.
Well, but anyway, so she did get roughed up. Says she got bruises, but she's going to be all right. The other thing was,
before we leave the DMZ, do we want to?
I was going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. I was saying another thing that we didn't cover is a little bit of a scare broke out because South Korea. They're saying now it was a false alarm. South Korea's military detected an unidentified flying object near the border with North Korea, and they sent some of their jets out to investigate. It turned out to be a false alarm, but did anybody ever figure out, well, then what was it?
When you see the headlines, UFOs on DMZ border, just as Trump's there, you go, well, what's going on, So I don't know. When they say it's a false alarm, Rick, what does that mean? The story that I have says that radar detected traces of flight by an unidentified object. Right. So, what is that? Is that they think they're seeing a reflection? They think it's something stealth? Maybe the U.S. had something there flying cover.
Probably a drone.
Who knows?
Well, I was going to ask you, when they say false alarm, does that mean what we thought it was, it wasn't?
Well, they don't say. Yeah. See, they don't say. So we don't know. We don't know if they got up there and go, oh, it's nothing. Oh, yeah, that's that thing we put up here. We forgot about.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, at first they were alarmed, and then they realized it's all right to be there.
Well, South Korea launched fighter jets and helicopters to the area because they believe it could be a North Korean aircraft flying across the border into South Korea.
Yeah. All right. Moving. So that's a lot went on with that little meeting over the weekend. And it's historic, so we got that. Here's President Trump, no political background of any kind. Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Ready to unpack another hour on another day on another Rick and Bubba Show. And this is our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour. We'll unpack it. If you're catching the show live, or even if you're catching it on archive, I will inform you it is a Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, which means guests are coming to the golden ticket seats today. And we'll see who shows up, and they'll get a chance to watch the show in the studio. At no charge, but they do need to be reserved. The wonderful wheel of canned meat should spin today. We'll update you on the weekend. We'll warn 2 college football fan bases on whether they have been assigned Beth Mowens. So you'll get that update on the program today. We'll unpack the stories and updates, and we'll look around the world. Speedy Greg Helms have put together a kickoff hour for you. That's behind us. Eddie Van Adler joins us. He cranks up the YouTube experience, both live and archived today, if you would like to choose that option. And sitting right there is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Howdy, Bubba. How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little bonfire we like to call Rick and Bubba on the back porch. That's right, baby.
That's right. Hey, say, yeah, yeah, yeah. Flashlight.
Bringing the funk.
Bubba, we here on the show, we do not count anyone as officially late unless it is 1 minute past the start of the hour of the show. If you get here and the show had to start without you, that's late. If you get here before then, it's not.
Right.
You cut it about as close as I've seen in probably 10 years today.
In modern times.
Yeah, I mean that. And apparently the problem we had yesterday has not been resolved.
No, it has not. It has not.
And that has to drive you nuts.
Well, it has been very reliable. I don't know what in the heck is going on with it. So I'm going to have to play with it during the show here today to be sure I fix it. So if you hear my alarm going off at various times, you'll know it was under test.
Can you explain it again? And I promise this time I'm going to dial in and listen.
Okay.
All right. Could you explain
what you're about
happening?
to hear is going to blow your mind.
Okay. So I have the alarm feature on the iPhone.
Okay.
And it's already rolled forward to tomorrow, which says no alarm.
Okay.
Because it's will be the weekend.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it usually goes off at 4 o'clock.
And you have that set for every weekday?
Yes. Okay. And it starts, with a real little musical interlude, and it works its way up and it gets louder.
Okay.
Until I reach over and do something about it.
Right.
Got it.
Well, the past 2 mornings, I have woke up well past the wake-up time. Looked at the phone. It's still set, but nothing has happened. And as I start to get ready and I make my way to the bathroom, at some point after that, it goes off. Like it's 4 o'clock, but it's 5 or 5 something in this case today.
So you'll set it, and it thinks that time it hasn't arrived yet.
That is correct.
Now, do you have a backup set that's on too? That you would say, like, I have that same set up, but then I have a backup that's like 30 minutes later that would go off if I overslept or something.
I have another clock that I have set in the past. This has been so reliable, I haven't been setting it.
Of course so.
But I did today. And
you weren't spooked by yesterday?
I thought, because I had got up and gone to the bathroom middle of the night. I said, I probably hit something.
Okay.
I messed it up. But
so the snooze
So
feature,
I went through everything, double checking last night going, well, tonight will be fine.
So you did have your clock backup set?
I did. Last night, yes.
Is that what saved you today?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I'd still be right now.
All right, but so
you
when
might want to move that up a little bit. that one maybe move it up to 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna have
so
to
in your
put
investigation,
some more layers into this.
In your investigation, does it still show that it's on, or had it been turned off, or do you feel like it was on snooze and you hit stop, or what?
It still looked like it was locked and loaded.
Okay.
And then it went off at the wrong time.
Which
an
makes me
hour
think
and 20 minutes after the time it was set. So there's no way. And I went back, look, it's not on the wrong time zone. It's just bizarro time. So.
That's what makes it weird, because everything you're thinking about
Really
and I'm
weird.
thinking about can't be, because it did go off. It just thought it was an hour earlier than it actually was.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
That's what it should sound like. You hear it.
That's
So there's not
No
a
way you
chance,
can't wake
and
up.
hear me on this, okay?
I need something that
Part-
put me to sleep.
Yeah, part of the investigation should be it went off. I hit stop, but I don't ever even remember it, and so it still looks like it's on, but it being delayed and going off doesn't make sense.
Well,
It'd
see,
be that's weird.
If I had cut it off, it would have flipped to Saturday morning. It would go to the next time it's supposed to do anything, which Saturday morning has no alarm on it. But it was still showing 4 a.m. Friday morning. I know we're getting in the minutiae of the details.
I want you to know that what he's saying is when it was 5-something, the alarm went off as if it was 4-something and showed it as 4-something.
It went off at like 5:20 when it showed that it was set for 4 o'clock.
Ooh.
I mean, it wasn't. If it had been 5 o'clock.
Oh, wait a minute. It wasn't even in this. It even had some weirdness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's totally.
Oh, that's strange. There's a lot of people calling. I don't know whether anyone knows. So this is an iPhone?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you done the latest 17 update or something?
Easy.
Does it need an update?
I don't know.
iOS 7:16 and something .4 something Jimmy Jam, and then 17's available if you update that one. Could it need an update or something?
16.7 is what I got.
All right. Now, so if you've done 16.7, then 17's an option. But I don't know. That's just weird, Bubba. I don't know.
That'd make me sleep restless.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back to the clock. I'd have to go back to the clock. I'd have to get off that phone.
I mean,
does somebody know? I mean, our audience knows all.
Yeah, we'll find. We'll come back. All right. Does anybody know what's wrong with Bubba's iPhone? Why he's got up late 2 days in a row because it won't be reliable?
Why is Daddy? Somebody help Daddy.
Issue here.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. And we'll
Did I go through it? Did I time travel?
It's possible. It's possible.
You can't rule anything out.
I would like to show you the text you sent me that you apparently tried to speak.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Has came to power as the leader of the free world, and he's gone in with his Trump-like attitude. You can love it or you don't have to love it, but it is what it is. He's moved our embassy to Jerusalem and declared it the capital of Israel.
Right.
Now, when no other president would do it.
Even though Congress had approved it 30 years ago.
They couldn't handle, they were afraid of the blowback, and they decided just to pass it on down the line.
Yeah, so this was not a Trump just out doing something crazy. The Congress authorized it, and each president has delayed it.
Well, you know how people will just say, I don't want to deal with that. They move it down to the next person. Trump finally said, well, how about this? It won't be moved any further. The buck stops here, Harry Truman. And also now has made history again by stepping foot into North Korea and starting to try to talk to its leader, and we'll see. Now, over on the Democratic side, poor old Joe Biden, I know Joe's been waiting, to get another shot at this.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
Greg said it best when he was telling me about the things that happened. Poor old Joe Biden, at his age, his own party has become unrecognizable even to him, and they've created an environment that he's awkwardly trying to be updated in.
You can't get one right.
And he doesn't realize that he's not doing well. I mean, he's already tried to change his mind and become more extreme, which I believe is a mistake. But the fact that I'm a conservative, I'll take it. Because I don't think there's as many people that are going this far as the Democratic Party is led to believe, because they're very loud. Well, they're very loud. And, they're so loud and they're so aggressive, you begin to believe that it's a giant mob that you need to work in your favor and see if you can take all their energy and put it toward electing you. But there's not as many of them, I think, as you think. But if Joe Biden wants to buy into it, I'm all for it because I think it'll be to his demise.
Yeah.
But the problem is he can't be left enough now. He's trying to fit in, but he's awkward. He's like an older guy that started trying to use street lingo, and he can't get it right. And so he's fallen into it again over the weekend. Now you remember, Big Hearted Joe told us that he was a proud, devout Catholic, and even in the 80s he was pro-life enough to even be at Marches for Life as a Democrat. Now something has magically happened that somehow in his spiritual convictions, and I put quotations around the word convictions, he's decided that he no longer feels that way, even involving taxpayers' money who have religious opposition to
the Hyde Amendment,
on-demand abortions being used for birth control.
Right.
Okay. He's
then paid for by the public.
Right. Well, he changed his mind on that, meaning, hey, in the modern Democratic Party, I can't be that way, so I got to be anti-Hyde. Right?
Right. He has changed his position within, about a month.
Right. Now, I don't know how he's going – has he talked to his priest to see if the church has changed their mind? Because I don't think they have, Joe. But anyway, so now he's going into the weekend saying, all right, I gotta get involved in this gay pride thing. I got to really make some hay here. So he goes out to Seattle and starts trying to get up there and talk to a Seattle crowd about the way things used to be for the LGBT community. You know, there was a time, and he can't even make them happy. I don't even know why they got mad.
He was making a point, but they held him to the, what do you say, 5 years ago?
Yeah, the standard that they've created is unattainable for sensitivity. Nobody can be sensitive enough.
You can't even come down on their side and they're happy.
Right. Mm-hmm. So he's trying to play to them by saying that, you know, there was a time when people would make jokes, make fun of a gay waiter, and it was acceptable for a businessman to do that. Well, the Seattle crowd starts screaming.
Because he said 5 years ago.
Because he said 5 years ago. He just threw out a number. And they start screaming, not in Seattle.
Not in 2014 here.
In 2014, we stopped being homophobic long before the rest of the country. You're wrong about us. Guys, he's just trying to make a point. He tried so hard to say, you know, y'all's days of being made fun of are over, by golly. Mm-hmm. And he just threw out a random number, but they got mad at him.
They got mad. And then he's in trouble for using hoodie.
Now he's in trouble for using the word hoodie. Here he goes again.
Trying to be sharp.
That kid wearing a hoodie may very well be the next poet laureate and not a gangbanger. He's saying we've changed on stereotyping African Americans because they're wearing a hoodie.
Well, now Booker got him on this one.
Yeah. So
see, this is where he's messing up. He ought to stand by these comments, and I'm telling you, they would go a long way in his possible election.
It is 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us as we unpack another day. All right, so Bubba. Lots of emails, lots of calls. The bizarre alarm thing on Bubba's iPhone has made him run late for the show on his time. He's made the start of the show. Today, he literally made the start of the show. Yesterday, got here just later than he normally does. But it's a problem 2 days. 2 days in a row, getting worse as the day goes by. He described to you the bizarreness of what happened. Beth in Birmingham, what do you think's going on with his alarm on his phone?
Go to clocks, where he sets his alarm, hit edit, go to world clock, hit edit, and then scroll down to where it says Chicago, USA. That will put you in our time zone.
Well, didn't you check the time zone?
It's already. I mean, it says 6:21.
So you're already done that.
Thank you.
How about Jason in Alabama?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jason, go ahead.
Good check.
Happy Friday, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
There's one of two things it can be. First, Bubba, make sure your volume is turned up on your phone.
Yeah.
If that's not it, it may be on Skinwalker Ranch time.
There you go. Hunter in Alabama. Hunter, go ahead.
I tell you what's wrong with it. You just can't have nothing.
You know what?
I mean, you thought you could do a little iPhone alarm?
That's as good as anything, I'll tell you.
That's called an alarm. And that's what's wrong with it. You need to have a good old clock like everybody has down here in King County by Lake Mitchell. Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Tyler?
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
All right. So this is what you do. Have you got your alarm set right now?
Yep.
All right. So tonight, whenever you go to sleep, don't drink all that cold beer and you'll wake up till in the morning.
All right, Sam in Kentucky, I think Bubba may not be going for a one-liner. He says he does iPhone support.
Okay.
Oh,
good.
But I would just say set the alarm for the next 1 minute, and let's just see if that baby goes off.
Yeah.
Sam in
Bubba.
Kentucky, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, 7-3s. How you doing this morning?
We're good. We're good.
Yeah, okay. I used to do iPhone support, so let me throw that caveat out there.
Okay.
But have you done? You have done a power off back on, correct?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay. The only other thing I would suggest, and you do have the iCloud where all your stuff is, all your contacts and everything like that, is do a factory reset.
Oh.
Yeah,
On a Friday?
I know.
On a
brother.
Friday?
I know. I said the dirty word.
Yeah.
I said the dirty word.
You know you don't update any software on Fridays or Mondays.
Well, you don't update till you get to about 16.9 because 16.1 and all those have little bugs and everything else.
Right,
but
right.
if worse comes to worse, brother, do a factory reset, and then once you sign into your iCloud, all your contacts and everything come back down.
Bubba, somebody just threw out factory reset.
They did.
Bubba,
could you do
that is a ooh.
Could you do us a favor?
That's
if
like
you're
playing with
listening
a
live?
loaded gun.
Set it for the next minute right now.
Let's just see
and
what
let's see if
happens.
it goes off.
I can set the regular alarm, but it's hard to set the wake up clock because it's already flipped to tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? It has a go to bed and a wake up time.
Right.
It's going to be hard for me to.
Well, just edit
make
the
it go
time.
back.
Just edit the time, and then if it goes off, then go back to what you were. I mean, that's an easy fix.
You can't do it like that though.
Then make a new alarm and just label it test, and then and put it for the next minute.
Yeah, it's going to take a little setup to even do that.
Okay.
Because this is all set up through the health app, and you can adjust the alarm time. But I can't go.
Oh, so you're using the health app?
Yeah,
that might be your problem. You're not just using the alarm app.
Just go back to straight up iPhone alarm.
Yeah.
Now,
I didn't know you were doing that.
Well, yeah, that's the only way you can do that wake up tone where it comes on nice and easy and ramps up.
Bubba,
no,
Bubba, don't you want to wake up and be on time for work?
Yeah, but I mean, this is the way it's been doing it for years.
Like I use "Sweet Annie" by Zach Brown. That's funny, but that starts.
See, I tried to do something that won't wake Betty up. I'll hear it because I'm already in light sleep mode.
All right, so you've got something kind of customized and complicated going.
Yeah.
No, it's the way that they recommend you do it. It's the health app in the phone. It's not.
Well,
a third
Sweet
party
Annie does a
thing.
slow fade in and does the same thing. You can use whatever music you want and just use the app.
Adler,
I use the health sleep alarm as well, but then I also set an extra one.
Yeah,
the normal one.
A backup on the normal, yes.
Yeah.
And then I also have a bedside clock for my ultimate backup.
right.
Yeah.
The oh my
I
goodness.
have one that I wind up that has arms on it and a bell on top.
Yeah. Okay, so
an old school.
Yeah.
All right, so I thought you just simply had a problem with you keep trying to set your alarm on your iPhone, it won't go off.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
a little more complicated.
Yeah.
No, not really, guys. It's the same thing. It's the same app and all this. So you just let the health app.
Would you
all
mind
that.
setting
You
one
got a
just on the
second
regular and
party
see if it'll
involved
go
that
off?
we didn't know.
Yeah.
Would you mind setting one on the regular and just see if it will go off?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, do that, and then that way you know
it'll go off. I guarantee you, it'll go off.
Well, then the problem is the way you're doing it. Not that it messes up, but I'm talking about something in that system. I know you can do it that way, but I'm saying that way something's wrong with that way, not wrong with the phone.
Right.
You know.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But yeah, if that one goes off, you go, okay, well, I know I can get up and be on time if I just do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, that's one of the backup ways too. So.
Right. Yeah, sure. I don't know how to do the health thing, so I wouldn't know what to tell you. Of course, I wouldn't know how to tell you anyway. I just cut my phone on and off and see if it'll work. And sometimes it does. So.
Yeah. I just go
in this case, not
alarm app, and then just name all the alarms that I have. You know.
Tim in Alabama. Tim, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning. And I was wondering if your Wi-Fi was on your phone, maybe it was picking up, quite possibly if your internet supplier was maybe given a different time zone, because I know that the company I used to work for, all theirs was set for Georgia time instead of Alabama time.
Yeah, I wondered that too, but it, like I say, it's showing me the right time.
yeah.
If it was an hour off on the main clock, you would go, well, yeah, obviously it's picking up a time signal stamp that's incorrect, but I don't know.
Justin, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Yes, I was calling in about the iPhone issue.
Sure.
I had the exact same issue a few years ago whenever I had the XR. I had to call Apple support. Eventually, at some point, my phone would switch to different time zones, and then it would switch back. They were able to go in and reset the settings and everything and get it fixed.
Oh, Bubba.
Did you have to carry it to somebody?
Yeah, he said, well, I guess you just call them. But, Bubba, we've heard factory
How did
reset
they do that?
and call Apple support.
Yeah, well, Apple support. That's it. Don't get any lower if you have to call for help.
Well, the
Rick,
good news is you don't have to get up, I don't think, the next 2 days. You'll wake up on your own for anything you're going to. Yeah, but
no, I'll set it. I'll set it.
For Monday, you might want to go back to the other.
Yeah, we'll just gonna have to run a lot of backup for a little while.
Because
that's for sure.
Yesterday you got here a little late. Today you got here even later. I mean, where's this headed?
I think I've been hacked by Chinese dissidents.
Now that don't overlook that.
Maybe that could be it.
Sure. So it is because look, in the world that all of us live in out there, who have jobs or things that require you a super early time call. Problem with the alarm is about as it'll hang over you. You can't have
Rick,
it.
that's the thing. You cannot have that. You just can't have that.
All right, thanks for all your help, Bubba at rickandbubba.com if you want to continue. I promise you, we will get to the bottom of it. We'll come back. We'll start unpacking the stories of the day. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But when the world has changed, his world that he's trying to be elected has changed so much.
Yeah. That he's
They can look at things he voted on in the past that then were not offensive to their party that are now.
Right.
He's just, it's like you've taken him, like if you took somebody today and dropped them 30 years ahead and they were the same person and see how it would work.
Right.
That's where he's at.
Well, I saw the movie.
They'll destroy him.
I saw the movie over the weekend yesterday where this bizarre phenomenon happens and no one remembers the Beatles but with this one guy.
Is that any good?
I'll tell you. Yeah, it was. But anyway, what's so funny is it's like Joe Biden has time traveled.
Yeah.
And he doesn't understand what's going on in the current world that he's in. Right, and he's trying to figure out what I'm a Democrat, right? No, guys, I'm saying I don't want African American stereotyped, and I don't want gay people made fun of. How can y'all be mad at me?
Exactly.
Right. You know what they're saying?
But
right.
you're
not doing it right. You're using phrases and things. That
Why
we don't
should it be
like.
about a hoodie?
Right. Why has it got to be about a hoodie? We talking about 5 years ago. That's 2014. He's just. Can y'all not figure out he's trying to say the things y'all want him to say, but he can't even say them the way you.
Rick, it just shows the anger. They're not. There's no making them happy.
No,
even their own people.
Their front runner, who by the way the polls say is the only one that could beat Trump. They're destroing him.
You're right. Yep, you're right. And let's just let them.
They're like a bunch of caged animals, and they're eating themselves up.
Hey, shh. Let's just let him do it. Wait a minute. Can you imagine him getting back in the car every time? I thought that's what I was supposed to say.
What did I do?
I'm in trouble for this. Did I read that right? Are they shouting? Are they mad? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some little reunion thing going on that Morris Day and the Timer in the lineup.
Oh,
they make the rounds now.
Yeah, they're still making the rounds.
Yeah,
I'm sure them up here and there.
He's probably the only member that was actually in the
Is Jerome still with him? I mean, you got to have the guy that holds the mirror.
He would come out with a mirror. Well, what am I hearing? I'm hearing an echo.
You're a little low, Rick.
Am I down there?
There we go.
I heard an echo, and I was like, well, I think I hear myself on other mics.
I hear an echo.
I say an echo now. Yes.
I bet. But I have a feeling that Terry Lewis and Jimmy Jam and all those are not still in the group.
Yeah, they
right?
went into the record producing business and kind of left.
We've seen that's very profitable.
Yeah, once I produced a few Janet albums, I don't think I have to go back and tour.
But do you think
I don't have to play the fair, I don't think.
Do you think they miss it, though? Do you think they miss it?
Because not the tour they're playing now. They probably missed the old
they missed
ones
the big
used to
time.
do. They don't miss these state fairs.
When we were in Minneapolis, we went by the place where they did Purple Rain, where all that was on First Avenue, or was the name of it? Something.
Yeah.
They also had a place called the Armory, and it was huge. It looked like an old military barracks, and they had made a nightclub out of it, and they had all kind. I mean, the Jonas Brothers was there one night. Katy Perry was there.
That was the ones they showed during the
the Final Four. Yeah.
So the Army's like, hey, who's playing down at the Army?
Yeah,
but it's not like what we used to say about who's playing at the Army.
No, it's different.
We used to have a wrestling match.
Well, the only way I really knew about it, we drove by, and I mean, there was a line. It went around like 2 blocks, and I thought, what in the world is going on there?
They showed it on television, some of the concerts.
So Minneapolis still a big music scene.
Yep. So think I wanna. No, we've got a lot to talk about on the program today. We have updates for you today. We've got your phone calls coming in. We've got things going on within the show, so we got a lot to cover. Programming note. There will be a Rick and Bubba replay. That means an old show will be played on the 4th, so the entire team will be off. Somebody will do a best of Rick and Bubba on Friday. That'll be best of moments, and then we'll all get back together coming up on Monday. So,
did y'all see any of that zoo going on down at the border yesterday with AOC and all that?
Well, she was screaming at the.
I see her claims. But
was she down there?
Oh yeah, she went to tour it. Her and I think 14 other demos.
She claims she was harassed by border agents.
Oh well, you know what? They probably don't appreciate her stance.
Well, let's see. If I was a border agent and our lives were on the line.
She'd been calling me a Nazi all week.
I probably wouldn't be
excited about that either.
Yeah. Guys, coming through. See if you can keep everybody be nice. Here's the woman that says you're Nazis.
Yeah,
I mean, you probably wouldn't be all that fired up by seeing her.
You're running concentration.
Yeah, she's also.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the late Arlie Ermy. As we make our way back, TheraBreath. I just finished my 2 cups of BuzzBox coffee. Yum. And I am rolling through the day now. But guess what I needed right after that? I will reach into my pocket. I will produce the TheraBreath lozenge, because Speedy nor Bubba wants to smell my coffee breath.
So about sharing one of them, bro?
Yeah, I got a whole bag of them. These are the ones I brought for this, but I'll go give them in the break. I got them in the office.
Okay.
Because I know you didn't have time to brush your teeth.
No, I did.
But anyway, so TheraBreath.
I'm just kind of
hungry. You don't want to eat lozenges.
Well,
I know what you mean. No, I
have something in your mouth.
Now, sometimes, I got you. I tell you, why don't you take this one, and then I'll go get me one here in the break, because I need to do this commercial anyway. I don't need to have that in my mouth while I'm talking. Right. All right, so TheraBreath.
I'll be your model.
Thank you. Bubba is now taking the TheraBreath lozenge, even though he didn't drink the coffee, but whatever's got him feeling. How about this? Maybe it's good for an appetite suppressant. So then that tastes good. But anyway,
I just feel fresh.
The TheraBreath products, they are so superior to anything else out there. It's not even close, because it actually works on what's causing bad breath, which is that's what we need. So go to TheraBreath.com. I realize they're at over 100 different retailers. I mean, I know that. But a lot of times you get to these retailers and, there's only so much shelf space and there's 1,000 products and you go, well, there's some of their products. Well, if you want all of them, go to TheraBreath.com. And if you do find what you're looking for, sure, grab it at the retailer too. Even their TheraBreath whitening oral rinse is superior to all the other whitening products that are out there. They've got great stuff for gum health, fantastic. So why don't you go to TheraBreath.com, or if you're looking in a retail store, look for that orange cap, drugstores and retail stores everywhere, TheraBreath.com, or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, let's let everybody know what. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me share this email with you on this topic, and then we'll move on.
Sure.
Bubba, had the same thing happen to me yesterday and this morning. I used the regular alarm app. Don't know what's going on because all my settings are still set. Just want to let you know you're not the only one this is happening to. I have 5 a.m., 5:30, and 6 a.m. set. The 5 and 5:30 did not go off yesterday. I happened to wake up at 5:47 and looked at my phone. This morning, the 5 a.m. went off at 5:20, then the normal settings after that.
Oh, boy.
I was talking to the TV saying, yes, that's what happened to me. So Sharon, and this is the second email I've got that said theirs have acted up the last 2 days.
And they're not even using the health option?
This one is not.
So Bubba just did the normal. Bubba just did the normal on his phone, and it did go off.
Yep.
At the right time. So well, let me tell you this.
I'm going to set it again.
Let me tell you this. I want to say thank you wherever he is. I don't know what those in glory can and cannot see or how detailed it is, but Paul Harvey, if you can hear me, okay, I want to thank you for making me feel that if I didn't have a Bose Wave radio, I was a loser. And I have my Bose. It served me well right there on my nightstand, and it went off when it was supposed to and does every single time. The only time the Bose does not serve me well is because I'm an idiot and I don't set it, or I've changed the time in there and forgot about it.
Yeah.
But it has never let me down. Now, I can't take it with me on the road, so when I'm on the road, I use the iPhone normal because I know y'all are shocked. I don't use the health app.
This is crazy. Now my phone, my alarm is saying rock the South. No, that's added by Speedy on the car. Okay.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Guys, this is something I just because we're talking about clocks, I got to talk about this real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
And it's because it's something that I ended up really, really liking. All right, so you know how when you're in the middle of the night, you wake up and you're like, oh, I wonder what time it is. How much time do I have left to sleep? And you got to check your clock.
Of course.
Well, the way that I sleep most of the time, the clock is all the way over on my bedside table, all the way over. I got to turn all because it's behind me.
Yep.
So I got to turn and look at it. So I recently got a clock, and this is my backup bedside alarm that actually projects it up onto the ceiling.
That's cool.
Above my bed.
I find that creepy.
At first, I was like, am I even going to use this? This is stupid. But it really wasn't expensive. It was like $20. It's got a battery backup in it as well, which is nice.
Don't say that to Speedy. When you just said not expensive, then you said, wow, $20.
They have a $15.99 one as well.
There you go.
They have a $15.99 one.
There you go.
And guys, I use it all the time, and it's red, so it doesn't glow. It's not really bright.
Wait a minute. If you have evil red numbers up above your head in the night?
Oh, you know how red light doesn't mess up your night vision? Do you guys know that?
Yeah,
That's why they use it like in...
It's also the same color as the devil.
Well,
Rick,
that's...
Rick, he's talking about a clock.
I mean, I just imagine myself confused in the middle of the night, and there's like numbers in red floating in above me.
At first, it was weird, but honestly, it is so nice to just be able to look out of the corner of my eye, I can stay where I'm at, look, glance up, and I just glance up and look at it. And it's very handy. My wife hated it initially, but now she actually uses it.
What a great idea for those that don't mind creepy things.
It's not...
A little creepy.
It's not creepy.
Right.
How big is the number?
And the farther away, I could put it on like the far wall. It'd be really big, and this is like just like a foot big on the ceiling.
You have a foot big clock up on the ceiling.
What if you woke up in the middle of the night and above you in red 666?
Well, it would never say 666 because that's not a time.
I know that would make it that way you would know.
So then that would be scary.
Yeah, it would be.
But
I just don't want to give them that option.
I'm blind and I take my contacts out at night, so it's bigger and I can see it. And I'm old, and I'm just talking about an alarm clock real excitedly on the radio right now because I'm old.
Well, let's talk about this.
That's an interesting little setup.
Sherry and I have discussed this for years about when you're married and you enter into that world of, okay, now I share a bed with another human, okay, and it's rare that I don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've noticed. I don't know why this is. I guess the way Sherry wanted to set up our master bedroom, there was just a way she wanted to arrange it, where she wanted the clock to be if you're standing at the foot of our bed, on the left side of the bed. I don't know why. That may have been her design for some reason. So I sleep on the left side of the bed because that's where the clock is for all the reasons we talked about, that we are the first up in our homes. So, but when we go on the road and we stay in a hotel or we stay in a house that we're renting, I sleep on the right side of the bed. She sleeps on the left. And I asked her, I said, why are you doing this? Why do you always take the other side? Is that what you prefer? Do you wish it was that way at home? Yeah. And she can't explain it. And I said, why don't we lay in the bed the same way we do at home? Now you're messing up my spoon arm, right? And the way that I lay and all this. You're making me actually work in a different direction, and so that's unexplained. So do y'all think that she prefers? Can't we just simply move me to the right side of the bed and put the alarm clock over there at home if that's what she prefers?
I don't think so.
But I'll be telling you, on the road, I really like where we are at home, because when I spoon, I want a spoon laying on my left side, reaching around with my right arm. I don't want a spoon going the other way, where my left arm's over and I'm laying on my right arm. So I really
got to have a routine.
I really prefer the home bed setup versus the road bed setup, and I don't know why she keeps changing. Why don't we just keep it that way all the time? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Sleeping on your left side's better for acid reflux too.
Is it really?
So I'm officially 100% old. I'm an old person.
You ever thought about just simply taking a Pepsid before you go to bed every night?
And some Geritol.
Yeah. So Rick, you say you have muscle memory spooning.
I do.
Okay.
What, Metamucil? You want some of that, Adler?
Yes, please.
Hey, let me tell you, that Metamucil thing, it worked. Did I ever tell you the time Gary tried to sub me on and he couldn't pronounce it?
You ain't got it right yet.
Hey, let me just give you some advice. I mean, I started taking a spoonful of that Metamucil, and hey, let me tell you, I'm regular. And I'm like, thanks, Gary.
I'm regular. He said I'm regular.
Thanks, Gary, for oversharing.
TMI, Gary.
Yeah, TMI. Thank you, overshare.
Thanks, yeah.
So anyway,
that's a vision.
I don't know what the situation is.
You got to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, but you got to figure that out. You got to figure that out before Monday, or you got to go to multiple backups like you were going to Hamfest or a rocket launch.
Yeah.
Hey, Adler, back to your devil numbers on the ceiling. Let me ask you a question. Do the numbers, when they're angled, is it have a weird angle to or is it like a straight up number?
No, it's a good angle.
It's a good angle?
I'm very angle sensitive.
Okay.
It's a good angle.
All right.
And it wouldn't say 666. That's not a time.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Claiming border agents are forcing the migrants to drink out of toilets.
Okay.
Which, I mean.
What?
No,
yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she was screaming that yesterday. And the head guy says, no, said it's a toilet and a fresh water thing. It's a little, it's a thing like you put in a jail. And that's what's in there.
Keep in mind, the far left and the Casio Kid Cortezes of the world, they're never afraid to speak on a topic they know nothing about.
Right.
I mean, they don't have to be informed to go ahead and speak on it.
I can say this: if you don't want to have to come and drink toilet water, stay at home and
That's
don't commit
point.
your first crime in the United States by entering illegally.
Right.
They act like that we're going out and trapping these people and bringing them and putting them in these camps.
No.
See,
we ain't got to do nothing. You know what? We could have slammed the gate and go over there and get in a big pile till we figure out what we're going to do with it.
I know.
We ain't got to do nothing. Really?
Oh, we're spending, another $4.6 billion of our money. We're paying for it.
Yeah. Well, we've got to get to the point, and we certainly should be humane, but we got to get to the point where our concern is about the well-being of this country and its survival, and we need to care about that at least as much as we're concerned about being called mean.
Oh, I think we have to care more about citizens who are already here than people trying to get in. That should be a secondary issue. Again, humane, but they are bringing some of this on themselves and then just expecting us to pick the bill up for it.
That's not how it works. That's right. This picture they keep showing, and horrible, of the father and the daughter that had drowned.
Oh, it's terrible.
But you know whose fault that was? The father.
Yeah.
He took his daughter and tried to cross a body of water to illegally enter a country, and she was a child. She was, very young child.
She didn't have any say.
I'm sympathetic, but if you want to blame anyone, you need to blame him.
Right. And that's the photo you'll see. But what you don't see is this video that only a few are putting out of these two officers trying to resuscitate another group that they had to go out. They had to go out on their boat, bring them in, and they're doing CPR. You won't see that. No. They're actually trying to help.
Well, it goes back.
How deep is that water anyway? I thought you could wade through that.
I think the fact that it's rushing a little bit too. It's a nice little stream.
As horrible as that was, the dad's who you blame in that situation.
Well, here's another blame that you put on it. What about the crap government that has a country that is such a piece of crap that people are willing to risk their life to try to get to a border that they might not even survive? The country is so horrible that
it's worth it to them.
It's worth it to them to try that. Why don't we put a little bit of how can y'all be a government that has produced such a crappy country?
Yeah.
What about that?
Yeah.
Maybe work on that.
Let's look at the concepts and principles y'all put into effect, and let's look at those concepts and principles and say, you know what that produces? People willing to risk their lives to get somewhere else.
Yeah.
And another story today, Trump is saving us all money. He's winning again.
We'll be back.
But if you try some
Rick,
he continues to make America great.
I just want to know, are y'all tired of winning yet?
That's right. What I want to know. He said we would grow tired of it.
Rick, precious in so many ways.
Yes.
During President Trump's first 3 years in the White House, he has spent $20 million less on payroll than Obama did at the same time, and it has been adjusted for inflation. 19.8 million less to be exact. Donald Trump has 418 employees. That's 36 fewer full-time staffers than President Obama had at the same point in his presidency. Also, big savings for Melania Trump. She has 12 staffers versus Michelle Obama, who had 24.
Right. You remember there were discussion about, the Democrats. Now, look, I don't fault the Democrats because they say to you to your face they believe in gigantic government, and by golly, they live it.
Yeah.
Their staffs are huge. They will waste and spend, and they just love every minute of it. So they're consistent. But to your point, Donald Trump says that he believes in a smaller central government, kind of like the founders did. And so he believed that a lot of these jobs and a lot of this taxpayer money is being spent unnecessarily, so he has reduced it. He saved you $20 million.
I understand the White House and the office of the president would have a certain amount of employees, probably more still than we, a lot of us would think they would need. I would hope a large number of them have guns and they're on the roof.
Yeah, sure.
But as far as the First Lady, and the First Lady has some obligations and issues there that need to be attended to also. But I'm kind of shocked that the First Lady requars 12, honestly. That still seems like a little high to me, Can't you get by with 8?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look.
We get by with 1 Speedy.
I was about to say, we run it. Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get some of your phone calls coming up later. Thank you for some of you helping with Bubba's situation. You can email him now if you want to. And he still would like a few more emails at bubba@rickandbubba.com. All right, so we gave you some options today, but you can go back to the bows. You can use a devil clock. Just
get a clock.
A number of options there for you. Everybody.
How about
Greg, watch that.
I like a side move.
All right, so coming up this weekend,
I did this the whole show.
a brand new edition.
Rick, one more time. Let's hear it.
We're riding on the groove line tonight.
Everybody say it. One more time. All right, so Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Rick, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean, if you're new to the hip to the groove, new high-tech ways to get things, yes, it is true that we, and Bubba and I even fought for this. If you want to have fun, for years, Bubba and I and the gang, we've been trying to talk to you about the absurdity of our business, some of the things people just lament over. One of our favorites is when podcast first became a thing and was pretty popular, starting to get popular. Well, then all the advertisers, they wanted to say, well, what kind of podcast do you do? So we said to the national sales team.
You mean chasing the mirage, Rick? Is that what you're talking
That's
about?
That's what I'm talking about. We do a podcast every day. And then they were like, oh, okay, good. Well, the national sales team goes out and says, well, there's an archive of their daily show every day, which really would be a 3 hours and 15-minute podcast.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Done.
Well, they come back and they go, no, that's archive content. Yeah.
Technically.
And I still remember, and they said they want to have new content. And we said, well, if the only way you get our show is the podcast archive, that is new content, and that is a new podcast every single day. No, that's different. And we would say, now, how's that different? If that's the only way you hear it, and it is a podcast,
it's unique.
It's a 3 hour and 15-minute podcast every day. So just so you're not confused, yes, the show is archived every day, and yes, it is in podcast form, and yes, it is available wherever you get podcasts. But also on at least 40 weeks of the year, or close, we have Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which is a unique 45-minute podcast that can only be heard or seen through online things like our streaming things like our YouTube channel or a podcast platform. Okay, Rick and Bubba University is a little bit different. We take questions from you a lot of times, or we'll interview guests. So this weekend, Bubba, and a lot of fun. We interview a lot of you probably know him best, even though he's multifaceted. But you probably know him best for his appearances on Fox News, and that is Raymond Arroyo. You see him with Laura Ingraham on an ongoing basis, but
he fills in when she's out too as the host, and I'll tell you, does an outstanding job. I'm shocked he's not doing his own show, really,
right
for them.
And he, like us, has spent a lot of time in radio. Actually, started as he came on Laura Ingram's radio show. Is how it all started. And you'll find that out this weekend. Also, EWTN out of that actually the global Catholic network that really originates out of Irondale or Birmingham, Alabama. So he started there, handling their news organization. So anyway, we talked to Raymond about a lot of things this weekend. He is a lot of fun. He is very familiar with the show and actually has been listening to the show for many years. And he has a family book series that is out, and it's kind of talking about a lot of American history. And it's a great read with your family. And the latest one, The Magnificent Mischief of Tad Lincoln, it's about Abraham Lincoln's youngest son and the role he played on our national holiday Thanksgiving.
And pardoning the turkey.
And pardoning the turkey.
Yeah. Raymond can sing too, can't he?
Right, and he also is a singer. He's going to do a tour of big band versions of our favorite Christmas songs, and I've already got you tickets.
Yeah,
I like it.
For the national
good Christmas,
and he'll actually be at the Ryman to wrap up the tour.
How about that?
If you played the Ryman, you must be pretty good.
So he wants to come on the Daily Show too and talk about that. So we'll do that too.
Man, he's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun.
He's one of those interviews you didn't have to interview. You just let him go.
Just let him go.
I don't think I spoke 12 words. I didn't have to.
There was no need
just to get to listen to him.
Hey, I was sitting right outside the door. No, I'm serious. He was full of content.
Well,
I was sitting outside the door watching the monitor that we have towards our audience. I sat on the left seat and just watched the podcast. I had to leave about 10 minutes before it was over, but it was very good.
I like his energy.
You love interviews like that?
I like his energy. Adler loved his technology because it was dependable and easy to deal with. And the content was great too. We talked about the state of the country and the world and all that too, so it was great.
So he's not one of those one-word answer guys.
Oh no! Look,
that.
I've been in the middle of those 45-minute podcasts when I set up a question and the person says, "Yep, that's about right."
Yeah.
And I just look at Bubba and he's looking at me, and I'm looking at the clock and I said, "Well, that was about 40 seconds."
We got a little bit left.
We got 45 minutes.
Right. So we didn't have to worry about that with Raymond. So he's a great interview, and he certainly carries the podcast this weekend, and you will enjoy that. Bubba, we have an update.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
is a Rick and Bubba News Update. Is a Rick and Bubba News Update.
Bubba, you remember Aha Travis King, don't you?
Oh, I do. Yeah. I do. He is the soldier that decided to go AWOL into North Korea.
Yes, he did. Because America was so horrible to Travis, he thought he would prefer to live in communist North Korea.
Yes.
Well, that they didn't want him either.
They gave him back.
They never give anybody back.
No, they don't. They usually beat you to a pulp. You know.
You're going to have counseling if North Korea gave you back.
Yeah, y'all keep him.
I hate to say it.
They didn't hold him for anything. They didn't try to make a hostage out of him.
Propaganda about how he wants to be there instead of the evil America.
Right.
Yeah, the only other person I can think that kept getting rejected by communist governments was Lee Harvey Oswald.
That's right.
They kept giving him
Look
back.
what he ended up doing.
Well, we have an update, Bubba.
Let's keep our eye on AHA.
It looks like, and not good this last charge here, that AHA Travis King, who crossed into North Korea, has been brought back to the U.S. He will now be charged with desertion. That's an easy one.
Yeah,
but Bubba also apparently possession of child porn.
Really?
So maybe that's why North Korea didn't want him either. I don't know.
Wasn't he pending some assault charges or something?
Yeah, he got in trouble and spent some time in the brig, I think, and he was supposed to be going back to Kansas, I guess Fort Leavenworth, where the prison is. I don't know, but if he had that on him, Rick, in North Korea, they would probably kill him.
You would think so, but his mother says she's extremely concerned about the mental health of her son, which that's understood. But they say that when it's all said and done, this has not publicly come out, this part, but they're looking, that said the officials that DailyMail.com interviewed confirmed there'll be 8 counts against King that may also include other crimes. So AHA Travis King obviously has problems. If anyone was said, do you think Rick is stable mentally? You would say, well, what do you mean? What's happened? Well, he ran it in North Korea.
No, Rick,
uncontrollable.
Rick, he went aha to the crowd and ran into North Korea.
On purpose? Yeah, on purpose he ran in. They didn't grab him.
Right.
They didn't cross the border and didn't know where he was. He didn't try to do a dare for his brother. He ran in. After hollering aha. And you would go, oh yeah, well we need to move him in a different direction. So there's the update on AHA Travis King, and there's the update on this weekend's edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. When we come back, our reassuring president spoke to the nation during times of world chaos. That steady hand, Joe Biden,
good night,
addressed us last night. I don't know if you watched it. I tried. It was so uncomfortable. I couldn't stay with it. But we'll break it down for you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We run an entire company on 6.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they could trim the fat a little.
Yeah, still. But let's say this. Let's give him credit. He has trimmed some of it.
Yeah.
Now, we can all decide if we want to trim more.
But what about when they go to another country? I can't remember who sent this, and it shows the motorcade that they have.
Yeah.
Just the vehicles that they ask for when they get there.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable.
You talking about it, especially when it's the party that says that global warming is going to
get us. Yeah.
These global warming people travel in style.
Oh man, they bar no expense and no carbon footprint.
It seems so odd to me. I mean,
I wonder if Leonardo's still flying commercial like he said he was going to.
No, you remember? If he does it, I give him credit, but it's not necessary.
By the way, this story today is out of Forbes magazine, and they're a big conservative Trump supporting bunch.
Yeah.
Well, Trump also, we mentioned this, Bubba, he said, now again, we're laughing because it doesn't look good since he just crossed over in North Korea and shook the hands of an evil dictator, but he's requested from the Pentagon, and they have approved it, that for our Independence Day and our salute to America coming up Thursday, he wants some tanks and to be on display, and he's going to get them.
This is I didn't realize this was such a divisive topic among ourselves and everything. And I know we're all used to seeing the North Koreans, and the Chinese thing, and you think, well, that's nice. They all got that funny march they do.
Yeah. As long as we're not doing that funny march.
Now, if we start the straight leg march, I got to have a real problem with that.
Yeah, it seems like every evil dictator has that march. I don't know why. If they think it's sharp or what,
But
the high leg kick.
You know, I like seeing a little military hardware out there. I mean, nobody likes a flyover better than me. And
yeah, it's just you compare it to these people we just mentioned, and it just looks a lot like them.
But I mean, there's a lot of people that are all against military parades like that. I mean, not kind of like we are. You know, they're anti.
Yeah. Yep. Well, here's what I would not like. Okay, let's get real specific. Just because based on the people who've done it, I certainly want our military strength to be feared around the world, and I don't apologize for the word feared because it's effective. And I appreciate, love, and am overwhelmed by the people who are our citizens that say we will put our lives on the line even when we don't have to. I have tremendous respect for that. But as long as a Trump or an Obama, because you remember we all were just a little weird. I don't like when any of our leaders, and Obama did some of this, when they start those scary pictures of themselves.
Yeah,
and they make these giant pictures of themselves,
and they're weird colors.
They're posterized just a little bit.
Yeah, they're posterized. I don't want to see any of those large banners with our military marching with those up, with them sitting there in the middle of it as if they have crowned themselves evil dictator. I do not want that.
Yeah,
you know, if we want to put a few tanks out on a national mall, I'm good with that. Flyovers, I don't mind that at all. But let's not have something where we see these weird pictures and symbols and the military marching, all with those banners and those slightly off pictures of whoever the president is, Republican or Democrat. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Now that's when we all have the people have to start going.
Well, I will tell you that
you know the great Gary Larson cartoon about when the Pilgrims were getting back on the boats and the Indians look at each other and they go, there's just something weird about the way they said they would be back.
We'll see you later or something.
Yeah, see you next time. There's something creepy about that. Yeah. So, but you know, if you want to put a few tanks, you know, why is it there's something about the tank? You know, aircraft flying over doesn't really, but there's something about tank.
When you roll the tank.
Well, a tank
there's something about tanks rolling
You have to roll a tank; it won't fly.
Understood.
I mean, that's the only way it can get by.
When you hear it rumbling.
But I'm going to tell you something.
Hear them old gears grind.
I'm going to tell you something that I think about Trump because I have this in my own DNA. There's a certain side of me, and my wife will be happy to tell you about it. If I think that something I do bothers you, instead of just stopping it, I find myself wanting to aggravate you and pick at you about it.
No,
you know what
Rick,
I mean? Like,
I Rick, are you sure that Sherry's talking about you?
Yeah, I think Trump. I think Trump has that. Yeah. Everybody.
Oh yeah.
You know, what I mean, look at him. He thinks he's a dictator. Hey, roll some tanks out there on the mall for me.
Yeah, make them nervous.
Yeah.
They're going to hate this.
Don't you think that he knows? Because if he is trying not to, if he's trying to appease those who don't like him, he doesn't do it very well.
He's not very good at it.
No, I'm gonna tell you, it's like he doubles down and plays to their every paranoia.
Yeah. He'll do it like one more time.
Yeah, which I can relate to.
If something bothers you, I'm going to do it one more time.
I can relate to that. Yeah. There's a lot of fun with that.
You know, on the 4th of July. I'm not saying I should be leading to the
free world, but I'm just saying.
On the 4th of July, I would like to see 4 to 6 of the B-2s, you know, the wing flying over the Washington Monument.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, that's a plane right there, boy.
That's a big one.
You know, she'll hold 28 nukes, hydrogen bombs. Woo, big one.
Not sure why you need that many.
Just in case, Rick.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Much to do going forward, and as you heard, the gang's all here, and we're glad that you have decided to be with us. We start this hour with that steady hand Where'd it go? President Joe Biden, steady. Oh, I sleep so good at night.
Anybody know? Basement Joe.
Sleep tight, America. President Biden or whoever's the puppeteer is running the country. Now, keep in mind, we decided to get rid of someone we thought was mean and might be volatile to the rest of the world. While he served us, the world was silent. The world feared us. The world all kept themselves in line for the most part. And now that the all-loving, all-caring, progressive left have taken over, my goodness, it's war and chaos all over the world. And so here we...
I hate to point this out, too. During Donald Trump's time, we had no wars going on. You realize that, right?
Right. Well, but he was mean on Twitter. Mm-hmm. So he must go.
He's got to go.
He must go because he's affecting our feel-goodism. We don't feel good about him. He's mean. Orange man bad.
Do you remember early in his administration? Remember, too, Nancy Pelosi and them were so worried that he was going to start World War III. Mm-hmm. They wanted to change the command structure of who could actually launch nuclear weapons. You remember that?
How absurd.
And by the way, the president can't do it by himself anyway.
No.
So
there's
quite a chain to do that.
Yeah.
But Rick, it was so funny because you remember Iran, Syria, they launched an airstrike against somebody out of one of their bases in northern or in Syria. And you remember Trump cruise missiled the place, tore the airfield up and the bunkers right. I mean, it wasn't long after he had been sworn in, a few months, and we had no problems after that. Nobody raised none.
That was a little test. That was a little test to see who's in charge now. And once that was established, no more problems. Now, keep in mind, don't ever forget the complete hypocrisy of those on the left calling anybody mean and getting on anybody for name calling,
right?
Because they are the meanest, most name calling people you'll ever encounter. If you have the audacity to disagree with their arrogance. And if you don't see the world the way they do, then they're out to get you.
Yeah.
And they'll call you every name in the book. Been there, experienced it myself. All right, so let's deal with the steady hand of Joe Biden. First of all, he's going to, you can tell, and a lot of people said this, so it's not our original thought, but I could tell it just in the little bit that I watched until it was unwatchable. And that is that this is a speech they had prepared for us to try to be okay with more money going to Ukraine.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, all this happened. Hamas attacks Israel, but the speech was already ready.
You had to edit it in.
And, when you're trying to get this person to give a speech, you don't want to say, let's do a do-over. Yeah. So they said, the one you've been working on, let's just add some Israel stuff to it.
Yeah.
And it was clunky, and you could tell that. But, I mean, it doesn't take long. Speedy, I can't even believe you're at work today.
Yeah.
After what you watched. First of all, we got to let the president know that he's actually live.
Yeah, and for the radio audience, I want you to know this is not dead air. All right, but it's going to be about 7 seconds of nothing.
Okay.
Because he's live, but he doesn't know it.
All right, so here we go.
Well, that's every day.
Greg? So it's live right now.
Yeah.
Look. Go.
Good evening.
Wow, do it one more time. That is so much longer than I thought it was.
Sure.
All right, we're hitting play.
Do it one more time.
Right
now.
It's going.
He's live.
He's live, Bubba.
Blinking.
Looking around.
Still live.
Live.
Go, Mr. President, please.
Look, somebody at the side. Go.
Good evening.
Hey, Joey, go.
I'm going to blame that more on the people that are telling him to go, but I don't know behind the camera. Are they already waving and he's hugging his
I want you to know. I'm not trying to defend them because I don't know if they're doing their job well.
Right.
But it is possible that if you said that to them, they said you don't have any idea how hard we were trying.
That's right.
Okay, so all right, so next, now don't miss the Biden administration took $6 billion that was frozen that Iran could not access and let them have it, and now he's going to talk to us about Iran. Please don't miss that. Don't miss what they did. Okay, here we go.
The risk of conflict and chaos could spread in other parts of the world, in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East, especially in the Middle East. Iran is supporting Russia in Ukraine, and is supporting Hamas and other terrorist groups in the region, and will continue to hold them accountable, I might add.
No.
All right, so I want y'all to picture me.
I've got a great Babylon Bee headline.
Oh,
Can we submit that to him?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
All
Hamas highly offended at 100 million. They got 6 billion last month.
That's good.
Ooh.
That's real good.
You like that?
That's real good. That's good, Bubba.
What's that address?
I'll send you Joel's contact.
We'll just send you Joe's contact straight. All right, so I want you to think about it. What if y'all sat down with me and I was wanting to like send money to people who oppose the Rick and Bubba show, okay, or allow them to have it? And you said, Rick, I'm going to tell you, I'm afraid that if they get, we don't need to really fund people that are against us. Well, that's good.
He just sat down after we were all critical of him allowing them access to this money.
Yeah.
And his response to us being critical of that is, they're supporting Russia and Hamas. Well, yeah, that's why we didn't want you to. That's
why we've been so tore up about it and wondered what you were thinking.
Duh. You did that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's all right. Well, next, of course, the left. Anytime there's a terrorist attack, they're more concerned with the feelings of Muslims than they are about just calling something bad that's bad.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And again, we deal with this on the show a lot. Okay. For instance, let's say that we said that some people go to Little League games as Little League parents, and they helicopter their kid, and they're always talking to the coach, even during the games, about their kids playing. And all of a sudden you get an email, I don't do that. Okay, then we're not talking to you.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I would say the same thing to Muslims. If you're not supporting terror and you're not a part of terrorist attacks, nobody's talking to you. We don't have to fall all over ourselves and step on eggshells around you. I think you could join us in not being for terrorists. Okay? But oh no, here comes the left. He wants everybody to know that he really, really wants to be concerned that no one out there thinks this is Islamophobia. Here we go.
About their daily lives. I know many of you in the Muslim American community, the Arab American community, the Palestinian American community, and so many others are outraged and hearty, saying to yourselves, here we go again with Islamophobia and distrust we saw after 9/11. Just last week, a mother was brutally stabbed. A little boy, here in the United States, a little boy.
Honestly, straight up, probably not the forefront of concern right now. Really concerned about everybody who was slaughtered, and concerned about the response to see if we can't keep terrorist groups like this from having access to what they need to pull this kind of stuff off. I would say that the big forefront topic right now isn't let's all be careful about Islamophobia.
The incident he's referring to, have you seen the guy that did it?
It's bad.
He's mentally ill.
Yeah,
he's off his
crazy
rocker.
person.
He's not like this attack against Muslims. He's just crazy.
Right.
And that's gotten more coverage in a lot of places than the 1,500 Jewish people that were killed.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's obviously just a lunatic.
All right, here comes our president versus the teleprompter.
Yeah, just follow this.
And if Putin attacks a NATO ally, we will defend every inch of NATO which the treaty requires and calls for. We'll have something that we do not seek. Make it clear, we do not seek. We do not seek to have American troops fighting in Russia or fighting against Russia.
All right, so that second part, make it clear or whatever. A lot of folks are saying that was just for him on the teleprompter to make it clear what, and he actually read it. So just listen to it again and see.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Yeah. And we're not sure.
Putin attacks a NATO ally, we will defend every inch of NATO which the treaty requires and calls for. We'll have something that we do not seek. Make it clear, we do not seek. We do not seek to have American troops fighting in Russia or fighting against Russia.
And then he said in Russia.
Because what he would have said is, let me make it clear.
Right.
So the fact he said in Russia, they will use that as propaganda.
I'm afraid next that Biden may be claiming he was born in Israel.
Yeah, follow this. See what you think he says here. Yeah, okay. I don't know.
I have received a Babylon Bee this morning where it says, "Did Biden just claim he was found in the Nile in a basket?"
Right. I saw that.
Yeah, this is not in the Oval Office. This is a different speech. But just see what you think.
Didn't he claim he was raised by Muslims one time in the state he was raised in?
Sure.
In Scranton.
I think I can't remember.
The state of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why I was born. I've long said, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. While it may not feel that way today, Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people.
Did he say it was? That's where I was born.
That's where I was
Is that what you think? Yeah,
Say
I
that
can't
again.
tell.
Let's hear that again.
I couldn't tell.
I'm hurting on time a little bit.
Yeah.
One more time, quick.
That's why I was born.
I think he said it.
Is that why it was born?
That's why.
Yeah, that's why it was born.
He's gone.
That's why it was born.
Oh, that's why it was born.
That's why it was born.
Not that's where I was born.
No, that's where it was born.
It was born. Okay.
That's why it was born.
Yeah, I know I have to a lot. He just needs to open that mouth a little bit.
I know.
I get lazy mouth.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
We'll be back. We'll talk more about what was actually said last night because you'll need us to tell you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The conversation, I believe the folks at Godspeed took a picture yesterday.
Are you serious?
And they have given it to Adler.
Okay.
And and I think there is one shot of me in the tank. And Adler's is and there
oh, there he is.
There it is.
I knew Blake would do that.
Yeah, rocking the tank.
I was going to say, it doesn't look near as bad
What's
as I
wrong
thought
with that
it.
tank?
I thought it was
does.
one of
that
the skinny
tank?
ones that the muscle guys
Yeah,
had.
what is wrong with that tank top?
I want it to be worse, I admit.
I wanted to be that skinny
yeah.
like the muscle guys were.
The lighting is also favorable here. You got big backlighting. It's hard to see a lot
What
of
kind of
detail.
dance are you doing there?
Look at that.
I'm
face
holding
right
up
there.
a Russian kettlebell. Don't you doing?
Is that one arm?
Yeah, Russian
I don't
snatches.
scare you. It looks like the heat miser sneaking up around you over
Yeah,
there.
oh yeah. And so I'm doing the single kettlebell snatch, which are horrible.
Looks like
But-
you're in the middle of a dance.
Yeah, I was.
Like your own bra.
What if I put out an exercise video and it was saying to be somewhat fit?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. To be,
And all it was called is, do you desire to do a little bit better than you're doing?
yeah. Nothing, Rick, nothing extreme.
I
Just
have
a
no
little bit.
promises of any kind of massive makeover. How about a little bit better?
Just a little better. Makes sense. Think you're doing something.
I bet I could sell tons of those. Oh, wait a minute. This guy just wants us to do a little bit better. I'm in.
Right. All right, so I've got to ask the question. Will you ignore what Sherry said, and is this in the rotation? Will you
For
continue?
I will
continue?
continue to work out in it, and I will at times wear it around the house. Yes. Now I will not be allowed to go out in public with her with it. But I will sneak a grocery store run in with it.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure. If I walk in Walmart, nobody even notice me.
It does feel different though when you're used to wearing shirts though, right? I mean, I used to feel that with the sleeves.
I will tell you this, Bubba. You just hit on it. Now, see, this used to be so normal to us; it didn't feel strange at all.
Right.
When I put it on, it felt very strange. I wasn't prepared for it. I thought it was going to feel like, like a good old pair of jeans, like Zach Brown sings about. But when I put it on, I have to admit, I felt for a moment like, oh, well, this feels interesting. Because you hadn't done it in so long, you know.
It feel free, feel freeing. Or
It did, but you know what Bubba mentioned a minute ago that I had not thought about? When the sun is shined directly on your skin, because part of that work starts outside.
Oh yeah.
And when I felt the sun on my shoulders, I'm like, okay, that comes on in there.
Yeah. Because you're not under a shade anymore.
Right. Yeah.
know?
So anyway, but it was funny. so there it was. Thank you.
I'm so glad he got a picture.
You know
of
what I
that.
told him? Now that I'm gonna send back, I'm gonna use that as a poster. Recruitment poster. Want to do somewhat better? We're here.
You two can do somewhat better.
866 We Be Big. Todd's in Birmingham. 1047 WZZK. Hey, Todd.
Hey guys, let me give y'all the whole look. Back in the '80s, and I'm a county boy. Went to Wellman there.
Okay.
All right, I had some. I think there were 501 button fly Levi's, faded, holes cut all in it.
Oh sure.
The legs were pegged. Blue Reebok high tops. A light pink no sleeve shirt, but it wasn't just no sleeve. It didn't have any material from the shoulder to the waist on both sides. Hair split right down the middle, feathered both sides, long in the back, rocking the look. And Rick, you have inspired me. Now that was I weighed 160 pounds when I graduated.
Correct. That's the
I
key.
weigh about 130 pounds more right now.
It's a different animal now.
Multiplied. Yep.
Hey, listen, I'm thinking about I'm going to have to get double the waist size jeans,
Yep.
triple the shirt size, but I'm going to peg that out, put that on, get my hair just like it was, except for now it's short, thin, and got a hole in the top of it. Hey, and I'm going to go into my wife and say, date night, baby, let's go.
It is date night. Look, yeah, those sleeveless shirts were huge, and if you let it come down just a little bit, remember that?
Yeah, it's got to hang.
He
Down.
had
Got to cut it way
down.
down.
Yeah. Absolutely. He was headed out to an event in that outfit. Yeah, somebody called the other day, and it was the day you either left early or were gone, about button fly jeans, and you had some incident with it. Because I think button fly jeans were the worst invention.
Did you have them
ever.
on when the incident happened on
In
the
Nashville?
way?
I think so.
Somebody said someone said you had a problem trying to get them.
I think it was.
Maybe
was
just assume that's that you had.
No, Lee, I can't remember.
They were confident about it, and several people said it was when you had the incident.
Right. Because a button fly is awful.
Talking about when you're jogging in place, you can't get it open?
Especially...
It is 22 minutes now past the hour. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Raymond Arroyo from Fox News and author, singer, songwriter. We'll chat with him on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend. Golden ticket seats are headed in here today. We will, it might be the SoFi 9, it looks like. So we'll see coming up here on the program today. We'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. The real Greg Burgess today in Birmingham for 104.7 WZZK. You'll see him 11 to 1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. We're all Hendrick drivers. Speedy this weekend. Memphis comes to Birmingham to take on the UAB Blazers at Protective Stadium. Speedy will be all up in there. So if you're coming there, he will be there. All right, so now let's discuss, if we can, what was said. All that matters is you could tell Biden was getting ready to pitch us on more money for Ukraine, but then he had to include Israel because of what happened, over the last week or so. So the bottom line is, Bubba, he's saying he wants $60 billion more to Ukraine, and now he would also like $14 billion for Israel, and then another $10 billion earmarked for humanitarian aid, and $7 billion for the Indo-Pacific region, including to bolster Taiwan.
That's a lot of billions.
I understand what we're trying to do, and it is a complicated thing, but we have to look at what we've already poured into Ukraine. We have to look that we're already running major budget deficits. We have a lot of needs here at home. I'm not against supporting people who are fighting bad guys, but I think we also are going to have to be more careful than we've ever been about where we spend it, and have an exit strategy in this. Especially in the Ukraine. I mean, what's our plan? We're just going to keep knocking them back for the next 20 years and keep coming around with, trick or treating every time you need more missiles. I think we need a plan there before we move forward.
Now you're not going to. You didn't hear much about it, but kind of laying in there with this $100 billion too is improving security along the U.S.-Mexican border, but you don't see that wasn't talked about a lot because that's bad mojo for a Democrat.
Well, I think that needs more priority than even some of the Ukrainian stuff.
That affects us directly.
Right. We need that here, and Rick. Every time I drive up and down I-65, I think, in our state, that sure would be nice if it was widened.
Yes.
To prevent these traffic jams we're having. Mm-hmm. And, you see these incredible amounts of money. I mean, do y'all realize how much $100 billion is? And we don't have that in the Treasury, so they have to print that. And that just drives inflation up.
I was about to say, Bubba,
I don't know.
Doesn't that mean we're also printing more money? We're printing money at a rate that is beyond the economy, so we're chasing bad money now, and then that means prices of everything goes up.
Yeah, we're sending them monopoly money that we said will be good when it gets back home. But the problem is, again, we have a money supply that has gone up 40% in the last 2 years. Okay, we have printed almost a dollar bill for every bill that was out there. Yep. Okay, well, or half as many.
Sure.
And so that means the ones that you got in your wallet stand for less money. I mean, I don't know how else you can look at it. So
I think we're being dangerous and cavalier with some of this. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but we're going to have to really look at it hard and have a plan on where this is going. And what's the accountability on it too? I mean, I don't know. No. I assume that we have people that are qualified to keep up.
I hope so, because like you and I talked earlier, Zelensky's in a position right now where he's got us, in an area of the body that's very uncomfortable, because all he has to do anytime we say we're cutting you off is, well, I guess Russia will just roll on into a NATO country then, and we're like, oh no, and you're gonna have a bigger problem, and then you have to. He's got you. I mean, what's he gonna do? And so under Biden, as we speak, and I know people who have family members in the military, and I will tell you, family members are headed on aircraft carriers toward the battle with Israel and Hamas. We have people that I know that are headed to guard Taiwan. Mm-hmm. And we have people that are working with the Ukrainians to try to see if they can't beat the Russians. So that's all under Biden. Okay, we're indirectly fighting 3 wars right now.
Well, we've always had this question about the United States being the police force for the world. Mm-hmm. And, to me, especially in the Ukraine, the people who have the most to fear are the people who are the closest neighbors, and really probably should be the ones funding this effort.
Do you know how, and I know we love to do analogies with football, mm-hmm. but what does every single offensive coordinator do if they see the really good defensive back get hurt and his backup comes in? What's the first play they do?
Well, they go after him. Yeah. They try to test him. If it's like a DB or something, absolutely.
You don't see G sitting there. You think he thinks the backup's in? So
the one thing that works in our favor in Taiwan is Taiwan was never taken by the Chi-Coms to begin with.
Right.
And I've read some more on this. It's an interesting setup. They were like a state, if you will. And the Chinese, the communists took over the whole country except that state. They never were able to militarily take it over. Mm-hmm. And so it would be like, let's say, in our revolution, that the Brits never took Florida from the Spanish. And it was its own country now,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, the Chi-Coms don't like it. They want to do something about this. But since 1950... Taiwan has been building its defenses, and it's tiny compared to China. But I understand they are well armed. China knows that, and that they will go after China's economy if they're attacked. They may lose, but they will damage China's ability to make anything for a long time, and I think that's the only thing holding them back.
Your phone call's coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you get a little older and you decide it's time to go to the bathroom, and you find yourself in a hurry sometimes by the time you get there.
Oh, yeah.
We ought to bring
to have to deal with those buttons. Wait a minute.
As a staff, we ought to bring an 80s style back and stay with it and see if it catches.
Yeah. I mean, why not?
I think I still am.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'll take that back. We're dressing like that every day.
I think we dress I don't even know what you call what we do. I think it's just called neutral. I don't think it has anything. I don't think it has. There's no style to it. There's no anything. It's just.
It's called get dressed at 4:30 in the morning.
You know what I call
That's what it's called.
It's effective.
I've seen y'all at other times. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. We look kind of. I mean, I wear this same thing. Oh, yeah. I mean, you wear church. I mean, you can. Look, I church this past Sunday. I wore a pair of jeans and a button down, short sleeves.
Just right.
Yeah. So we go to let's go to Jason out of Salem.
I'm gonna roll my jeans this segment.
Not the roll jeans.
How's the weather there in Salem today, Jason? Y'all got it like you like it?
Pretty good. How about y'all?
Good. Yeah, a little warm, but go ahead.
I went to the biggest big man store in Arizona when I lived in Arizona because they were closing down. I felt like a petite man, and I spent 6 tries and was well below 400 compared to who was in there.
No, I've done that.
Y'all,
yeah, go ahead.
Tank tops should not be made in a 10X.
Can y'all hear it?
I wish I could say tank tops can't be made in a 10X or shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be in a 10X.
I'll give you that.
10X.
Yeah.
I can't understand that.
That's
Car
sounds
cover.
terrible. So
Somebody get him out of that well.
But what he said is,
Sorry, rescue him.
The
He's sitting
point
on his phone.
The point he's making is everything
Who
is
is this guy?
Everything is relative. If you want to feel better about your weight,
There you go.
Go into a big and tall store. Now the tall guys, but there'll be some big ones in there, and when you realize,
I look like an Olympic sprinter in there.
Yeah, I'm over in the small section.
Yeah.
when you go over there and they say, now our small stuff's over there and it starts at 3X. I mean,
I'll be over here.
That's a petite aisle.
you're feeling pretty good. You walk out there thinking, hey, you know what? I'm doing all right. Let's go to Carter in Coleman, 104.7 WZZK. Carter, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
We're great.
I got one statement and one question. Roll Tide is my statement, and my question is, how y'all feel about the mullets coming back in, baby?
Well, those two things go together pretty well.
Yeah, they do. Carter, I'll say this.
Because the last guy I saw in a mullet said the same statement you did to me.
Rick, let me get it out of the way early. That's Roll Tide.
I got one statement and one comment. My first statement is a rotate. My comment in question is, how do you feel about the mullet?
Baby.
Now I'll say this.
We've had a lot of hairstyles through history. I don't know of any of them that have the websites that the mullet has.
Well, and there is one, and again, I'm bringing this up because of my world, but Ricky Fowler, who is a professional golfer, has brought back the mullet.
And the coach at LSU.
And in this world of professional golf, it looks very strange, but he's out there rocking it and not ashamed of it. You ought to pull up it looks ridiculous, and I wish he would fix it, but he's sticking with it.
Look, guys, we can't really say anything. Everything comes back into stock.
Yeah, it does.
So
Except the Hitler mustache.
You got to understand.
that one never took.
Rick, picture it. He's dressed to the nines.
And the name Adolf.
He's dressed to the nines out there and wearing a mullet.
Well, I've got a guy right in line with this that I go to church with. He is amazingly successful. Sharp, successful business guy, and I'm talking about, and he's not, I hate when people call something a mullet that's not a mullet.
Yeah.
His is a 100% totally certified mullet, and he will not change it, and says the fact that it is, he's like Trump. The fact that it's a big deal to everybody has just galvanized me. I will go even harder into the mullet because now it's become my thing. I'm the guy with the mullet. And it's a beautiful mullet.
Rick, from email right quick. Yesterday saw a man in his 50s, mustache, curly black mullet, sleeveless shirt, blue jean shorts, long socks, push down, white Reeboks. He checked all the boxes.
He really did.
50s, still in the 80s.
Do you believe we've almost hit a time right now, in whatever this period of time will be called, that there isn't a style? It truly is whatever.
Kinda.
However, whatever style you want to land on, go ahead.
I could bring back the horseshoe mullet.
I don't know. I'm just telling you.
The old shower curtain?
That was made fun of even in the mullet circle.
Rick and Bubba.
It was 35 minutes past the hour, and we're back. Thank you for being with us. Gave you some ideas of things that are going on. Now let's look at some things. I hit this weekend. You can see Greg, you can see Speedy. Looking ahead at some other things that are coming up. So coming up on October the 29th, that'll be next weekend. I'm honored to have a couple opportunities. I'll be preaching at Valley View Church Sunday morning in Leeds, Alabama. If you want to be there, and just come to church. That's all that is. And then that night, Man Church, the manchurch.com discipleship strategy kicking off at Clanton Methodist Church. I'll be there and I'll be happy to be part of what they're doing at First Methodist Church, Clanton, Alabama. So if you'd like to be there for that kickoff, everybody's welcome. Tommy Lenore and the gang are going to be feeding everybody. It's free. They would love for you to go to their Facebook page and let them know you're coming, just so they know how much food to have. So that's all coming up next weekend. And then looking ahead, There's stuff happening in November, and of course we got the 2 conferences next year with the Man Church conferences, and one in Birmingham, one in Starkville. Those tickets continue to be on sale, and all that's at themanchurch.com. You can go to rickandbubba.com and check what's going on with the gang. If you want to know what's going on only with the men's ministry, go to themanchurch.com. And then if you want to know what's going on with the Burgess Ministries, that stuff that Sherry and I are doing together, or that Sherry's doing for women's ministry, find those at burgessministries.com. And some of you asked me about BuzzBox Coffee. That's where you'll find the link to that now, too, because that's 10% of all those sales go to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. We are still in with BuzzBox Coffee. We are still doing that. It does help us hand out those grants to evangelical ministries all over the world while you drink a delicious cup of coffee. That link is right at the top of the page at burgessministries.com if you'd like to become one of our BuzzBox subscribers as well. So, Bubba, as we come back, we go to phones. We've laid out kind of what the president said. You don't have to talk about that. You can talk about really anything. So let's start with Stephen in Alabama. Stephen, go ahead. You got the show listening to you, and if you want to join us, there's lines available. But Stephen, you go right ahead.
Gentlemen, how are y'all today?
Good, Stephen.
I got a comment on Bubba's phone issue. Now, I take this with a grain of salt because I'm an Android guy myself. I don't deal with those communist phones that much. But have you tried resetting that app? Because it sounds like you got an app issue, not a phone issue. Or stopping it or restarting, refreshing that app.
No, I haven't. We're looking through all that, and we're going to update some software and kind of try to work through it. But yeah, we're gonna basically redo everything in that chain and see how all that plays out. So
866.
I hate to tell you, all the phones are communist.
I haven't seen a company out there that produces phones that when you look at their website, there's about every flag and symbol you can find.
Yeah, and if you find one that's got a tag in it, made in Texas, let me know.
Yeah. So you can join us, 866 We Be Big. Tom is in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, brothers. This is not the reason I called. I'll get to that in just a second. But imagine a documentary on the Middle East war right now, narrated by Beth Mowins. Wouldn't that be just gold?
Haven't we been through enough? Yeah.
Aren't there enough people?
That would send you. I've got an example, but it's too soon, and I'm not going to say it.
Let's not pile on duress with more duress.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But it's good. That is gold. But the reason I called a couple of weeks ago and talked about what Einstein said about great spirits are always met in violent opposition for mediocre minds. Well, I listened to the sermon by Tony Evans this week, and I do find him to be a very bright individual, and he touched on something that's very important. And he says we have all been educated beyond our ability to understand what the truth is. And he's exactly right, and you can apply it to almost any civilization or any country, even our own. And I've got one recommendation that has helped me is, and I don't want to get too churchy here, but if you want to read the Bible, read the first chapter of every book in the New Testament, and it'll tell you where you stand, and that's an education in and of itself. But thank you for your work, guys. Y'all really, really help out in this war thing.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Tom. Yeah, it is. When your society has a problem, and I guess this is kind of the road that Tony Evans was going down. You know your society has a problem when the truth has become offensive.
Yeah.
The truth is offensive.
Yeah.
So there you go. Beth in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Beth, go ahead.
Hi, guys. How are y'all doing?
We're good, Beth.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, how about that? Thank you for calling. All right, go ahead.
That's right. The best Kiss song ever. So I have a couple things. First, I wanted to tell y'all a shirt I saw this past weekend at Shrimp Fest. The guy was wearing a shirt that said, I missed pickleball for this. And I just immediately...
By the way, sorry, Beth, I don't need to go on a tangent here. Got a email that last night on the Old Bachelor.
I saw it.
They all had to play pickleball for him.
And one of them got hurt, didn't he?
I don't know.
She was faking it.
Yeah, I don't know.
She just wanted him to come check on her.
That's crazy.
Beth, go ahead.
The other reason I was calling was I want to know if Have y'all seen the Chick-fil-A put out an inclusion and diversity statement?
No.
Okay, well, so I found out about it last night, and apparently their new slogan is "We're better together."
Mm-hmm.
And I just wondered, that's very unlike Chick-fil-A, obviously, with the strong Christian background. But do you guys think this has something to do with that ESG score?
Probably, but I also want to talk about, Beth, and I think your word of caution is wise.
Yes, very wise.
But be careful, when you see the word inclusion, that in and of itself is not always bad, but always look, as you're trying to do, and find out what do I mean by that. It was kind of like the Andy Stanley Unconditional Conference. Unconditional sounds wonderful, because we do have a God of mercy and grace. But as you kind of looked in the details, what they were calling unconditional meant that they almost got to the point where repentance is not even required, and that's when that's what you got to be careful. Is inclusion mean that everybody's welcome and being treated kindly and be treated well? That's great. Can everybody come to, like, say, if we talk about church, like with this, and hear the word of God? Absolutely. But does it mean that to become a leader in the church or to be a member of the church, you don't have to repent of whatever sin you are now living out and trying to claim that God's evolved on? Well, no. And so inclusion here, I'm not sure exactly what they're saying, but I understand your caution, and it probably does have to do with that score.
I will say, too, I know personally several owner-operators of Chick-fil-A, and they do a wonderful job. They are great, hardworking Christian people who are putting their principles into their work every day. They're in there doing their job and love what they do. Now, the corporate Chick-fil-A has changed hands.
Current day, yeah.
And the kids are now in charge.
Yep.
And you have already seen some of the changes in that. And I would be very leery of some of that, but I don't think that you can't see that change at your local Chick-fil-A, because those people have not changed, and they are hardworking, and I have a lot of admiration for them.
I'm checking out the Chick-fil-A website right now, and if you go to chickfil-a.com/DEI, which is obviously short for diversity, equity, and inclusion, they have a diversity, equity, and inclusion VP, and they talk about we're being better at together, we're everybody's welcome, a culture of belonging, all this. But if you go to the very top of the page, the very first line is, Chick-fil-A's corporate purpose is to glorify God by being a faithful steward of all that is entrusted to us. It's a quote from Truett Cathy, and that's at the very, very top of the page. They do go on to talk, like I said, here's their VP of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and all that, but that's at the very, very top of the page. So I got to give them some props for that.
And you remember that position was created not too long ago when the kids took over, when they made their statement about they were not going to give just to ministry-based charities. Remember, we had the big concern about all that. Mm-hmm. So you see them moving away from the original commitment, but I don't think they've fallen off the table yet. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, just so.
And I certainly know the local folks have not.
Does equity mean I should have a Chick-fil-A that's very successful and makes money even though I didn't earn it?
A Chick-fil-A for you?
Yeah.
Equity is one of the buzzwords. The far left really get hung up on buzzwords. There's some they like, there's some they dislike.
Oh, they love that one.
And that is one they really, really like. Now, you need to go and really understand their definition of it, because it may not be yours.
Yeah, words like unconditional and inclusion, they sound fantastic, but always dive in and go, well, how are you defining that? We'll be back. We didn't get many calls in, so we may get some more of you that you were on hold and look at some other stories. So if you're on hold, hang in there. We'll talk to you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so this, I guess, Bubba, if
Rick, I'm worried that Speedy's nauseated.
Yeah, that's right. Undoubtedly, Speedy was saying the word nauseated.
He was saying it like nauseated.
Nauseated.
You know, when you get real nauseated,
realize he was saying it, and it's fine. And I wasn't even going to say anything, and of course, Greg brought it up.
I gave him three. Right. He said it twice, and I said, okay, one more, and I'm saying something. And he said it again. I said, all right, I've got to correct it.
Okay. Nauseated.
I gave you two.
Nauseated is actually morning sickness from a pregnant woman. Nauseated.
That's right. That's what he is.
Yeah.
And he was serious. Going, when you get real nauseated?
I didn't even know I was saying it wrong. The reason I said it 3 times is because nobody listens, and you have to say it that 3rd time for somebody to finally get it. Yeah. But I didn't know I was saying it wrong.
Let me tell you one thing, and Bubba will say amen.
Place to kill you.
Bubba will say amen. No, Bubba will say amen to this too.
So
Let me tell you something about this group of people. They will not hear anything you're trying to tell them unless you say something that's a mistake.
Oh,
that they never miss.
Then they lock in.
I mean, then they lock in like tearing meat off a bone.
You're right.
The jackals have been released.
If you're speaking perfectly, they'll ignore you.
Completely ignore you.
They're like they didn't even hear you. Listen, this one here yesterday.
Talking about Helmsy.
He had a little PTSD this morning from it, I think.
I did.
He told us to make fun of him, and we did, and we went too far.
How would you ever tell this group y'all make fun of me? They don't need to be told that.
Well, he said, I'm going to say this because I know y'all can go ahead and make fun of me. Right. And I thought that meant make fun of me. So we did.
We piled on pretty good.
Why would you make that statement
and we
this
probably
room?
carried it an hour longer than it
That's like telling a pit bull it's okay to bite me. He already is going to.
Got it. I was excited. Had a good weekend. Rested. Did a lot of things Helmsy wanted to do. Came in fired up yesterday and left with my tail between my legs.
And came back
just
this morning and still
gosh, I was like, man, I'm glad it's only a 3-day week.
Did you follow Bubba's instructions to the?
I won again.
Did you follow Bubba's instructions to young Adler when he joined the team? Never let them see they get to you. Go off in the woods somewhere and cry your eyes out.
Yes.
And then come back like nothing ever happened.
I wouldn't say a word. He was talking about how great an actor Les Miles was.
Oh, here he goes.
I just said he did a good job.
I know. He's nowhere near the actor LeVar Ball is.
No.
Yeah.
No. You're talking about the greatest father of all time?
And I never said that either. I said he was a good dad. I mean, and he is. He's a really good dad.
This one. Right, let me tell you what Greg's fuel is. Anything that he can get on.
I know.
That is the air that he breathes.
You talking about the shark on the dead whale?
I think for
threw the chum in the water.
I think for Greg, these things are like therapeutic. Like when people say, well, this is what makes me feel better. I think that's what makes Greg feel better.
I was so happy when he was saying that word wrong. I know you couldn't wait to correct.
You about tore your neck because you turned so quick.
Quick, get a picture of Baby Ellison. There's chum in the water. Hurry.
Well, at one time I wanted to say, do y'all see me? Am I invisible? Because I was talking and nobody was even. It's like I wasn't here. You know,
we were just concentrating on that one word.
Right. So you get louder and louder and louder. You know, hoping someone will.
I know. Can I give you a heads up?
Speedy, you take the worst end of all of it.
Yeah.
Oh, historically, I'll say that, and I feel bad.
Let me go.
Not that I did it, but I feel bad.
Makes me nauseated.
Let me go into this because I've discovered. I've discovered here. Okay, let me just be clear. And look, just a great bunch of guys. We've had a great team, and it's great. I love coming to work. I do. But here's what you need to understand: if you've had to say something 3 times, it means the crowd is not interested.
Yes, you're right.
Well, they don't know. They haven't heard it.
It's what you're saying.
I mean, because sometimes it's pretty important. Y'all are about to go back on air.
It means
and talk.
It means this. It means A, they've got things they want to talk about that is beyond what you want to say. They're not interested in what you're saying. Or there's something on their mind that has to do with food, and they want to get to it, and they don't want to be distracted by what you need.
Then I've just realized y'all are not interested in about 90% of what I say.
One of my favorite things,
because nobody listens.
Or we're just in there making weird sounds.
One of my favorite things is to hear a member of the show say, "Y'all don't care" from the distance, and see the other person walking off and ignoring them.
Y'all don't care, and
you know what that is? You know what that is? Confirmed.
Oh, there was one time Bubba asked me how Tyler was doing, and as I was responding, I heard the bathroom door close. Bathroom door, dadgummit.
What that was?
The bathroom door closed, and I heard like he was using the bathroom, and I was like, and I never looked up, and he just kept walking.
That was one of those things that are small talk, and you're thinking, oh goodness, they're going to answer me. Yeah. You know, it's like that time.
Hey man, how's the kids doing?
Don't ask.
Yeah, I remember that. No, it happened to me. I told you, I've told this story for years in the grocery store, and I was having on that day. It was just one of those days where I had a lot on me, and I had a lot going on, and. Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show as we work our way back. Anyway, so calls kind of we're going to move forward on that. We realize we got some other opportunities coming up. So later in the program, we'll hit some more phone calls, but we got other stuff we got to get in now. So that was my bad going to the break on that one.
Rick, still no Speaker of the House.
Still no Speaker of the House coming up. So it looks like we're not going to have one anytime soon. So looking at college football going into the weekend, and then, of course, we'll give the warning for the college fan bases out there that have been assigned Beth Mowens. I know a lot of you are nervous, you're panicky. Just hang on. We will tell you in good time. The two big games that you look at, there's actually 4 big games. So here's a biggie. So game day will be with Penn State, Ohio State, 11 a.m. We don't have to wait around. Fox has got that one. So that's where we always find out if Penn State is real or not. Mm-hmm. And usually we find out they're not.
Yeah.
But this year, would that be different?
I'm making a bold prediction this year.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Here we go.
I think they're good. I mean, they've always been good. But to your point, when it comes to Michigan, Ohio State, they fall short. This year, I think they take down Ohio State.
He's all about them this year.
I want you to know that Calvin Speedy Wilburn just said that Penn State's going to take Ohio State down.
You could
be right.
Don't be mad at me. But
don't be mad with me.
I think the way they run the ball and stuff, what I've seen. Now, I hadn't watched the full game, and let me be very clear on that.
Well,
this is a blind
guess.
The highlights I've seen and their running backs and stuff, it's.
Bus, have you seen either of these teams enough to even talk about it?
No, not really.
I know. That's never stopped us before, Rick.
Yeah,
I know.
I know Penn State is considered better than they have been, and Speedy's really high on their running backs. But this is just usually the week that Penn State's run for the national titles over every year.
We'll find out.
I mean, it's almost like it comes around like Halloween. You just know it's on the calendar.
Not so fast, my friend.
I know you're focused on Auburn Ole Miss, but we'll get to that.
Hang on, buddy.
The other game that actually matters.
Trick or treat.
A biggie, an angry Alabama. Angry Alabama gets Tennessee at home. Tennessee playing well right now. Alabama improving and turning, getting more and more difficult. Now, they're not overwhelming people, but they are still Alabama, and they are very good. And Tennessee beats Alabama last year. So this game is a biggie. 2:30 CBS.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody believe that the Vols can do it 2 years in a row? Anybody? Anyone?
They're having a good year. Well, they got one loss.
One loss. So. I'm going with the Tide.
Well, yeah, of course you are.
Look at me.
I'm going with the Tide.
Like I said, if I'll just pick the Tide in every game, I don't win them all, but I win most.
Yeah. You know who Speedy said? Speedy's picked Penn State.
You're almost guaranteed a 90% right there, Rick. You
just do that.
And at home, I think they'll be, revved up. Last year's loss is going to really. If you don't think Nick Saban won't be talking about that a lot before the game, so I think you're going to see an all-out effort.
I almost ended up at this game.
Yeah, I know. I know. You were supposed to go.
Yeah, and thankfully I got out of it. But that was. But I almost ended up at this game.
About right.
Yeah. So
Tennessee beating Texas A&M. They're coming off that. That was a good win.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just something about playing in Tuscaloosa. I don't know, but I think it'll be a good game for sure. But it seems like Alabama slowly their offense is kind of starting to get it together
and they play
a little
good
bit.
Defense. So.
They're physical. They got great coaching. But Tennessee's good. So that'll be a good game. I look forward to watching it in the comfort of my home.
Yeah.
I think Alabama's will give up a lot of sacks, and I think Tennessee knows that, so they'll really try to pressure the quarterback maybe more than they normally do.
Mm-hmm.
And if Alabama can break some big plays, some screens or some traps and pop some people loose, I think they'll have a big game.
Breaking it down.
Duke, Florida State. That's a biggie in the ACC. There's your big game.
I know.
Is Florida State officially back? Is Duke real? Here we go.
Florida State's real if the coach won't make any idiotic decisions and ruin their game for them. I think they'll handle them. But Duke lost their quarterback.
That was Miami.
But still,
that, not Florida State.
I didn't know what you were mad about Florida State's coach.
Yeah.
What are you upset with him about?
Florida State or Miami?
That was
Miami.
Was it Miami?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to
got the state.
I was about to say who you.
So what was the one game Florida State lost? What was it?
It was I don't know. I don't know. Who did beat them? They beat LSU.
I got another matchup I need to ask y'all about in a minute.
I don't know.
They're
Have they
undefeated,
lost?
I think.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought they're undefeated.
I thought they were undefeated.
They are undefeated.
Who am I?
They're at number 4.
Because there's a chance that
they got to be undefeated.
Undefeated Florida State could play undefeated North Carolina for the ACC championship.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: I have seen Florida State play, and they are the real deal.
Florida State's 6-0.
That's what I thought. They're back.
We're all over it.
It's not a paper tiger.
Sports Talk 690 cranking it out for you.
Yeah, Bubba's got them the Hurricanes.
Does anybody care about?
I knew it was one of them too.
Does anybody care about Utah USC?
No.
It's not the late. Well, it's 7:00 kick. It might give me a little bit.
I'm ready for Utah's quarterback to get out there and play. Quit sitting on the sideline.
Yeah,
I know.
That's.
I
mean.
Oh, wow.
Bubba.
Who did that? Bubba. I know you're an Albie, but come on.
I don't have the buttons. I do not have the buttons.
Still doing uncomfortable. Speedy's uncomfortable.
Speedy, okay?
I want to leave.
Yeah, me too.
Good to see Calvin Wilburn.
Stop.
Beth Mowens.
I wish my clock had still not gone off at this point.
Bubba, good to see you. You got here even earlier than Kirk Morrison shows up at the stadium.
Yeah.
All right, so
thanks, Adler. Thanks for that.
North Texas and Tulane. I don't know how many of those fans are in the audience. We interviewed Raymond Arroyo. He's from New Orleans. Maybe he's a Tulane fan in college. I don't know. He loves the Saints.
I love him, Rick.
But Beth and the gang will be headed to New Orleans.
Mama heading down to New Orleans. Got a hurricane in my right hand.
She's called Tulane a couple times this year, it seems like.
Green wave.
Knows her way
around. Mama knows her way around New Orleans. Green wave. Go over there and get myself a nice Cajun dish, hot and spicy like Mama. Maybe have a crepe. Head over to the stadium.
Speedy, I thought you were going to take this event off the calendar.
We've tried.
You know what North Texas is, don't you, Calvin?
It's not on the calendar.
Quit talking to me.
I love watching your bald head glisten in the studio lights. Mama like.
You were very kind when I met you. Thank you.
Well, it was nice to meet you. Wow, what a hugger.
Well,
wow, what a hugger.
Squared up.
Went in for the side hug, got a full frontal.
What is wrong with you?
Squared
Beth, you were so much kinder when I met you in person.
North Texas, mean green.
Oh, the mean green.
A lot of green out there. Adler, a lot of green. A lot of yards, a lot of green yards. Kirk Morrison and Stormy on the sideline booting yah-yah.
Stormy was nice, too.
Stormy is very nice. Does a good job on the sideline getting stuff we need. Like a timeout! Yards, tacklers.
Will you look at Greg when you're talking and quit looking over here, Beth?
There's Bill Bubba Boussois.
There he is.
How about them Auburn Tigers? Looked good last week.
I just quit following football this year.
Stormy, did LSU score again?
Obviously, I did.
Stormy, where's the freeze warning? So I'll be there in New Orleans, ready to go. Got a beignet.
A what?
I'll have myself a nice beignet. I always pull a joke on Kirk. I say, Kirk, have you had a beignet? He'll say, yes, Beth. I say, how long?
You were a lot more laid back when I met you, Beth.
You never see Mama getting ready to call a ball game here. We're going to be down here Tulane. Green wave taking on the mean green. A lot of green.
A lot of green.
A lot of yards.
Green wave.
Well, darn,
green.
this segment's
A lot
over.
of tacklers.
Oh, I just flew right by, didn't it?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot on my mind. I wasn't feeling that great, and I was just trying to be appropriate. And I looked at the person, says, hello, and I said, well, hey, how are you doing? And she goes, do you really want to know? And I said, no, I don't. I said, I just said that because I thought it was an appropriate thing to say.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, I appreciate you being honest, because I was really about to go a litany of things then I said, no, I really don't.
No, that's just something
Some days I do. Some days I'm like, yeah, I really do. But in this particular moment, I'm just making small talk.
Yeah, you're passing by.
Yeah, and that's okay. I mean, that's just honest, you know. So and maybe Bubba wanted to know how Tyler was doing, but not as much as he needed to go to the bathroom.
He wanted to know, but he wanted to know in about 2 seconds.
he wanted a good.
I think on that particular story, Speedy, you said he's doing really good.
And then I breathed.
And I was headed to the bathroom, and there was a quick pause.
I had to breathe.
And then you decided to expand on the story, but I had already shifted gears to I'm going to the bathroom.
No, it was he's good. and then I heard kaboom.
Well, obviously, I had to go to the bathroom.
You did. This was the same guy that left his friend in the hall that day. Don't you?
The
guy who traveled an hour and a half to get here.
That was hilarious. Is Bubba still here?
Where's Bubba? We're supposed to go eat.
I don't remember that.
Bubba, I have to say I was a witness on that one. That one did happen. That was a breakdown in communication.
Yeah, I think
and he was standing by your door in the corner. And the door was just so locked.
What was so sad is he thought Bubba had shut the door. Maybe he had to make a call that was personal or whatever. And I said, hey, he's not in there.
He's waiting on?
His face when we said, no, Bubba's already gone. That face that came after that was like, oh
wow, I had a long drive.
Okay.
Oh.
It happened.
No, it did.
We were meeting somewhere else, and I thought he was gone or something.
Now, I know that does feel better, but that's not what happened.
I don't remember the details. Hey, I don't remember.
No, you know what it might have been? I'm not trying to be mean here, because that's not my nature, but it might be that, sometimes it's wonderful when somebody gives you a surprise visit, but a surprise visit means you might have already had something you were doing after the show, so you think the visit only involves the time we're here.
Oh, I think we were meeting to go somewhere or something that day for something. I don't remember what the deal was.
Yeah. Well, it was a very confused face when I told him that you had already left.
It sounds confusing, the whole thing.
He thought we were making fun at first.
Well,
he thought we were kidding.
He thought it was a prank, because we'll prank here.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
And
he thought no way Bubba actually left.
Right. And I told him, I said, you don't notice that
this
smell?
This segment's about speed in his speech.
I said, you don't notice that smell in there? That's Bubba's rump.
That's Bubba's rump. He threw it in everybody's face on the way out.
Yeah. Y'all are trying to do a turnabout here.
I said, the only time I've seen him leave the area that quick is when Tyler was getting an update.
Here's what I would like to do
How about that
as
Camping
a staff.
World CEO, huh?
I think we need to do something. I think we need to do something as a staff.
Rather go
and I
to
mean
jail?
this. I mean this.
Right.
All right. We came up with Win Play Show to know that hey, we're serious. We're not making fun or whatever.
Right.
We need a code word that we say when we need to get information to somebody and they actually need to listen.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like if we say, I don't know what the code word could be, but that's an alert for whoever you're talking to pay attention.
Okay.
Because sometimes there's meaningless chatter, and I'll give you
work.
that. But there's sometimes it could be a guest, it could be a story we're doing, and we're trying to get information, and we need everybody to pay attention.
Now, we'll announce serious business every now and then. We'll go, guys, serious business.
No, that's just
we get that every now and then.
I
was going to say
like we're deaf. Nobody pays attention.
I was going to say serious business and even straight up, but we've tried those. Those don't work.
I'm thinking it needs to be something like cuckoo, like something like meh. Or something like that.
No, what about bingo, bingo?
I like that.
All right.
I like it.
Bingo, bingo.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, guys, bingo, bingo.
Okay.
All right. That means come out of your phone or your laptop. And
we're used to responding to that.
It better be good because it's going to be one of those things that 2 months down the road, if you're doing it too much, people are going to start ignoring it.
No, it must be. No, point. Matter of fact, we've all had
You can't cry bingo.
It must be critical to the next segment on the show.
We've all had the friend of the acquaintance.
Like a guest or something.
That gives you the double call back to back. And you call them a few times to do that, and what they're talking about was not a double call.
Right, it's got to be serious.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we come from the No Name Studio. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on various platforms, live and archived. Find all those by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Raymond Arroyo, you see him with Laura Ingraham. You see him a lot on Fox News. He's got a new book out. We'll chat with him about that and all things Raymond coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available wherever you get podcasts. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us and allowing us to do what we do.
Yep. Now, Bubba, we will welcome today. I don't know. Do you have a word that rhymes with 11?
Heaven.
They're straight from heaven. Look at this 11. I mean, there they are. In our golden ticket seats today, as they are prepared to watch the rest of the show. We warn everyone who ever decides to come to this studio, you may leave here and never, ever think of the show the same way again.
Right.
It's one thing just to hear it or watch it on YouTube. It's another to be amongst us for this amount of time. So they are all
going
here.
to the sausage plant.
How many of you are watching the show, not this studio, I'm talking about of any studio, you're watching it for the very first time? Okay, so all of you have been to the golden ticket seats before? Okay, there you go. You've never been in the golden ticket seats, never, any studio. How many of you have been in the golden ticket seats in the old studio, but not here?
D.
How many of you have been in this studio and you're here again? Okay, all right. So there we go. All right, so we got a nice little montage, a nice little mix today. The wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin before the show is over today, so be paying attention for that. But Bubba, you and I were looking at some of the stuff we have. We have some footage of a U.S. Navy destroyer.
Yeah, the USS Carney yesterday knocked down a couple of missiles that got in its area that came from Yemen. Now, the report today is they think they may have been headed toward Israel, but I don't know if they're 100% sure. We'll hear the sound.
So wherever these were headed, our military shot them down.
Yes, we intercepted.
Interesting. Okay, all right. So here we go. And it will explain it to us in the actual video.
Well, we hope.
I didn't like how close
I was pulling up that. I was trying to find the footage of the USS Carney. I didn't know you were going to go to the quick clip so quick. Sorry about that.
That's okay, buddy.
And my commercial-free music is still playing, so let me turn that off.
That's
too.
all right. Yeah.
And then maybe run to the restroom, and then I'll play this clip.
That's right.
That sounds good to you guys.
The guided missile destroyer USS Carney, operating in the northern Red Sea earlier today, shot down 3 land attack cruise missiles and several drones that were launched by Houthi forces in Yemen. This action was a demonstration of the integrated air and missile defense architecture that we have built in the Middle East and that we are prepared to utilize whenever necessary to protect our partners and our interests in this important region. There were no casualties to U.S. forces and none that we know of to any civilians on the ground. Information about these engagements is still being processed. We cannot say for certain what these missiles and drones were targeting, but they were launched from Yemen, heading north along the Red Sea, potentially towards targets in Israel. Our defensive response was one that we would have taken for any similar threat in the region, where we're able to do so against our interest personnel and our partners. This attack may be ongoing, so if we have more information to share, we will. But again, as the Secretary has made clear, we have the capability to defend our broader interests in the region and to deter regional escalation and broader expansion of the conflict that began with Hamas's attack on Israeli civilians on October 7th.
So there you go.
You know, this makes me a bad person, okay? Can I just admit that going into this?
Yeah, sure.
Our U.S. military is so professional. And they give this and, they give you all the information and no one was hurt and all that. I mean, it has that red coat feel to it, back when we beat the Brits.
So you're going there.
That, how they were so particular and proper, they had their red coats on, which kind of made them easy to shoot in the woods.
It did.
And I feel like we've got too civilized in our war. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to have a war. But we've made it palatable now. We'll have a skirmish. We have weapons. We have people we're paying to fight on our behalf. And, the old days, you get after it. And, you kind of miss Trump giving that press conference because if Trump had given it, it would be totally different. He would have said, hey, Yemen, whatever you're shooting, we knocked it down. It's no good against our stuff. Shoot anymore, we're going to wipe you off the map. Yeah. Okay? Is it worth it today? Let me ask you. One more missile, we're going to destroy everything you got. No electricity, no food, no water. You're going to starve in the streets. Is it worth it? I'm just asking.
Right.
You know, I want that kind of response. And, they might go, we don't know.
Now, Trump may have made us, he might have made us possibly believe that he punched them out of the sky with his own fist.
Right. He actually got on the phone and talked those missiles down.
It was the most beautiful, perfect.
But we're just so proper in all this. And I know that's probably the right thing to do. But, gosh, I wish we would just bow up on some of these people and make believers out of them again. You know what?
Sure. I know. I saw a tweet yesterday that was like had footage of the USS Carney going, and it said the rest of the world is about to find out why the United States doesn't have free health care. We got these boats.
All right, so
and in a funny kind of way, it is health care.
Right. You know, to B and C. Because, we had the speech last night, sort of, from the president with his steady hand making us all sleep well last night. And people are saying, you're talking about the money you're going to send in this $100 billion plus package, that you're also going to send humanitarian aid to the Palestinians. Well, as we all know throughout time, and you even know this even sometimes trying to do ministry, if drug lords or any terrorist group, if they're in charge, whatever you send, they just take. Yeah. And so they're asking the Biden administration for some security. Can anybody talk about, first of all, they say there are legitimate concerns about, will Hamas just take the money? That's 2B. Here's Matt Miller from the State Department.
I think the concern the Israeli government has, and they've said this publicly, and they certainly said it privately to us, is that any assistance that goes in will be diverted once it's inside Gaza. That there's not an Israeli military force in Gaza. There's not a UN peacekeeping force in Gaza. The people with guns inside Gaza are Hamas, and so Hamas may try to divert this assistance and keep it from getting to the civilians who it is intended for. We think that's a legitimate concern. We've made clear that this aid needs to go to innocent civilians and not Hamas. We're going to be watching very carefully how it's delivered because we want to be sensitive to those concerns, which we
sleep tight, Palestinians. All right,
that'll be blamed on Israel. They don't get it.
Yeah. Next, somebody would like to have some insurance that Hamas will not end up with it. And here will be a real reassuring response to that. Here we go.
The president pledged $100 million in an aid package to Palestinian civilians, innocent civilians in Gaza and the West Bank. How is the United States going to ensure that none of that ends up in the hands of Hamas?
Well, as you know, this was a primary focus of the president's diplomacy yesterday, both in Israel, where he met with the entire Israeli security establishment, but also in his phone conversations with regional leaders, including President al-Sisi of Egypt. Getting assistance into Gaza is a complicated undertaking. It involves essentially securing an understanding among Hamas fighters who control the checkpoint on the other side of the border, among the government of Israel and among the government of Egypt. And the agreement the president secured will enable these trucks to flow as soon as the roadway can be repaired. But the president was also quite clear that if this assistance goes in, it cannot be misappropriated, cannot be taken by Hamas fighters for their own purposes. And so we're going to be watching that very closely.
They'll promise
to get to Palestinian civilians who need it.
It has to. But the question is, from what you just said, is the U.S. then essentially in a position where it has to take the word of Hamas that it will not be taken? I mean, what other guarantee can there be?
We believe there is an understanding now among all of the players who control that crossing, the Rafah crossing in Egypt.
What a joke. Unbelievable. Like you said, Bubba, now Hamas has peaky promise
right.
that they'll let it go to people who are starving.
That's really
Of course,
crazy.
They'll cut the pinky off and say we never did it.
Right.
Yeah, And when those are suffering in that area, they have no water, they have no medical care, they'll blame Israel for that.
Yeah, of course, because what they're trying to do, the means justifies the whole result. And they don't care about those people.
The end justifies the means.
Yeah, they don't care about those people.
That too.
No. Yeah, they don't care about them at all, do they?
Nope, not a bit.
Yeah, no. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll start with one end of the spectrum that is negative.
and that is Nike. And now they have dropped the Betsy Ross theme 4th of July sneaker.
Now this is
Not the Betsy Ross theme.
Oh yeah,
it had the Betsy Ross flag on the heel of it, which had it was the stripes and then the stars in the circle.
Original flag.
Yeah, 13.
It's a good looking shoe.
That is a good looking shoe.
Yeah, if it didn't have that racist symbol on the back.
So now they will not do it because they say that former quarterback Colin Kaepernick felt the use of the Betsy Ross flag was offensive, and to Bubba's point, carried with it slavery connotations.
I didn't really look at that flag and think go there. Did y'all?
No, because
I want to call that's kind of a stretch because if you go with that logic, you can't have anything that represented our country prior to the Civil Rights Act, I guess. But then they're still not happy with everything because we were protesting.
Yeah, where do you draw the line?
So is there no American flag you can have with anything? But Nike's got him on the payroll, right? I mean, they pay him.
Do. He's an endorser, yes. I'm like you. Where does it stop if you go there?
I mean,
I get it if they were trying to put the old stars and bars on there.
Being an endorser, we're not talking about that. Being an endorser for Nike, though, is that kind of being a sellout? Because aren't they? I mean, they're an evil corporation that makes money, right?
Well, they called it
sweatshop,
but they're paying him some, so it's okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if Colin has any issues where some of these shoes are made and what are the conditions there?
Yeah, the plight of that.
Probably not.
Talking about that $140 pair of shoes that they got there.
Right. So it is Kaepernick says he's a Nike endorser. He reached out to the company saying that he and others. Not that word. Others felt the Betsy Ross flag is an offensive symbol because of its connotation to an era of slavery. Well, see, but if
I just don't put that flag with that.
Right. If you look around, I can see how you can, whether we agree or disagree, it should be. There's the way things should be, then there's the way they really are.
Right.
Whether we like it or not in the South, the stars and bars have been tied to evil things because evil people have taken it, whether it's right or not, and made it their symbol of racism, white supremacy, and we can't ignore that is a fact. Whether you think it should be that way or not, or that wasn't the original intent or whatever, even on its best day, the rebel flag, the battle flag, is tied to an attempt for us to bust up the Union and to declare our own independence. Now, you can decide whether you think that's good or bad. But I can see where people would say this has been associated in a negative way with negative things. I think it's naive to say otherwise. And again, I'm not saying the way things should be. I'm talking about the way things really are.
Yeah.
And if you want to blame anyone, blame the people that use that symbol as part of their racist point of view.
Yeah.
But when you get to the original 13 colonies and Betsy Ross and the Declaration of Independence from an overzealous government, you can be mad that time in history featured slavery, but it did everywhere, and not just here or not just in the colonies, but in other places as well. And slavery is evil, and finally our country decided we believe that, and other countries did as well. But Betsy Ross's flag is not really tied to slavery.
Well,
it's really more tied to the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, we've often
was why
said
they were
here,
releasing it this week.
Yeah, we've often talked about it's great to remember your heritage, but don't let it limit your future. And I think we're kind of getting in that area right now that we can't seem to do anything because we're worried about what happened a long time ago. We've decided some of those things that went on were wrong and shouldn't have happened, and everybody admits that. But I don't think that we can just blanketly not act like the country existed prior to, the 1960s.
And you can't go back to there and look at that through today's
spectrum.
Lens, you know what I'm saying? And you can't. It's two different
There was
worlds.
nothing about the 13 original colony flag that said this is a celebration of slavery.
No.
All it really was tied to was here's 13 countries that are being set up by England who's trying to expand their empire to a new place, and that new land has decided we don't want to be tied to a king anymore, and we're going to declare our independence. So it really isn't tied to slavery at all. And here's the other question. Let's go.
They fought against the British. That wasn't what they were fighting for.
Right. Let's go to since the British was doing it as well. Let's go to let's go to this. 21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So as we work our way back, and this is one of the things that when Bubba was getting his crown fixed and he was on the gas, he thought he dreamed. Here's the latest on the ongoing vaccine, COVID, pandemic, no more, still got to get it, all that. So, Bubba, if I get it right, when you were on the gas, you thought you dreamed several things. One is that Pfizer has now put on their website that there is a danger that you could have issues with the vaccine.
Yeah, they're admitting to heart problems.
Yeah, which is what you were not allowed to say at one time, and you'd be completely, put on the island of Patmos.
Right.
But now, of course, they're saying it themselves. So that was not a dream. But then you did think that Helmsy was pitching for the softball team.
Yeah, he was throwing batting practice for the girls' softball
Greg got
team.
a new dog. Was that it? No. Who got a new dog?
Speedy got
Speedy
a
got
dog.
a new dog.
You said I did.
And Greg had what was it?
You had
Greg was nice one day. Is what you said.
No, is that what it was?
All that was a dream.
Yeah.
But so now we've got the CDC director Mandy Cohen in 5A and Senator Chuck Schumer. Now, they want you to know that even though the pandemic is over and even though the survival rate on COVID is, pretty well known, they want you to get the jab again, even though everyone they've given you so far hasn't kept you from getting it. But they still want you to get another one, and here they are making sure you know that. So here we go.
Hi, everyone. Mandy Cohen, Director of the CDC, and I'm here with Senator Schumer, who has an important message for you about vaccines.
And what's many good things about our director, one of them, she's from Baldwin, New York. We're urging everybody to get their flu shot and their updated COVID booster. They don't hurt. These shots don't hurt anymore like they used to when I was a kid. And they do you a lot of good. Please get your shot. It'll avoid a lot of pain later.
Thanks, Senator.
That's two trustworthy faces right there.
Wait a minute. Did he do something to his heart then when he was talking about getting the shot?
No, he was talking about trying to touch his arm.
I know, but
he got over.
He couldn't get over there, goody.
It was funny.
Yeah.
Adler, let's see that one more time. He was like, it doesn't hurt like it used to.
Yeah.
Like he was rubbing his heart.
He really did do that.
Plus, is he hunched over or what?
Yes, he is.
That's just him.
I've noticed that. Hurt. These shots don't hurt anymore like they used to when I was a kid. And they do you a lot of good.
One time he shot himself in the heart.
He did.
Yeah.
They don't hurt like that.
All right. So
no, that's what you do to us, Senator, right in the heart.
Dr. Drew, who again is not some alt-right person by any stretch, he says a new study shows that 50% of young men who got the myocarditis, as I say it right, after the vaccine, they now are telling them that 50% of them that the heart damage from the vaccine is permanent. And he says, I don't understand why this is not front page news. So here he is on Megyn Kelly.
It's more common than we thought. People are like, well, it's mild, it's no big deal, it's self-limited, blah, blah. Look, in my world, throughout my entire career, 40-year career, myocarditis is a medical emergency. It's a dire problem. A publication just came out 5 days ago in Circulation, a major cardiology journal. An excellent study, and it took my breath away. I didn't know why it wasn't headline news. It's a large study, and it showed that approximately half of the young males that got myocarditis had permanent heart damage.
Yep.
Permanent. That means that we don't know what percentage are going to be disabled by this as they get older, are going to develop heart failure, or going to need cardiac transplants, some of them.
Oh my God.
It's breathtaking, this study, and why it wasn't a big headline. I've sort of sent it around a little bit because I don't understand why people aren't reacting to it. So in a 27-year-old male, the illness is a nothing. So the vaccine is all risk.
Right.
Why the push? Why are we pushing? And I think, put your legal head on for a second, that universities are going to be in big trouble for having mandated young people to get that vaccine, because people are going to get sick, and they're going to have long-term consequences, and they should sue those schools for having forced them to take a medical intervention.
100% they should sue. And if anybody tries to force you from this point forward, get a fake card. It's not that hard. Go ahead, Google it, get a fake card.
I don't know about the fake card
it's not,
thing.
But the bottom line is maybe make the case that mandating people to take it is dangerous for those people's health, and they should have a choice. And if they want to take it and they think that's better for them and they feel good about it, that's their own business. But forcing people is a whole different game.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of attorneys out there that's, it's personal with them, so put them to work.
There you go. Right. I didn't remember this, but undoubtedly in Israel, the poster boy for the vaccine was 8 years old, that it was okay for children to take it. And, it's almost like when Elmo was trying to get us to take it over here to try to reassure kids.
But Elmo's not real.
For them to get an experimental vaccine was just fine, even though their risk for COVID to hurt them was very, very low. The 8-year-old boy who was the poster boy for Israel has died of a heart attack.
Unreal.
Oh, that's awful.
This is the commercial.
With
puppets and stuff. So there's the puppet talking to the kids.
So we take a campaign to reassure little children that they should beg mommy for a vaccine and daddy, talking to a puppet. That child, who obviously took the vaccine, unfortunately had a bad side effect that took his life.
That is a tragedy.
It is. It is.
Imagine being on the committee that was given the job to do the PR for this. And you put these together and you thought your ad looked so cute, and then you get news that he has died from it, and you went, oh, boy. It's going to be a tough sell now.
He was the grandson of a distinguished physician in Israel, and he was just taking a bath, and his heart started beating. So there you go.
So have they tied it directly to that, or did he have the swelling around the heart? Or I mean, I know that's not normal for a kid that age.
Yeah, and if it's something else, then maybe they'll know. But it obviously is in the news today because of the obvious sadness, the irony that one of the side effects that they're worried about, which would cause your heart to have issues, may or may not. We don't know whether it was tied to it or not, but the story is being presented today like it may have had something to do with it, but maybe it didn't. But we'll see. But there's still it's still a sad thing, obviously, no matter what. But it just this new campaign, I don't, and thankfully people are not really responding to it that much.
Right.
Because here's the thing: if somebody comes to me and says, "Let's talk about a surgery," okay? We've all been there, okay? And they say, "Well, there's a risk, you won't survive the surgery." Okay, but if I have the surgery, my problem is solved? Not really. You probably will have the surgery and still be in the same shape you were anyway. Why would I take the surgery and take the risk? Well, because it might help some. It might. So we don't know if the surgery will fix my problem. Will I still get sick if I have the surgery? Yeah. And there's a risk that if I have the surgery itself could kill me? Yep. But it won't keep me from the problem the surgery's for? Nope. Who would take that surgery?
Dr. Robert Malone and Dr. Peter McCullough say that the vaccine is riskier than COVID itself, and the seasonal flu is riskier than COVID-19 in healthy children.
We'll come back. Bubba, we talk about the show, how we get on here and we're yucking it up a little bit. Sometimes we don't understand the duress we bring to people's lives. Greg and I saw it firsthand yesterday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to capitalism now. Do you guys believe that Nike has offended more people by not doing the flag on the sneakers than they would have if they'd left it on there?
I do.
Honestly, I don't know that anybody would have been offended by it on there if it had not been brought up and made an issue, because nobody really, most everybody just wants their shoes, right?
Yeah, I think no one would have thought it.
I think I would have looked at a 4th of July release Nike-themed red, white, and blue sneaker and saw Betsy Ross's flag on the heel and thought, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know that anybody other than someone who wakes up every day looking for something to be racist to them would have made that same call.
But
are there masses of people
you
that
have
are
to hunt for that?
Well, think about how many people it got past in the meetings at Nike.
Right.
I mean,
good point.
That's a lot of layers of approval, and it was going to the stores, and
Nike's
they said,
not
send
known,
them back.
Yeah, Nike's not known to be some evangelical conservative group.
No.
That is concerned about being sure we don't offend anybody.
In today's climate, they looked at this very closely.
Yeah.
Before they put it out there.
And don't forget, Colin Kaepernick is no longer a quarterback. His business is pointing out things like this. That's what he does.
Yeah, you're right.
That's his purpose. That's all he's got, right?
You're right.
And he has to do that so he can keep his name out there. He's got to have some kind of controversy.
His name's back
We're
again.
kind of fading on the kneeling. Everybody's seen that. We're kind of ignoring people if they kneel. He's got to have something.
Well, think about this. All right, think about this. And he's proven today that his celebrity in his own mind, you know what you can say if you were him? Colin, you're not a big deal anymore. I'm a pretty big deal. I just made Nike recall an entire line of shoes they made.
And they were already out. They were already being delivered to the shelves.
And I will say
this is a costly rollback.
Is Nike going to now live their life wondering what Colin Kaepernick thinks about everything they do going forward?
Well, they've pretty much given that power right now.
Right.
And, the prediction, I think the stock dropped originally when they had their ad campaign with him, but it actually went up once it all settled down. Their sales went up 31%.
So I guess they're weighing, so it can't be about people being offended. Now, let's say that in June they released a Nike tennis shoe that had a rainbow on the back of it and it had pride underneath it. Well, that would be offensive to a lot of people who have a worldview that says that violates God's standard in my faith. Would they have catered to that if somebody brought that up?
Unless it was Colin Kaepernick.
I guess so.
Rick and Bubba.
Clarification, I think we now have why these people say this about the CEO from Camping World. Flag aside, I think we've got that all kind of pretty well figured out. It appears that in the past, when Trump, when his opponents said that when Trump made his comments about the Charlottesville protesters, that he bought into the propaganda of the left saying that he's saying that white supremacists are not bad people. And he did say, which is a little more tied to Trump supporters than we first thought, if anybody agrees with what President Trump said today, I don't really need your business.
Yeah.
So it was tied to supporters of Trump, but it's tied to him buying the left's vision and version of what they thought President Trump meant, not what President Trump later said he meant. So he was angry that it'd be like him going, when everybody said, well, Trump said that not all the people trying to get here from Mexico are good people, which means everybody trying to come through our border, he says they're all a bunch of murderers and racists. He's a racist. He said there's murderers, there all this stuff. And that guy going, well, I'll tell you one thing, anybody that agrees with what he said about immigration, they're not welcome here. I mean, so he did say that. So that I think that's why the callers were saying that he made a statement to Trump supporters. He really did. Not a blanket statement, but if you agree with what he said about Charlottesville, which means he buys the narrative from the left, or did at the time.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And that's what Snopes said too.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. But the way they were doing it, they were kind of like, now I get it. I didn't understand it, but I get it now. Yeah. So that's I wouldn't agree with his statement because I think the president explained what he was talking about, and I understood what he was talking about the first time he said it. But in politics, if you don't clarify everything exactly the way you mean it,
your opponent will.
Your opponent will define it for you.
But I think what's so intriguing, or at least it doesn't fit the normal profile of things, that for him to have said that about Trump, he's also very patriotic and wanting to fly the flag. Now, most of the people who would say that about Trump had rather kneel and burn the flag. It doesn't really go together.
It seems like I'll go to jail over the flag, and anybody that agrees with the president's not welcome here. That does not go together.
No,
those two, you're messing your whole audience. You got a confused audience out there because you're not really. Because you're right. Normally you wouldn't see that. Or is this his way to try to repair that?
I don't know.
Greg said, Gander's taking a lot of their lots. So I don't know.
I think he
bought Gander.
Oh, did
That's the thing.
Yeah. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. And Field of Greens is the product. And man, love it, love it, love it, love it. So yesterday, Helmsy was kind enough to put under goodies there at rickandbubba.com. Go to our documents there. And folks saying, Rick, look, this trying to do better plan you got. Can you put it down on the document and let us look at it? And so we did. And if you go and look at that, you'll notice pretty quick after reading it, and it'll be a humorous read too, you'll notice that I take Field of Greens twice a day. And there's a reason for that, and that is because when you look at our body's needs and the fuel, this is not complicated. Because a lot of times, like we talk about with doing better, most of it is not anything we don't know. We're just not willing to do it. and it's not like a eureka. But one of the things we know is that the body needs servings of fresh vegetables and fruit every day to run properly. But how many of us can actually pull off 5 servings of fruits and vegetables? Well, we can't. I can't pull it off. I mean, you can try. But so if you go to Field of Greens and you get these incredible products, then what your body needs is provided. And these are straight from the farmers to Field of Greens and the folks there. The Mayo Clinic just came out and said if you want to prevent heart disease as well as lower your blood pressure and cholesterol, 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day, you get it done. And your immune system also, and I've really noticed that, is strengthened by this because the body's getting the fuel it wants to run properly. So with flu season coming up and all the issues that we have out there with the COVID still hanging around, the immune system needs to be at peak performance. So let's say 15% right now. I love this product. It has made a radical change in my life. I think it will for you. Go to fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know you've lived it. Helmsy, you've lived it. Speedy, you've lived it. We've all lived it. Your old buddies on the show, they get to cutting up, and everybody's going for the laugh, and everybody's doing a bit, and then before you know it, the show has taken your world and turned it upside down because people heard something and they didn't realize a lot of it was tongue-in-cheek. They didn't understand sometimes comedic license that we have.
Slight exaggerations.
So, first of all, on a serious note,
theater of the mind.
Yeah, on a serious note, want to thank all of you in the audience and thank all of you here on the show, the team and all of our friends and family that were all praying yesterday that Dad's transition to memory care would go smoothly. We were cutting up in a little bit, and I had some of my friends. There was a man that's already there that they refer to as the mayor, which means he's kind of unofficially runs the little community there. And I had one of my friends yesterday go, well, the mayor was running everything until yesterday, when a new citizen came to the community, Coach Bill Burgess. So. But anyway, so Greg and I, it was, in the family, it was not an easy day, and your prayers were definitely heard, and it went about as smooth as it could go. We're certainly not home free. I mean, now you keep praying that it will continue to be smooth, but the first 24 hours have gone about as well as we could have hoped for. Well, if you remember on the air, Bubba and all of us, we were talking about Greg and I trying to move furniture into Dad's new room.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we talked about that, we might have been a little rougher with the Chester drawers than probably the women would have preferred. And we kept trying to move it. And I guess during all that, we seemed to indicate that we might have damaged the wall.
Mm-hmm. We were exaggerating a little bit.
Talking about that on the air.
Yeah, Greg actually said you can't see it because the furniture's in front of it. But when you move out, you will.
Well, when Greg and I got there yesterday and we were settling Dad into his new community, the maintenance man came to us pretty frantic. And he introduced
said he got a panicking call.
Said he introduced himself, said, I'd like to thank you for getting corporate on me yesterday.
What?
And we said, excuse us? And he said, did y'all say on there that y'all damaged the wall in the room? And
not really.
Just joshing a little bit.
It might have been
scratch and damage is two different things.
Yeah, misconstrued. That he goes. They give me like a fire alarm call that I better go down there and have this room fixed before your daddy gets here. That y'all come in there and damage the room. He said, I've been here looking for the damage. He said, I've been here looking for the damage. Can't find it. Don't know where it is. And thinking the walls look okay. And then I'm over looking behind the Chester drawers because they said it's hid behind the Chester drawer. Yeah. And we were like, well, we were just, we came in a little hot, but we didn't tear the room up. He goes, well, I wish y'all made that more clear. Y'all turned my day upside down. You ever had that happen in y'all's little world?
Of course, yeah. You Burgess boys, y'all are grown men, adults, and still.
I told him, don't listen to anything we say on there.
Right, yeah.
Don't pay no attention to that.
Of course, I couldn't.
Y'all weren't dressed alike yesterday when he was giving it to you, were you?
No, that was the day before.
No, I know, but I didn't know if yesterday y'all went back practice.
Well, we might start this.
Yeah,
right after the show, me and my baby brother put our same shirts on.
Yeah. That's what I'm picturing. Like you're a moving company.
Yesterday, Greg and I both were wearing the same shirt that said Dad's favorite.
Yes.
So
did you like the heartfelt text I sent you too? And then at the bottom said, "Don't dress alike."
Right. Thanks.
That was good.
Had to add it in there.
The degree of pain and comfort this show tries to give you at the same time is incredible.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes you're like, oh, thank you, that's so comfortable. Oh, wow, there's a shot.
I thought the story was better if I said there was a hole in the wall.
Right. Yeah.
That was a little
Right.
better.
Did he make you move the chest of drawers?
He took it literal that we put a hole in the wall, and of course we had not. But of course I couldn't help because he was so panicked.
Now Rick did call me out for mashing it up against the wall.
Greg did push it up against the wall further than he should have. Okay, yeah. But I will say
the damage wasn't.
But what I'm saying is, of course, what did I do? And y'all know this. Every time we were reassuring him, I keep looking behind the Chester door. And he goes, "Is it about something back here?" And I said, "Well, no, it's just everything's fine."
And he looked just like a maintenance man off a television show. He had
did.
Suspenders, had all of his keys.
Right.
He was ready.
And was not overly thrilled with us.
No, he got better. For
Right. He warmed
no nonsense.
Yeah, he warmed up a little bit.
Yeah.
If you keep up a place like that, you don't want any, eruptions. You want to stay ahead of it. You want to do your maintenance ahead of problems and not have problems. And then when you get the one thing you don't want to get, Rick, is a call from the man upstairs.
Right.
I mean, that's as bad as it gets. You don't want the man down there looking in your stuff.
Hey, he got the call. Hey, go check that room. Better be ready when their dad gets there.
And this is the first time y'all have met him.
Oh, yeah.
So this was his first impression of the two of you.
I actually had met him in passing.
Okay.
I didn't know that's what his role was there. And I remember thinking, this guy's around a lot. At first I thought he might have been one of the members of the community, which I'm sure he appreciates.
Yeah, right.
And I knew that wasn't right when I saw him out doing stuff, and I thought, oh, he must be the maintenance guy.
He had a lot of keys.
And he was very reassuring and telling us, hey, man, everybody here, we all know what we're doing, and we're going to take care of you, Daddy. And so that was one funny thing, because keep in mind, I mean, you have to laugh to keep from crying, but
right.
You have to, we all make fun of whatever. But the thing about memory care, which was hilarious, is we acted like it was a big deal to ask for some extra keys. And let me tell you what was hilarious. He goes, "You think we don't have our own key making machine here?" He said, "How many keys you think I have to make?"
Yeah.
He said we have a key monster and a remote monster that eats all of it.
Yeah. He said keys and remotes fly to here like there's no tomorrow. And so that was. But it went good. It was. It was about as good as it could go, and
early I was a little worried with some of Dad's comments.
Yeah, of course,
he worked through it.
Of course, Greg, Mr. Doomsday.
Oh,
Mr. He's riding in the back of the truck, and of course, I'm trying to get Greg things that I like for Dad to do all the time, because he's still got Dad in there. And one of the things, and I guess I probably shouldn't say it because then they think we're being negative about that, but there's a restaurant that I take him to because they love him there. They know the deal. So if he's talking to people, whatever, they all just go along with it.
He shakes every single person's hand.
Yeah, because he's not sure he knows or he doesn't know, so he just pretends he knows everybody. And so, and some people, he's so convincing that people will leave and they're the ones struggling. Well, man, where did I know him from?
Yeah.
But anyway, so
I must know him.
He's so convincing that he's known you for years. So I thought that was you. But anyway, so they celebrate him there, whatever. But he doesn't like the name of the restaurant. It's something about it annoys him. He thinks it.
Don't say it, Greg.
Yeah, it's so. Well, I told Greg, I said, let me tell you something. I said, watch this right here. And so Greg was sitting there, and I said, Dad, this is good. This is good food here, isn't it? Yeah, it is good. It's real good. And I said, what? And then Greg was like, what? Now what is it? What's the name of the place? And he goes, I don't know. What's the name of the place? And he looks at me, and I tell him. And I said, he doesn't get mad at it the first time. He goes for a repeat. What? That's the name of it? And I'll say, yeah, that's it. And then he'll say, that's. And then he
said there was a bunch of
yesterday. So that's what they call it.
Yeah.
I said, yes, sir, Dad, that's what they call it. Are you serious?
Something about it gets on his nerves.
Yeah, something about that bothers him. But the
food's good.
But every time Dad would indicate something like he might not go to his new community, from the back seat, Doomsday. Oh boy! I'm like, Greg, just settle down. Let's just see. Oh boy! Turn the truck around. We're not to that point. He's gonna throw some things out. Let's just see if we can't get into
that's what you're getting.
Every time he'd say something like, "Now look, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm ready for y'all to take me home." Oh boy! And I was like, Greg, just stay with it.
See him through the rearview mirror.
Right. Oh boy! I couldn't see him. All I do is hear him.
Okay. Somebody went. Well, I ain't gonna His comments. Somebody went by the door with a walker.
Greg, no.
There goes some old people.
Yeah. One of the things about it is Dad is an 82-year-old man, but he doesn't think he. Yeah. So one of the things he doesn't like really is to be around old people. and then Greg looks and goes, I guess you got that genetically from Dad. I don't.
Yeah, come by the door. There you go.
There's a bunch of old people here. But what a wonderful, wonderful group of people. They could not have reassured us anymore. Send us pictures and.
Well, let me check my phone, make sure they said come get it.
Yeah, right. Oh boy,
you back there.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, he buys a lot.
Merge. Now we all know.
I don't think he cares what people think. Really, I think he's just out there doing business and just kind of goes with the flow.
Right. Well, this flag thing makes him a little bit unique because most of the wealthy, well-to-do companies that we always laugh that they try to demonize the very system that allowed them to be wealthy.
Right.
Those people are not very patriotic at all. I mean, they're liberal in the way that they see the world. Now, like Apple would be an example. I mean, I don't think Apple's going to make some stand for the American flag. So it's odd to me that he would say that about Charlottesville, then do this.
And he hosts at Camping World a lot of veterans rides, and they start at that flag. I mean, he does a lot with that. So that's what I'm saying. It really doesn't match up.
Are we confusing him being patriotic and supporting veterans versus him thinking Trump was racist? They're two different things.
Well, I guess to him they are. But
they are two different things, but normally you don't see the overt patriotic people anti-Trump. Usually the anti-Trump crowd is anti-patriotic.
Yeah, Bubba, is he anti-everything Trump or just the Charlottesville?
The Charlottesville thing, but here's the thing. He's buying the narrative, the left.
Of what the media was pressing.
Right, he said, but here's the thing.
He did at least at that time.
Yeah,
right.
And maybe he's trying to correct that. But to Bubba's point, most of those veterans that weep at the bottom of the flag never thought Trump was being a racist.
Right.
And they understood what he was saying.
And they would be offended by anybody else saying that he was. So, or they wouldn't care, one or the other. But, so, look, I understand what the guy said, if everything's correct. Anybody that supports white supremacy, I don't want their business. I think we all can get on board for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I hope we can, except for white supremacists. But when the president was simply saying not all these protesters, what the president should have said, and sometimes I wish I could speak on his behalf, what the president should have said is, hey, I hear what y'all are saying, but there's some people out here that are protesting the taking down of the monuments and the removal of things from the Civil War who are not white supremacists. That's what he should have said. Yeah. Not all these people are bad people. That's what he meant, but now you didn't explain yourself in detail, so now your opponents, even though they know that's not what you meant,
right?
They're
making hay with it.
They have something they can make. He should have just said, some people who don't want the monuments torn down are not white supremacists. Right. It's not just white supremacists that have a problem with us revising history. And that's what he should have said. But, it's easy for me to say because I wasn't in that moment of emotion when he just threw something out.
Right.
From the stands, I get everything right. but you wish that could have.
Did Adler ever get him a camper? Didn't he want a camper? Speaking of camper,
one bad.
Well, he said now he didn't know whether to buy it from Camping World or not. Yeah. He didn't know whether the guy's patriotic or hates Trump.
Because I thought he was going to get one of them show enough good ones.
Yeah, and let me be
going to get one of them vans
that Bigfoot couldn't get in or something.
And before I get an email, let me be clear. I understand.
There he is.
I was just kidding. I understand that there are people who are extremely patriotic who don't like Trump.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that those two worlds can't exist.
Right. Yeah.
But that's not the norm.
Don't see it a lot.
Of what you see in the media every day.
You don't see it a lot.
So my wife and I, we rented an RV and went to the Grand Canyon. We talked about that. That's the whole Sorry America tour.
The last podcast, I believe.
It is. Mm-hmm. And, okay, so Camping World here in town had that exact one. My wife and I, this was like 6 months ago, we're sitting at the Camping World table, and like they even had like the paperwork in front of us. And
you were that close?
We were that close. I even took that to a mechanic. To get him to check it out, did the checkout and everything.
Let's get it.
And somebody bought it out from underneath us. So that was like 6 months ago. But we are renting another one, a 4x4. We're going to Yellowstone in like 2 weeks.
Rick and Bubba.
just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Ah, yes. Ah, yes.
There they come.
Ah, yes.
The spinners.
The wonderful Will.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful wheel of canned meat. There's canned meat on the wheel. Also a Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera. All sorts of Rick and Bubba goodies. A Blaze TV subscription. And, of course, you could win nothing. You can't have nothing. There is the Pipit. There is Henry the horse. You don't win a prize, but the audience does. And that's the joy of hearing Henry. But there's no guarantees. We've got members of the Golden Ticket seats today. They will spin on behalf of America. Jason is in Deatsville. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Troy Ingram will spin for you, America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City. They're ready to go. Speedy is standing by the wheel. It is illuminated. What do you say to Troy to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Troy. Got his beard just like he likes it. Here comes
Troy. Gives it a gentle spin.
A little gentle spin from the bearded man. Let's see. Oh, look at this right here. Look at this right here. Moultrie Mobile. Moultrie Mobile. How about that? Congratulations, Greg. How about a go for Jason? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Let me tell you,
I feel
Jason.
like everybody in the studio and the line ought to do the goes, too.
I do, too. I agree. Everybody in. Thank you, Greg. Thank you for emphasis. Congratulations, Jason. Putting you on hold. Moultrie Mobile is yours. So congratulations to you. Pensacola, Florida. Dynamic Dougie is joining us. Jason Ingram will now spin the wheel. He has got a big birthday coming up. And, Doug, what do you say to Jackson to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, birthday boy. And he did not know he was coming here today. It is a surprise. And he thinks, how can life be this good? So let's see what happens for Doug in Pensacola. Doug. Yeah! Henry the horse right out of the gate. What a horse. Henry.
Of course. He's coming in from the back 40, Rick. He's in a full trot.
There he comes.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Henry, what's up?
I'm not doing too great. I actually recently got kicked out of my house, so I've been sleeping underneath Bubba's bed. And I'm trying to get more sleep, so I keep turning off his alarm, but he keeps turning it back on.
What a horse!
I thought I smelled something in there.
How about Jackson? There we go, Jackson.
Yep.
Hey! Yeah! Up next, Levi Ellington will spin, and he'll spin it in Alexandria. Nathan is standing by. Nathan, what do you say to Levi to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. A reverse spin. Levi is on the edge.
A reverse for the valley.
There we go. Okay, let's see what happens here. Wow. Moultrie, view it. I'm doing two. You do one way, one the other.
What, you did what now?
That's the original.
Yeah.
That's the original. What we did a minute ago was a new one. The original was Moultrie, view it.
Okay.
And then a minute ago we tied it into our other ones just to keep it fresh.
So what are we doing now? What is going forward?
Yeah, just watch my lead.
Okay.
I
still couldn't tell what you were doing.
Yeah. So anyway, I honestly like the Moultrie Mobile. I like it better.
Yeah, I do too.
You want to stick with that?
Yeah, because that actually tells you what it is.
Yeah, I like that.
I like it.
Well, Moultrie Mobile goes out again, Nathan. Congratulations, buddy. We'll put you on hold. We'll get all your information. You enjoy that, and I hope you get a good one this year, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
As we say in Calhoun County. Hey, did you shoot a good one? All right, up next, we stay with the Ellingtons. It'll be Whit this time. Whit is ready to go.
Whit, spin that, baby.
Let's go, baby. Huh? And Whit will be spinning on behalf of Greg in Sweet Home, Alabama. Greg, what do you say to Whit to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Roadcade. Whit with a good spin.
Hey, Roadcade.
Got to go ahead and knock that grease loose in there.
That's a good spin, Whit. There we go, Whit. Let's see what happens here.
Okay.
Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear it. All right, well, congratulations. Rick and Bubba sunglasses for you, Greg. It also comes with a nice little carrying case, which also works as a little cloth to clean the glasses with as well. Wear those. Got Rick and Bubba on it, and of course your cloth and your container has all sorts of Rick and Bubba sayings on it as well. All right, so let's go to Florida, where Will is standing by. Will, you will have an opportunity to have the wheel spun for you by Omar Avila. Is that right?
What do you
Avila?
Avila.
Omar Avila. I kind of like Omar Avila. But anyway, Omar's spinning it. What do you say to Omar, Will, to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Omar.
That's a spin right there.
Yeah.
That's a spin.
Avila.
We can make electricity with that one.
We certainly can.
That's a spin, my friend.
Yeah, look, still going. Still going. Let's see, Will. Oh, man.
Come on! A pivot!
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, buddy. I mean, it just pivot. I think we can get one more in. One more, I think. All right, let's go to Andalusia. Dustin is standing by. Dustin, Tootie Ellington's going to spin it for you. Tootie standing by. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it go, Tootie. Tootie Fruity.
That's a great nickname, isn't it?
That is, yeah. Well, there we go. Let's see here.
We call Greg that sometimes.
Yes, we do. It's for a different reason. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Well, that's big. Tootie done spun you anything you want out of the Rick and Bubba store. If it's in stock, one item per winner, please, we will send that to you. How about a go for Dustin?
Woo! Everybody.
Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
You do it at ball games.
There it is.
Don't be embarrassed.
Congratulations to you, Dustin. Pick out what you want and tell Helmsy we'll send it to you, okay? Let's give it up for the golden ticket seat folks that spun the wonderful wheel of canned meat today. Rock and Roll City is standing by, YouTubers. They'll continue to jam for you in the break. It's top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah, check. All right, we got Hunter Bussey in the studio with us, Greg, so we got to rock hard. Come here, Hunter, come here. Hunter Bussey's in the studio today. What's up, buddy? Hope you have a good day. Hunter Bussey's in the studio today. What's up, buddy? I hope you have a good day. Let's go, Greg. Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where we rock and roll.
So we need Adler because Adler needs to do our theme. We're about to do a space story, and when we play the recording of it,
What are the words so we can all get
it keeps
right?
flagging us on YouTube, not letting us play this particular song, so we'll say 4, 3, 2, 1, and you sing, or do you want to say that part?
It's Ground Control, but it's not by David Bowie. It's Ground Control by who again? Who is it? Ground Control to Major Tom or whatever?
Yeah, well, it's like a tribute to that.
There's a song called Ground Control to Major Tom, but that's not the one we're singing.
Right, but this one still references it in some way, like it's a tribute to it or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Greg, you knew it. You know what I'm talking about, Greg. You were like, it is.
Come on, Greg.
You're the one that came up with this.
I can't remember. I know it's not.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
It's not Ground Control to Major Tom.
Right.
But it's called something like that, like Ground Control.
It's Major Tom parentheses I'm coming home by Peter Schilling.
There you go.
There we go.
And Peter Schilling has some history too. What was his deal? Do you remember the story?
Yes, but I
on that?
don't remember it.
Isn't he a DJ or something?
I wish you hadn't said anything. I wish you hadn't said anything. I think DJ is right, by the way.
I think he was in Dr. Hook.
Okay, it's 4, 3, 2, 1.
Are we doing it together, or are you doing
I
it?
think we should do it together.
Tell us the.
It's 4, 3, 2, 1.
Right.
Earth below us, drifting, falling, floating, weightless, calling home.
I'm gonna sit this one out.
All right, Helms, you start us off. Helms, get it. Okay, all right. Who's going to count us off? Who's going to count us off?
Peter Schilling.
Yes.
All right. So, and what is it called?
It's called Major
Calling Home. Major Tom Calling Home.
Major Tom.
Drake, that's good.
I don't even think y'all need me. That sounds so
weightless.
Okay. All right.
Can you give me a minute?
Okay.
All right, I'm getting the
I think we need
lyrics
to sing it as Rick and Bubba characters.
I'm getting the lyrics up. All right, the lyrics are up. I'm ready. All right, wait a minute.
Who's going to count us off?
3, 2, 1.
It's 4, 3, 2, 1.
4, 3.
That's good, Greg.
I was counting us off.
I said who, not count us off.
All right, here we go.
Who?
4, 3, 2, 1. Earth below us, drifting, falling, floating, weightless, calling home.
Wow.
Boy, that's good right
so
there.
good.
That was horrible.
How about
4, 3?
How about it doesn't start with 4, 3, 2, 1? Are y'all reading that, or is that just me?
No, you're right. If you go to the song,
Doesn't it says it in it somewhere.
No. The recording has that, but if you pull up the lyrics, it gives you this. It gives you this dialogue before it ever gets to where the part we had. Undoubtedly, we're starting the chorus.
Where's 4, 3, 2, 1 at?
But there's a group of lyrics before that is referring to the Major Tom song.
Okay, well.
And so you have to get down to the chorus 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, so that's what we use.
That's all I was saying.
So, Bubba, what's our space update?
Well, Rick, in typical government fashion at times, the original videotape recordings of the Apollo 11 moon landing were lost. You may remember they were looking for them.
Because they were fake.
Guess what? They were bought for $217.77 at a government surplus auction by a former NASA intern in the 70s. And now could raise up to $2 million when they're auctioned off later this month.
So some intern ends up with the footage.
Why would you auction off the footage?
The unrestored, unenhanced, unremastered tapes are described as the earliest, sharpest, and most accurate surviving video images of man's first steps on the moon by the auction house.
And they auctioned them off.
Sotheby's.
I mean,
they're going to.
But originally, this guy ends up with it.
Yeah, it was in a government sale. He bought them in a box with a lot of other recordings on it.
Why would you put that up?
You would think it would be held in a special place.
Yeah.
Thank you, Johnny Donovan. 6 minutes past the hour. Brand new hour. We'll talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The wonderful wheel of canned meat is already spun. We'll say hello to the rest of the golden ticket seats before we're done. A $50 gift card from American Express. There goes one of our golden ticket seat guests right there. You got a good look at the top of his head. We'll be giving that away to somebody in the golden ticket seats before this hour is done. As we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world on various platforms, live and archived. If you want to see the real Greg Burgess, Birmingham, you got him today, 11 to 1, Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, which will tie into our first story this hour. And then
Rick, you know what we do? Making deals other people can't make.
Attaboy, Greg.
Making deals they can't make.
That a way to go, Greg Burgess. Gripping and grinning.
Come on.
Eating pizza. Greg's got the Warriors tonight.
They even got meatballs.
Yeah, so he's in town.
Very good.
And then Speedy will be with UAB. Memphis comes to town at Protective
Beth
Stadium.
Bowens.
No, not Beth Bowens this week. He'll be there doing the stadium hype. So if you're coming to that game, you'll see old Calvin this weekend.
You know, that's
as well.
The renewal of a pretty big rivalry, too. And, you know, Birmingham and Memphis have always really been competitive.
Memphis usually pretty good, too.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. You know, it's midnight in Memphis.
You know, Speedy Ricky's working on Boiling Flames this year. He needs to hurry. The season's almost over.
You need to do that.
That looks like a dangerous thing.
Ryan sent me a text. He's back on to me being on fire again.
I know Gene Simmons used to do it all the time, but it looks dangerous.
Well, you got to be trained. You need to be trained.
You got to keep it moving out. You don't want it to back up on you.
At least you ain't got to worry about catching his hair on fire.
Right.
That's true.
You know, that's always
no singe there.
Yeah,
that happened to Gene Simmons a couple times.
And then Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Raymond Arroyo from Fox News in his new book, The Magnificent Mischief
I
of
couldn't
Todd
believe
Lincoln.
he has listened to the show all those
I know.
years and never did call or reach out.
No,
he does such a wonderful job.
Do you think our conversation with him that comes out this weekend, you know, it's one thing to be aware of the show. That's not a given that you like the show.
Right. Well, that's a good point.
You know, and so
just because he's heard it.
Just because you're around it doesn't mean
no,
you're...
he said he listened all the time.
Right. Well...
I mean, act like he liked it.
But would you come on somebody's podcast and say you hate the show?
Yeah.
No, but...
Right, yeah.
I hate y'all, but I'm glad to be
He lived
here.
in the area. Right. I mean, immediate area, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, he did.
And
for a while.
He said he listened and
continues to listen on the other
News
platforms.
Speeding.
Yeah.
On streaming and podcasts. So
but he really does a good job.
Yeah.
I was impressed. I was shocked that he listened, but I was glad.
Yeah.
Some gun can sing.
Said he loved Dippin' Dan.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen him in a while.
Yeah, right. There it is. All right. So yesterday, I think it was, speaking of Greg being at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, they carry a variety of products.
Making deals.
Including the Jeep. I have bought a couple of Jeeps from them over the years. And
new building's almost ready.
And Joel there, who you've heard on the show, we've talked to him and been dealing with him for a long time and drive their vehicles. And the fact that they let us keep driving them based on what we have done from time to time is actually amazing.
Did you brush one up or something?
I did.
It's nothing bad.
Did. Yeah, I did. I cut those backup sensors off because they were annoying me at the farm. Forgot to put them back on. So anyway,
and was depending on it.
Yes,
it let me know.
It thought it had.
I thought it'd reset when it started.
No, that's incorrect.
No, that's the shutdown. That's the gas saver that shuts itself on and off.
Yeah,
Bubba, my backup sensors apparently are having the same problem that your alarm's having. It won't come back.
Listen, technology is great until it ain't there.
All right,
and then
you miss it.
Boy, it's bad.
Bubba, this is your area. Compressed air engines.
You know, that was brought up on the show this week. I went and read a little bit on it. I don't really know a lot about it, but there's a lot of positives there that I really was not aware of. I had this totally blindsided me.
The CEO of Jeep says it will be far superior to the electric vehicles. Here we go.
Stellantis Jeep CEO does not believe in an all-electric future and now found a way to stop the EV push. He just unleashed a revolutionary compressed air engine that will literally destroy all EV makers. This engine is so ahead of its time that it left the entire auto industry in shock and terror. They have finally managed to find a way to keep combustion cars on the road without worrying about emissions. We're talking a fuel efficiency of 120 miles per gallon. While reducing nearly 99% of current tailpipe emissions. Combustion engines are soon getting banned, and world leaders are forcing us to buy EVs. But hey, what if you don't want one? This compressed air engine could actually be the perfect alternative for the common man.
I still. What do you put into it?
Well, do you? I know we don't want to play all 10.
You got to pressurize it.
So, what
do you fill up with air?
I know.
Air
How do you fill it up?
We don't want to play all 10 minutes of it, but
is that real?
I want to hear.
Is that real? Is that somebody tricking us?
Yeah, the video's kind of goofy. I keep trying to scrub through it. It's a 10-minute video, and I'm trying to see the breakdown of how the engine actually works. I can't find the breakdown in that video.
That's the question. What do you put into it, and what comes out of it?
Right.
And then how much power does it generate compared to other things?
And is it a comedy bit? And Joel was hoping we'd bite on it.
Yeah, that's possible, Rick.
I mean, isn't that possible? All right, I'm Googling.
So this is a Jeep invention, though?
I guess.
Here's another video about the compressed air engines, but it again doesn't sound like there's the future to it.
Well, let me tell you what I've read. It's not new. It's actually an old design. The original locomotives were designed on this.
Yeah, steam
and then
engines.
they went away. Then they went to coal and all that. So the technology's been there, but I guess they've updated it now to be efficient. But anyway, I don't know.
The vehicle's accelerator operates a valve on its tank that allows air to be released into a pipe and then into the engine, where the pressure of the air's expansion, Bubba, I need you here, will push against the pistons and turn the crankshaft. This will produce enough power for speeds of about 35 miles per hour.
Well, that may be the catch.
So
wait a minute.
So
good news, bad news. You better not be in a hurry.
We got to go. We got to go a little faster than that
now. Quick.
Or maybe they'll work on making it faster.
Okay, picture a fire truck going to a fire.
Speed is just a function of the gears, so they can re-gear a transmission, but you're going to lose power.
A whopping 35 miles an hour.
But it's interesting. You know, I said all along I thought hydrogen was going to be a better way to go.
Yeah.
Because the byproduct, what would come out of the tailpipe, would be water. You basically would be washing the road.
Here's somebody saying because of the inability to go very fast, they're saying now here's one that says they've got a compressed air, a car that'll go 80. Okay.
Okay.
All right. They said that's the fastest one they've made so far. And it was a record-breaking speed. So they're going to keep working with them, make them faster. But they're saying where they think they'll really shine is in the urban environment.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I got a text here that said that production lines on the Lightning EV Ford truck has actually been halted for right now. And I don't know if that may be with a strike or whatever. I don't know if they're redesigning that, but I know they've had problems with that too.
So anyway, it was, our friend Joel with Hendrick wanted us to see the air compressed engine. It sounds like everything else, which I know, Bubba, you're for, I am too, that people are working on it. If they can develop it to be efficient and it's better than the EV and better than the, those that are putting out the emissions, and it can run efficiently, more power to it.
Well, I like, as a consumer, I'd like to have a choice because,
Absolutely,
it doesn't matter what they come up with. We're always going to have a beta versus VHS. Some people are going to like this, some people like that. So the EVs are going to have more there's a compressed air engine right there. I really just don't know that much about it. It's strange. Because you got to pump air into it to be compressed, right?
Right, yeah. Did you hear, Greg? Bubba never got past how beta just messed up. Then they really were a superior product.
Oh, really? They didn't make
all the commercial stuff and broadcast were beta.
Yeah,
but that's all right.
Yeah, it's a miss. All right, Bubba says he wants to tell us what he's doing this weekend. And I want to hear about this.
Hope you ain't got to be there at a certain time.
Thank goodness it ain't early.
All right, so we'll talk about that.
And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, and then y'all have to guess something.
Okay, all right. We'll do that next.
Rick and Bubba.
The folks. Here it is. The Lake Tom Petty, and here comes my girl. Watch her walk. Watch her walk. All right, so we have much to do. I see here today that, oh, my goodness, it looks like we have another patriotic poem.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Speedy, your dad?
Yeah.
I've worked this one up.
It looks like Speedy's father and author of Larry the Leaf has sent us a patriotic poem that Greg will read.
Yep.
Are you ready? Do you feel patriotic?
I have to look it over.
Do you think you're patriotic?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not over the top, but I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to take a little pride.
Sure. Yeah, it's
I'm very patriotic.
Yeah.
It was
to a fault at some time.
I probably won't wear a flag shirt. Probably not.
No,
well, I don't think you're supposed to. If you read the flag,
oh gosh, don't get the flag people started, Bubba. Please,
not supposed to make it in.
Please do not get the flag people started. If we could get the
they do take the fun out of
it. Yeah, I mean, you try to display a flag, and the first thing you know, they start telling you everything you're not doing right about it, and you just take it down. I mean, you can't make nobody happy. Hey, I mean, you can't even have a flag.
Can't even have any patriotism.
But yeah, I'm patriotic.
Yeah, well, I mean, how about this? It is the on our worst day. I don't think anybody can make a case there is a better country. I mean, really, even though we're trying to mess it up and trying to get away from what made it great, it still holds on to be pretty great.
We're going to drive it in the ditch before we're all said and done. But, while we're still on the highway, we got one wheel on the road. Let's just do what we can with it,
Yeah, this is always that time that I start to feel a little bit bad for how poorly we've treated the sacrifice of the founders.
Oh.
Because their whole deal was, let's get the central government to provide a military, and I hate to bring this up in today's very volatile world, and guard the border. And that's really your role. And for everything else, leave everybody alone. Stay out of their lives. And I don't want to go all libertarian on you, but that really is, there's not much more the Founding Fathers wanted the central government to do in the individual lives of the people. You were supposed to do a lot more with your state leaders than your federal leaders. The federal leaders were not even supposed to really touch your life hardly at all. Boy, we've let that go, haven't we?
Well, there were human nature was involved.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
And they realized that they could get more done at the top than trying to work it at 50 states.
Right.
And as soon as you give yourself the authority to do that through vote or gun,
right,
then it's forever changed.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. I think they would say, but yeah, when we came together for a union, we limited government substantially. Why have y'all unlimited it? Why'd y'all let it out?
I think that is the number one thing.
Why did y'all let it go? We had it where it was supposed to be.
I understand the Founding Fathers, why they did some of the things that they did based on the life they came from and the error of that life, and they realized we cannot let this go on. This is not the way that people want to live. And that when you give them maximum freedom, they tend to achieve their potential.
Oh, yeah.
And so and you don't hear it talked about enough. I don't think even when it's taught that this is a limiting document. It limits the federal government. The federal government is going to go, oh, darn it, I want to do that, but I can't. The Constitution stops me.
Right. But what we've done now is we run over to the judicial branch and say, man, this document limits what we want the government to be able to do. And the judge says, okay, I say they can do it.
Yeah, we've had a lot of that in our history. And
well, that's the kind of stuff revolution started about.
It hasn't benefited us well, I don't believe. So now you've got a mess in a lot of ways. But it's our mess, and I still think it's the best.
Oh, I like
going.
our mess better than everybody else.
Yeah, and we're gonna do what we can to keep moving forward.
Well, that shows you how powerful this experiment has been so far. Is we've even tried to mess it up, and we still haven't been able to mess it up as bad as we wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It actually,
I mean, we try so hard.
It has limited us from destroying ourselves.
It really has.
But think about the things this country has accomplished. Since the beginning of time, we have wanted to fly through the air like a bird. We've done that. We wanted to find out what the moon was. We put people there. We're even splitting things and playing with things now that are so small we can't even see it.
Yep.
I mean, it's amazing, isn't it?
15 minutes past, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. All right, so Bubba, you said you were going to see if we could guess something. that you is this got to do with your weekend coming up?
Betty and I are going to attend something tonight we haven't been to. I can't think, maybe. It's been a long time, and that is a Halloween dress-up party. Would you like
costume? What you going as?
Would you like to guess what Betty and I are going?
Oh, it's got to be something that works together, right?
Okay, let me
like
think
Mickey
here.
and Minnie Mouse.
What about
like that.
she will be Wendy, you'll be the cheeseburger?
That would have been a good one.
You thought to yourself, doggone, would you?
Let's see. She'll be a fork. You'll be a baked potato.
That's good. That's very good.
Well, I think that's good.
Fat Fest 1999. Bring that back out. The Fat Fest outfit from '99.
I've got the baked potato one.
Yeah, you can bring that back out.
Bring it out.
It was supposed to look more like Michael Jackson and Scream, but it ended up looking like a baked potato.
Right. It did. Okay, what about, let's see.
You know what? I should have actually threw this to y'all before we decided.
Yeah. You're right. Okay, what about Prince Harry and Meghan?
Oh, yeah.
How about you?
How you do that?
That would be scary.
How about your Tarzan? She's Jane.
Your shirt.
No, I think Bubba will be more.
Got this
I think
list.
if Bubba's involved in it, it'd be more George of the Jungle.
There you go.
George of the Jungle. Look out for that tree. Hey.
Let's think here.
Just aged ourselves right there.
Yeah.
Bill and Hillary Clinton.
That's good.
No,
That's a good one.
That's very good.
No.
Not that one.
Okay, let's see. I got it. I got it.
Joe and Jill.
No.
Joe and Jill.
I got it. Who is?
Well, that would actually work, wouldn't it?
All right. So
I could play that.
Who's the governor of New Jersey that hates Trump?
Oh,
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie and Nikki Haley.
Clearly, we should have had this segment first.
No, this is all great stuff.
It is.
This is fantastic.
Good.
Y'all are way more creative than what we were.
What about Rick and Bubba? And Bubba's going as Bubba.
That's good.
And Betty's just gonna put a beard on or something.
There you go.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be easy.
I don't want
thanks
that
for,
one.
hey, thanks for
For
chiming in and
several
making it
reasons.
weird as usual.
Yeah, that's very weird.
Turn your mic off.
And then y'all
pal.
could kiss.
Yeah. If a conversation isn't weird, just pot up Adler's mic. He'll make sure it turns weird.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
All right, Bubba. Let me ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
Did it have to be ordered
That's a good question.
or picked up at a store or whatever?
Or did
I
y'all
don't
just
know.
make it yourself?
Yeah, or is it
One
something you had?
one borrowed.
I got it.
Borrowed.
Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers.
Let me tell you what's funny about that. The original plan was Dolly Parton and her husband, which nobody knows his name, and that was going to be me.
Yeah.
Which means I didn't have to dress
No,
up.
you just go.
But that's what Betty wanted to do originally, but we moved off of that. But Kenny Rogers would have been a good
That'd have
one.
been great.
Greg George Jones and Tammy Wynette.
There you go. The president and the first lady.
Are we close, Hunter, at all? No? Okay. No. All right. Let's think.
What
here.
about
Kanye and his wife.
Kanye and his wife.
The latest one that dresses weird.
Kanye
Where's
and his
that
wife.
bodysuit all
Let me
the
give you
time?
some advice. Don't go blackface.
Yeah.
Do not do that. Whatever you do, please.
Blackface out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's think here.
What about this? She goes as Linus, you as the Great Pumpkin.
I seem to see a theme with your ideas.
Well, I want it to be something that
She could be Sally in the Great Pumpkin.
right, there
maybe.
you go, yeah. Have Hunter throw a blanket over his shoulder. Y'all have it.
Yeah. He could be the lion.
So we're not close.
Not really at this point.
Are you
Although some excellent ideas.
All right, let me ask you this.
Excellent.
Are you a human or an animal?
Human?
Okay.
Are you a celebrity?
That's a good question.
Are you a celebrity?
No.
Oh, wow.
Politician?
More general, no.
Oh, okay. Are you going scary? Or are you going funny?
No, it's funny.
Okay.
alive?
It's something like
Are you a farmer?
Something. A hobo. I used
you
to
a
do that when
farmer?
I was a kid.
Yeah.
Getting closer.
Okay.
Are you a bow hunter and she's a deer?
Got it.
Bingo!
Are you serious?
Yeah! What do I win?
Hunter, did you tip him off?
Not a
I think
bow
Hunter was
hunter per
giving-
se, but I'm going to be a hunter and she's a deer.
Oh,
I think Hunter was giving hints.
Are you going to pull it where they're laying across the hood of the Jeep?
You gotta do that. You gotta do that.
is she down on? I mean, like a deer?
Oh.
Hey.
What?
Stop.
Hey,
Just stop talking.
Hey, buddy, Hunter's here.
Okay.
Is she running around like
Of course, Rick. Who you think?
Yeah. I mean,
Speedy, this is a hunt, not the rut.
How else do you
Okay?
look?
That's the difference.
How else do you look like
So
a deer?
sorry.
Going as a
How
buck.
else do you look
Well,
like
you
a
walk
deer?
upright and walk around. That's how.
Hunter, I'm so sorry.
I didn't know if she.
You put antlers on your head. That's
she,
about it.
She actually has horns. So
Yeah,
she'll
because
be
she's a
able-
buck.
Okay, so she. Oh, I thought she'd be a doe.
Yeah.
All right, well that's fine. I didn't know if there was a deer
Just stop.
costume and
Just
she's
hush.
hopping around.
Zip it.
What if she's a buck, but she identifies as a duck?
Does it look like that, Bubba?
I hope not.
Look, Bubba, you can put like a little miniature feeder out and let her come up to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, we don't wear orange vests.
Right.
But her costume is more detailed than that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good.
Is that the borrowed one?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
So,
So everybody's. I never. have you ever been
Is
to-
this a neighborhood thing, or y'all traveling on the road?
It's neighborhood.
oh, okay. So you're not driving?
No.
chocolate monkey?
It's at the lake. It's at the lake.
I'll take 2, honey.
Give us 2. We're in walking distance.
It's crude, man. Why would you even ever,
Let me take
any
you
of
to the
us, ever
processor.
expose ourselves to these people?
I will send pictures if I have not seen the deer costume.
Okay.
Yet.
So she could be.
So I don't really know what to expect.
Right.
You know.
Keeps going.
What? I
Well,
mean,
she
if
won't.
looks like
She
a
won't.
deer.
She won't let it get out of hand.
Can
you
I
know.
tell you what would be funny? What would be funny is it because of the season coming up? If she was Rudolph and you or Hunter shot Rudolph, that would actually be.
Well,
cool.
she
that
could be
would be
Ralph.
good.
I could be Santa and stay with your
Well,
thing.
there you go.
Oh.
No, you'd make a heck of a Santa. I'm saying, and I wish you just let that beard go. You would be a. I mean,
yeah. They
Yeah,
hire you at
Bubba.
the mall.
Bubba, you are.
Second.
You're everything Santa is supposed to be. You're jolly.
Yes.
I mean,
I like to eat cookies.
right. It's all there. Not big on milk, but that's all right.
Yeah. Well,
Lactose intolerant.
there you go.
There you go.
Who gave the hell up?
That's not me.
Well, that's what I'm concerned about. I haven't seen the deer.
Oh, is it possible that it could be
costume
cranked a
yet.
little?
Well, I
Rick!
think she screened it, so we'll
You're
see.
gonna get on somebody?
I thought
really.
you know the guy that
You're done for this segment. Okay.
you know the guy that spent all that money so he could look like a dog. I thought
Yes.
it should be in something like that. That's committed.
You think they're gonna spend that kind of money for a Halloween
I
thing?
didn't know. I didn't know what they were offering nowadays. I hadn't seen these outfits.
Yeah, I know.
It was a little late, but we had the idea of going as Taylor Swift and Kelsey.
Oh, that's a good
that's
one.
funny.
That would've
And then we could have been
oh.
trailer. You know.
Oh yeah, that'd have been good.
You should've
That'd have been
done that.
great, Bubba.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If I could have got a Chiefs.
Speedy,
87.
what are you going at this year, Speedy? Because if you don't have any ideas, I think you should be the flying guy from the Creed concert that flies on the ribbons. That'd be so awesome. That'd be cool.
What is that?
Have you
What is that?
That's why everybody hated that performance. That was
Have you-
actually in the performance.
Have you taught her how to make the grunt sound like a deer?
Oh yeah.
At the party, she's got a.
The dope
Still
bleed.
doing it.
Yeah. Take it in.
Been a long trip, sailor.
We'll come back. For some reason, I want to take phone calls next, and I know that's a terrible decision.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna regret it.
Phone calls, all 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the program going forward, we'll try to see if we can get James Spann on today. Yeah, you may see him.
Boom boom.
Scott, according to what time everybody leaves today, I think he and the boys may roll through here on their way to do something today. So it was interesting as he came into the house, and of course, he was having to. He was losing 7 hours as he traveled. Ooh. So a little fellow was tired.
Did you serve him French fries for dinner?
No, that's today. But anyway, so those.
Got some of your food, French fries.
Yep. So that.
And here's some French toast.
Now the funniest moments when you think about all the slang, even though he's been studying English, and Sherry was telling him about the downstairs area and said you can come down here and chill, and I saw his face. If you want to chill or whatever, and he just kind of looks at me, but this word chill, and I.
Ricky's not German.
Relax, relax, and he was relax. So anyway,
I don't think Rick has a French one in his repertoire.
I don't.
He
I don't.
may after this.
Really got to work on it.
Let me tell you what. In 30 days,
Rick's
everything
more
will change.
going to have it. Rick's going to have it.
Rick's more of a German.
Yeah.
And of course the Asian. I mean, my goodness.
Oh yeah.
So, but
you got Ireland too.
You gotta really smooth it out to be French.
But I will have it.
I know it's almost artistic.
I mean, you got to go Billy D. Williams.
You got to be able to. Almost
You know
like you
what I
have
mean?
the ability to sing.
Yeah.
Oui, je parle français. Oui, je parle français. Bonjour.
That sounds like Gary.
Bonjour.
French.
You're still
Bonjour, chérie.
See, you sound
Okay.
harsh when you say it.
I know.
Though, Rick. You've got to smooth it out.
You're scaring the French.
Bonjour, chérie. How was
Even
that?
more. You got to take it
That's
down.
bad.
You got to. You need to think Barry White. Barry White. You know.
Bonjour, chérie.
Yeah, see,
That's it. Hey, you got to slow down.
closing
slow
in.
down a little bit. I think that's key.
So you still got that German coming out in you.
Bonjour, chérie.
Better.
Are we getting there now?
It's better.
How many times do you think Sherry's heard what I'm doing right
You
now?
need about a 25% slow down in your pace of it.
Yeah.
So you got to slow it down.
Bonjour.
That?
This thing Pepe Le Pew. Listen. Bonjour, chérie.
Okay.
How'd you like that?
That's better.
Bonjour, chérie.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm close. I'll get it. Give me 30 days. All right. So, all right.
Rick, I'm giving you 7.
7 days?
Yeah.
I will improve in 7.
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's giving you 7 to come back and show
Yeah.
us.
Okay. So don't say anything again for 7 days.
Well, I'd like midweek next week for you to bring
Okay.
it.
I'm going to keep, by the time we get to August 2nd, you'll think I'm from France. All right. So let's it's patriotic. Tomorrow's our Independence Day. I'll be thought I was going to get out of going to a fireworks show, but if you got an exchange student, you have to show them a fireworks show. So now I'm back in.
Got to do that.
Didn't need that, but I'm going to do it. But so anyway, we have some poems. Are we going to do both of them? We have 2 poems.
Well, I don't know.
From
We can do a double play, or we can
from
do whatever.
Speedy's dad. Only we would pick Greg to read them. But
Not
I
many
think
people on that request list.
But even these poems, you can tell they're more emotional since Baby Ellis arrived.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So these are some patriotic poems.
They are
written by John Wilburn. Who also penned the children's classic Larry the Leaf.
That's right.
Yes.
And he's been writing poetry for a long time, right?
Yes.
We've had Valentine's poems. We've had
everything.
Do you
He's
find
very
it
talented?
Do you find it odd that Speedy has in his genetic code?
Stop it.
Here we go. He has an artistic, vein
dancing
here, and poetry, and
just
and
missed me.
I feel like Speedy fights it.
It did not miss you. You can act things out better than anyone we've ever seen.
Boy, that's true. Your physical
it did not
acting is
it did not miss you, friend.
I think Speedy's destiny may have been to be a park mime.
Yeah,
I agree.
And he rolled into broadcasting.
I don't know if that falls into this, but like you're talking about the things you listed, sometimes I think they switched him at the hospital and didn't realize it.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know. Yeah.
It's part of your root Tourette's.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. You'll apologize.
There's a
later
family. There's a family somewhere that's got a ballet dancing son, and the family is really into baseball. And they're like, what happened?
My whole family doesn't dance, Greg.
Okay. All right. Here is a point. Greg, what's the first poem?
Freedom.
Freedom. All right, here we go.
Straight up freedom. It was 7.
The gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. There's about 3 lines available. Most of them are full, but if you want to get in right now, you can. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors right now without the stress. Very simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you, and you just relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, All the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, and I believe I just heard a phone engage without me touching it. So let me, yeah, there you go. I heard that pop. So anyway, so go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. And some of the things they have for just this time of year, some of the autumn-inspired eats, cider cake with caramel sauce, yummy. That's apple cider. Barbecue pulled pork nachos for the games. It's America's #1 meal kit. They just sent us some stuff that we're ready to enjoy right now. Get 50% off with the code Bubba by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Lines standing by. Larry out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Larry, go ahead.
I'm a bubble out of plum. Part of that's coming from Mac Hounds, but anyway, I think the best thing for Halloween to wear, and you'll lose weight too, is a black garbage bag and go as white trash.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I couldn't understand the first part, but your dad was in there somehow. Was he a fireman maybe?
Possibly.
We continue. Let's go to Sam in Alabama. Sam, go ahead.
Joe Biden and an ice cream cone, fellas.
That would be funny. Very funny. Chester in Alabama. Chester, go ahead.
Hey, I heard Speedy already had his. He was dressing up as a cheapskate.
Thank you.
That was so much milder than I feared it would be.
I was holding my breath for that one.
Taylor in Sweet Home, Alabama. Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering, those of us who didn't even get the COVID vaccine but had our lives ruined by COVID, what are we even supposed to do now? I've had so many health issues, had a stent put in, and actually I'm going through a divorce now because no one believed me until now.
You did have the vaccine?
What are we supposed to do?
You did have the vaccine
No,
or you did?
Never.
Yeah.
No.
So you just got it from the actual virus? You think these problems are from that?
Yes.
Well, there's
yes.
Yeah, there's really nothing, nothing you can do, really.
The spike protein causes the same thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
whether in the vaccine or from the virus, I don't think there's really anything you can do other than just continue to fight.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. So
when you say anything to do, you mean socially or medically?
I think she's talking about medically, or maybe is there any,
I think the first thing is just don't take any more of it.
Yeah.
Would be the first step.
Yeah. Jeremy in Arkansas. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, this is actually Pastor Jay of YouTube fame. Hello, tubers. Been studying Israel and prophecy because of I'm going to a minister's council in November, 1st of November. I sent you all an email, and I would usually just let it lay. But if you look at about Genesis 6:11, it says God's sight, the earth was corrupt, and it was full of violence. Man, you study that word out. The Hebrew word for violence is Hamas.
Hamas. Yeah, we actually talked about that on the show.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
the thing that I want to add, if I can, I'll probably run out of time, but also in that prayer time, he gave me Isaiah 55:6-7 to seek the Lord now while he may be found, right?
Yeah.
Let the wicked leave his way behind and unrighteous. There's stuff about to go down in Israel right now. We just got to be aware of what's going on and have your heart prepared for the return of Christ. And appreciate all y'all do, man. And God bless you, and keep praying for you every day, Rick.
Thank you. Very kind of you, buddy. Appreciate that very much. And yeah, we did that. That was actually brought up maybe first of the week, I think. So, but thanks for bringing it up, because some people listening this time of day may have missed that. Let's go to Mississippi. David standing by. David, go.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba. And I'm so tired of that war stuff. All these bad folks out there wanting to take Israel down. I got news for us. Hamas, we're going to kick y'all's ass, buddy.
Was he playing a guitar during that time?
He started into a song.
Okay.
And he's been,
that's his fault.
He has been calling all week. I gotta just ask this, Rick. He's been calling all week.
Yep.
And I keep putting him up there, knowing that he's had so many chances to actually get it right, and obviously he hasn't learned a lesson, as you all have heard.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to ask, did Greg put something else up there to trick you?
No, I did. I've caught it every time. There's just so many calls coming in right now. I just didn't catch it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
thanks, buddy.
Of course, it was. But no, you're right, because it's that thing where you go, you go a while and you go, hey, let me find out and give another chance.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think where y'all are in error that are screening the calls. I think y'all think that David has the ability to get it right.
Do you realize that?
And sometimes people don't have that ability. It just they have some
It
things
eludes them. Yeah.
It eludes them maybe for a challenge. There may be a challenge there that would make it impossible for them to be coachable, impossible to put together a coherent thought.
I've actually told him this week.
Right. Yeah.
Don't think Rick's going to take your call.
Right.
But if you want to be on hold, I'll put you on hold.
Well, I've been lucky enough to where I hadn't been in there when he called.
Well,
but 9 o'clock hours.
Well, just like that, you go. Well, you start the song. You start the song with that lyric, and whether we think it or not, and I get the email, y'all do too, and I certainly am in error. I've made the mistake even this week trying to do a funny beat thing. We may think that these small little words are okay, but a lot of the audience doesn't. And so when you start with that, the first line of the song, it just makes me kind of squeamish about letting it continue. You know,
well, let's just say this: if the word wasn't in it, it still wasn't any good.
Right.
Let's just start there.
Right. We continue. Greg in
There's
Mississippi.
a lot of things not good about it.
You're right. Greg in Mississippi. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Hey, knowing the world win romance, America's favorite couple, I can't believe they're not going as Barney and Baby Bop.
Oh, from the TV show. You know, really, honestly, if y'all went as Barney and Betty from the Flintstones,
yeah.
Oh my goodness,
yeah.
Because you and I like Fred and Barney anyway.
Yeah.
I know dressing in camo's not hard for you, but you could have gone as yourself, and she could have been a peanut M&M.
This guy.
I'm sorry.
I don't even know what to do.
Well, don't you love peanut M&Ms? You don't love them?
I hope you got big plans this week.
Right. Yeah.
I thought that was good because you love peanut
and a
M&Ms.
somewhat healthy snack. George in Mobile, Alabama. George, go ahead.
That was a good idea.
Hey, guys, I think I know a little bit of the history behind Dickie Nadmeyer, but I'm wondering why has there never been an Auburn counterpart? What would his name be, and what would be his primary characteristic?
I have to ask you this. How long have you been listening to the show?
I think he's been a while, by the way.
Yeah,
his phone call.
Dip and Dan is Auburn, and Dickie is Alabama. That's been going on for how long?
As long as I've been here, or longer.
Dickie makes more appearances, but obviously they win more games.
But we have had Dip and Dan as the typical Auburn fan for
pretty long time.
Long time.
It's been over 20 years.
Yeah, long time.
And he does work at a loading dock.
Yes.
Yes, he does.
In one of our local towns.
And has all the characteristics of Auburn fans and their hopefulness that is always unfounded, and they set themselves up for another letdown.
Right. Mm-hmm. Always waiting on the other.
I noticed we hadn't
drop.
heard from Dan giving us a freeze warning.
Well,
you know.
I thought Bubba was going at Halloween as a freeze warning.
That's funny.
Ooh.
That is hilarious.
Good.
Kurt.
So many things I could say.
Believe it or not, he's calling. He's calling from Rome, Italy. It says here.
Rome, Italy.
Kurt, are you calling from Rome, Italy?
Mamma mia!
Hey, folks. Yes, I am. Great to hear from you guys.
Well,
it's about 4:45 my time here, and I had to tune in as I came back to the room and absolutely watch on YouTube and get the Beth Mowens rundown before football started. I get to watch Florida State at 1:30 a.m. tomorrow night.
How about that?
It's 4:30 in the afternoon there.
Yeah,
it is. It is 4:45 in the afternoon.
Wow.
And so I did the 12 days of Christmas with you guys.
Yeah.
A few years ago, and I've missed you guys being here.
Well,
so
yeah.
I have to watch it in the afternoon.
You know what's interesting, and I don't know when their flight back is, but my oldest son and his new wife are there right now. I think
You're kidding me. Where?
I think they're in Florence now, but they were in Rome over the last few days. But I think they're in Florence now. But they were in Rome.
So I did Rome, then I did Florence, then I did Venice, and now I'm back in Rome going to see a concert tonight. But as I had some free time, I'm like, you guys are on because it's a completely different time frame.
Yeah. Well, man, I'm glad you called. That's fantastic.
We're doing an afternoon drive in Rome, Italy.
Absolutely, we are.
There's your dream, Bubba.
There it is. Afternoon drive, Bubba.
And, you know, the fact that it is late in the afternoon there, the sun about to go down, it just came up a few hours here, once again showing we live on a giant ball.
There you go. 50, you can let that go, could you?
Couldn't help but point that out.
Yeah.
A globe, it's round.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was 1776, and freedom had been declared. King George was upset. He vowed to put them down. Nothing would be spared. The colonies were united, all 13 of them indeed, to establish a new land where freedom would be allowed to breed. It was a daunting task that needed help from Almighty God to break from the world's greatest power and plant the stars and stripes on their own side. Washington was chosen to lead this brand new land against the mighty redcoats who vowed to silence every last man. It started at Bunker Hill. Valley Forge brought Washington to his knees. Only God's intervention would bring the victory he could not see. Yes, victory was won, and our nation stood tall, for they totally understood. United we stand, divided we fall.
Oh, that's
God
really
bless the USA. John C. Wilburn. How you like that?
By the way, what was going on YouTube right then was fantastic.
Yeah.
We had fireworks. Baby Ellis's face would appear out of the fireworks.
Are you serious?
Did we go another one?
Double play.
Liberty won? Y'all want to end
Double play.
Liberty won.
Double play.
All right.
Double play. Read it. Double play. Read it.
The Redcoats are coming. You could hear Paul Revere shout. They had cannons and bayonets and looked really stout. The place was Bunker Hill, where the colonials took a stand, to fight for liberty, if need be, down to the very last man. As the Brits began to charge, you could hear the colonials cry, "Don't fire a shot until you see the white of their eye." It was a fight against King George and his yoke of tyranny, a fight for this new America and the right to be free. And Patrick Henry's cry echoed off every American's breath, "We will fight to the end. Give us liberty or give us death." Struggle with the word colonials. Sorry, John C. Wilburn.
I felt like you had not proofread the second.
I didn't. I thought I was going with one.
Yeah, it was fine.
Play. Read it.
I wasn't prepared, but hey,
it wasn't bad.
He loves your reading, Greg.
God bless. Sorry about
USA.
Give us liberty.
USA. USA.
Take 'em.
USA. Take 'em.
I know we're making all the liberals mad chanting that.
Well, they can
How you
get
like
over
that?
it.
That was freedom followed by Liberty One.
How about this?
Sir.
How about
Hey.
this? Let me tell
They got the freedom to hightail it out of here.
You know what else they have the freedom to do? You got the freedom to be stupid.
Yeah.
But we don't have to pay attention to it. You can't demand the rest of us be stupid.
Did you see
you
where-
have the right in this country to be passionately wrong.
Yes, you do.
You know, and without the fear of everybody coming after you. But y'all need to have that same attitude against people who disagree with y'all.
By the way, speaking of the 4th, I don't know if you saw the tweet that the president has put out.
I have not.
He
that puts a cold chill on me if somebody says, "Have you seen the tweet?"
Well,
the president's put
he
out?
says they're going to have the largest 4th of July celebration this nation has ever seen.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
fireworks wise.
Have you seen what the liberal media is saying?
Well,
though? He's
yeah,
saying
I
they're,
know.
they're,
I
they're
saw
saying they're
that.
doing that to threaten Americans.
Yeah, threatening Americans who oppose
now,
him,
look, granted,
which is ridiculous.
What
Listen,
in the world?
We know that Trump likes hardware. It's something all guys do. We like planes and tanks and stuff. And you know, it's not really something we normally do in this country. I think because we're trying to be cool about it. But you know, we got some really neat stuff. Well, Trump wants to show some of it off.
Well, let me tell you what Donald Trump is doing. He's not doing what the liberals claim, like to scare or punish
people who oppose him.
What he's doing is he's saying to the people who voted for him, "This is the kind of stuff y'all wanted that you said our country has stopped doing, and with me, you're getting it back, and you're getting it back tenfold."
Well,
we're going to be patriotic. We're not going to apologize for being patriotic. That's what the people who supported me wanted, and that's what they're going to get. That's what he's doing.
Do you remember it was shortly after he went in, one of his first trips was to France, and it was on one of their celebrations where they had the military parade, and Trump loved it. You remember he said, "We got to have one of these in Washington."
Yeah, I mean, he's already tried to have
show
one
off
before
some
and
hardware.
got called down.
He wants a military parade.
So
and he
this.
wants a fireworks show that has to be the greatest one ever.
Now, if I can see some stealth bombers flying through the fog of that, then hey, you got you something there. But Rick, MSNBC has come to sound the alarm.
Good.
They say that President Trump is sending a message with these tanks to Americans who oppose him that they better get in line.
Come on.
Can you
they'll
believe
be dealt
that?
with.
That's the twist they've got off of this.
They're
going to be dealt with.
Can I tell the liberals what they don't understand? This is what gets me so mad is when people will be they'll try to convince you that they oppose what they are. You are the party of a gigantic central government that wants to take people's freedoms and take people's guns. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. We'll go to the golden ticket seats, the ones you haven't met before. We had a lot of them spinning the wheel of meat earlier, but let's say hello to Troy Ingram, Presley Ingram, Jackson Ingram, Holly Ingram, all here. Tanisha Ellington, Whit Ellington, Levi Ellington, Travis Ellington, Shelly and Omar Avila. They're here. And Rick and Bubba veteran Chandler D. Or D. Chandler.
Chandler D. Also known as.
Yeah, there we go. Look at me, I'm Chandler D. All right, here we go, Bubba. I need a number between 1 and 11.
1 and 11. And these are mixed up, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What number you like, Greg?
Pick 1, 7.
7 it is.
All right, Bubba, a little indecisive. Number 7 is D. Chandler. D. Chandler gets it done.
D. Chandler. Wow. Chandler D.
There you go.
Well, Greg, bring Rolos.
There we go.
You get a card.
You get a card. It looks almost like he bought that card. $50 from Dr. Dudney and the gang who just put Bubba's crown back on.
Yep.
Thank y'all.
Dilute her down.
So there we go. Bubba, a couple of items that we have not hit. I know you said we had some sort of underground test.
Yeah, the U.S. conducted a high explosive experiment at a nuclear site in Nevada just hours after Russia revoked a ban on atomic weapons testing. Wednesday's test used chemicals and radioisotopes to validate new predictive explosive models that can help detect atomic blast in other countries, according to the Department of Energy. So we're back at it.
Back at it. Also, we had a video that's going to show us that fake videos are getting harder to spot.
Oh, yeah.
So this car on fire looks real, but believe it or not, what you're about to see isn't real. It is computer generated.
Yeah. Does it look real, lad, or I haven't seen it?
It does, and they're going to show you how it can be manipulated in real time. Not only is the car not real, the entire scene is not real.
None of that's real.
And you can see how they can manipulate the smoke and the flames in real time here using this little computer, blimp, basically. But look at how the smoke even reacts with wind and waves as they run this little computer blimp, through the flames here. This is made on the Unreal engine, and Unreal it is the engine behind a lot of these really popular video games, and we see a lot of video game footage being put out as war footage because it looks so real.
Yeah, we did have that.
Yeah, I remember that.
So if you're trying to stir somebody up, you put this video out on social media and say so-and-so was killed in a car bomb down at so-and-so street, and before you know it, you got half the world out protesting.
Yeah.
The news of that hospital killing 500 people, I cannot believe there were protests, there were politicians, mainstream media repeating that lie. They did not do any due diligence whatsoever when they got the report from Hamas about that, and it's just the bad news travels so much faster than the correction, and it's a crazy time right now. Y'all might have seen the this huge tire fire. This is an old video, but this is actually fake, and so you can kind of see how it's weirdly stretching, and the flames and stuff like that don't look real. It's kind of, some flames go up and some flames go down. That's easier to see in these older computer animations. This got passed around a ton. And I kind of had to do a little bit of research. Yeah, but now it's getting a lot better all the time. So it's crazy.
Bubba,
can't believe what you see.
Yep. In the audience today, we got a baby prediction. Here we go. Who that is? Who that is? Who that is? So Shelly and Omar Avila are here in the audience. You do know, Shelly, that we must talk to you about how your body is reacting. How far along are you right now?
Like 34 weeks.
34 weeks.
So
okay.
What is that compared to 6 months?
It's almost 8. It's like right at 8 months.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, what does Omar do for a living?
He's in construction.
Construction. Does he sweat a lot?
Yes.
Omar says he doesn't.
He does. It just comes naturally.
You the management. Huh?
So what type of underwear does he normally wear? Does he wear briefs? Does he wear
boxer briefs?
Boxer briefs, the tight that come down on the leg?
Yes.
But they are tight?
Yes.
Are they snug?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
I like how confident she is.
This is good info.
Bubba, you want to ask the hobby question?
Yeah. What does he have any hobbies away from work that we need to know about?
Well, we have 4 other children already. So,
okay.
What were they?
Other than that,
all
hobby?
boys.
All boys. So
I know what we were hoping for.
You know, when they're on a streak like this, it's hard to break the streak.
So you
should have
4,
called
right?
us.
Let me be sure. 4.
4 boys in a row.
4 boys already.
Okay.
If you would have gotten with us,
see a pattern here.
We could have maybe at least helped the odds.
Yeah.
It would have been uncomfortable, but we could have helped. We had some pointers, but anyway. All right, so now let's talk about how your body's reacting to this this pregnancy.
From 6 months on, however, your craving's been more salty or sweet.
Sweet.
No doubt.
No doubt.
There we go again.
Oh my! What about the hair on your legs? Is it growing more or less, or about the same?
About the same.
Any
Omar, you agree with that?
I don't ever see it.
Okay.
She's not as moody as she was.
Okay. All right. So
what about hair growing anywhere else? You normally would not have it.
No.
This is medical.
Slight mustache or anything like that?
Goatee? No, nothing.
Nothing. No.
But about the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Bubba, we have maybe good news. Yeah, I mean it's
the hair on the legs thing is concerning because apparently normal is we already know what normal is with their past record. So,
but it is. We have to go. Do y'all know? Have they told you what they think the gender is?
No, we wanted to come here to find out.
Yeah. Well, we
get the cravings again. What did you say?
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the hair on the leg and the body not responding. So
so every time I'm pregnant, I usually am a little less hairy. Generally. Okay, let me rephrase. My first 2, I was normal. It stayed the same. Second 2, less hairy.
Did you have a sweet craving every time?
Since number 3.
Okay, but not the first.
No, I mean no more than normal. I love sweets in general, but
sure,
no more than normal.
Boy, this is a tough case here.
Woo!
I mean, it is a very tough. Our gut feeling is this boy streak will continue, but if we follow it the way we must follow it, we would say it's going to be a girl.
The hair on the legs, you may be an oddity with this because not being the same, but you have been such a boy producer in the past, that may indicate that it being the same is probably more than normal.
Usually,
that makes sense.
Usually, when dads get
that didn't sound right.
Yeah,
but
I know
you know
it didn't. I mean? But usually, when dads get on these kind of streaks on either gender, it's hard to break it.
Yeah, unless there's a major lifestyle change.
It is. And
do you feel different this one?
I was really moody in my first trimester, which I'm not typically.
See there? See what I'm talking about? There's the girl.
There it is.
So
look, if you want to stay with the columns exactly how they're supposed to be, I'm all right.
We'll say girl.
We're gonna say girl this time.
We're saying girl.
Okay.
We're saying girl.
But it is it's a case study we need to look at.
Well, she's not. She's like I say on those other boys. We would have called those girls too, and that's what bothers me.
Yeah, that's what I think she's giving us a false flag on that.
Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. And the Lord willing, we'll see you on Monday. If you got more Rick and Bubba content today, go enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you